Hello everybody and welcome to the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale, a way to celebrate the commendations of all of our players leading up to the halfway point of set number 9 in Teamfight Tactics. My name is Necker and I will be your desk host this weekend to walk you through all the action, and we have 4 incredible casters to talk you through all of that action. But this weekend is about our players, and we gathered 32 of the best tacticians across North America to battle it out here at the mid-set finale. After 2 incredibly fierce competitions at that, we had the Freljord Cup to kick off the season, followed by the Shurima Cup not just too long ago. So the top performers from those specific events were joined by 24 of the top performing players across both of those events based on qualifier points. So now we have 32 players that will be competing here this weekend. And there is so much on the line. Not only will the top 4 players from the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale make it to the NA Regional Finals, but the first place player will also book their ticket all the way to the Runeterra Reforged Championships at the end of the set. On top of that, there's $25,000 of prizing up for grabs, with the lion's share of that prize pool, $7,500, going to that first place player on top of those event spots that we already mentioned. This is just the first day in this 3-day competition. We have 6 games today that will determine the 16 players that will move forward to tomorrow, day number 2. Followed by 6 more games that will determine our final lobby of 8 players that will battle it out for those 4 spots at NA Regional Finals, as well as that first place spot heading right towards the championships. 6 games today. Games are going to be reseeded after every 2 games, and there's bonus points on the line. A great way for these competitors to kickstart their weekend, with the top 6 places and the overall standings getting those bonus points to start out day number 2. But now that the stage is set for the weekend, let's go ahead and start talking about those 32 phenomenal players that will be competing this weekend. And to kick off those festivities, we've got Casanova joining us on the broadcast. And hey, it's so good to have you back. How are you doing for the weekend?
All right, well, thank you, Necker. I'm just happy to be here, right? Mid-set finale, such a great tournament. We get to send one player to Worlds. Last set, we sent Wasian Iverson. He's kind of become a household name out of nowhere in the competitive TFT scene. So I'm looking forward to see if we kind of add another new player who's been less known to come out of the woodwork and earn a spot at Worlds, or if we'll send one of our longtime, top players in North America and send them early on so they just start prepping for Worlds right away.
Yeah, Wasian Iverson competing this weekend might get a chance to have the run back. We also have a ton of top performers that are veteran players in the TFT scene, but I hear that you have a special guest with somebody that really could have that breakout performance again at the mid-set finale.
Yeah, I want to bring, second place at Shurima Cup, Subzero Ark, to the broadcast. Welcome, man. I'm very excited about your performance in Shurima Cup and, coming in to mid-set. And I just want to give you a chance to kind of introduce yourself, since this is the first time we've had you on the main broadcast. So who is Subzero Ark? Tell me a little bit about your journey to second place at Shurima Cup.
Yeah, so hey, I'm Subzero Ark. I think before this, a lot of people knew me as like the VOD review guy on YouTube. I made a lot of YouTube videos, VOD reviewing the top pros, watching their games, a lot of Chinese VOD reviews, looking at Chinese pro games, and just trying to learn from them and helping my viewers learn from them as well. I was always sort of like a low challenger, high GM player. I started playing a lot in like 5.5, and that's when I like really got into the game. And this set, I've sort of broken out. I don't know if it was because of this, but I shaved my head this set, and it's just blessed me with incredible performance, I guess. So yeah, and I switched over to, of course, the Caitlyn Legend, which has been absolutely crazy this entire set. I've fallen in love with this Legend, just been playing it every single game, and yeah, it's been awesome.
So we're gonna dig into that, right? Because that's the big unique factor. It's the thing that I was like talking about a lot at Shurima Cup, hyping you up for this choice, because you're the only player outside of Joe Bookmark, who I know you practice with, that was actually running this Legend. And I wanted to just kind of ask you out the gates, why Caitlyn, right? A lot of players are on Ornn, a lot of players were on Poro. We saw some Ezreal, but you were kind of the only player alongside your practice partner that were on Caitlyn. So what led you to that decision?
Yeah, so it's all Caitlyn the Legend is basically just one augment. It's our gold 2/1 augment, Stars Are Born. That augment is insane if people aren't aware, it gives you the first 1 cost unit you buy becomes 2-star, and the first 2 cost unit you buy becomes 2-star. So it gives you both of those units 2-star to start, so it gives you a really, really strong opening. It also gives you 6 gold, so very frequently at 2-1, you can have a strong opener and be making 10 gold. So it's sort of really, really strong opener and really, really strong economy, which allows you to just get through the game in a really easy way. It's a difficult legend to play. I have talked to a lot of people about Caitlyn who have seen my performance, seen Joe Bookmark's performance, and said, oh, I really want to try out this legend. And it's difficult because you have to know all the different lines. If you see, an Invoker line, you have to play it, a Sork line, you have to play it, Gunner's line, you have to play it. You have to be able to play all these different opening lines, but it is really, really fun to play. Just flex, good, strongest board TFT, play the best opener that you can, and that'll usually carry you to a strong late game. But outside of that, Caitlyn is terrible. Like, outside of Stars Are Born, all of her other augments basically suck. I've almost never taken her 3-2 augments. Sometimes I take her 4-2 augments. Her Prismatic 2-1 augment, starter kits, Joe Bookmark keeps trying to convince me that this augment is good. I think it just sucks. I tried it a couple of games yesterday at in-houses, and they went okay. But yeah, it's really just for a 2-1 Stars Are Born, and that's the entire legend, but it's really strong.
I had the question. I was going to ask, like, are there other augments you consider? But you kind of already answered that. So another thing I'm interested in, do you think that some of the success of the legend comes from no one else really adopting it? Because you do kind of get this head start in tempo since you're the only Caitlyn player.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if there were 4 Caitlyn players per lobby, then it's much harder to just take Stars Are Born and win streak with it. So I think for sure. It's also interesting in a meta like this where some people might be playing like a weaker early game. There are going to be people playing like Master Yi Legends who's just going to take pumping up and then just chill, play like a really, really weak board early, and that sort of allows you to win streak as well. But yeah, absolutely. It's a legend that I hope a lot of other people don't try. I know I played in-houses with Prestevant yesterday, and at the end of it he was like, okay, I'm switching to Caitlyn, and then in one game he played Caitlyn. So hopefully for my sake, and honestly for his sake, he doesn't full pivot to Caitlyn, because I think you need a lot of games on it to get a sense for how to play it. So hopefully for both our sakes he doesn't play it, and I'll just be the only Caitlyn player, and that's fine. We'll just that'll be the agreement, and I'm down for that. That's how Shurima Cup was mostly. Hopefully that's how this is as well. So yeah.
Well, I don't want to keep you too long, but I have one more kind of question here. I was watching a lot of the scrims yesterday and, the last few days, and I saw you were putting up pretty good scores. Overall, I think your scores have been pretty solid in the in-houses. It wasn't a ton of games, but overall pretty good. And then I was watching Robin, and he said he saw you go top 4 a couple games in a row, and he's like, I guess Subzero Ark is just winning mid-set. And I was just wondering what your confidence level is coming into the event, because you were someone that people knew of because of your YouTube content, but not as a competitive player coming into Shurima. And now a lot of those same players are kind of considering you a threat coming into mid-set. I was just curious where your confidence is.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, especially after scrims yesterday. I hope I didn't use all of my luck playing those in-houses. Hopefully I saved some of it for today. But yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident in my play. I still, as someone who this is my first time ever making it to mid-set. Shurima Cup was my first time ever making it to a second weekend. I still feel that I have a lot to learn, that I am, not the best player in this field, in my opinion. I still think I can put up really good results, and it's TFT. If you play your best on the day, then I think that'll take you really, really far. But yeah, I still feel like I have a lot to learn. I still don't rate myself at the top level yet. If I have a great performance in mid-set, then maybe I can talk to you after that and have an even more confident answer. But so far, I'm just gonna play my game, do my best, and we'll see what happens.
Sweet, I love that. Do you have any quick shout outs before I let you go?
Yeah, I mean, just Joe Bookmark. I know he couldn't make it to mid-set. He couldn't play in the first cup, so he couldn't make it here. But I mean, if Joe hadn't told me about this Caitlyn legend, like, I don't know, my entire set may have been different. He even told me about it, and I said, really, Caitlyn? Like, is that actually good? I don't know. That doesn't sound too good. And then I played some games on, and I was like, wow, this is absolutely incredible. So shout out to Joe Bookmark, and also shout out to Mortdog for making the legend system. When it came out, I was like really apprehensive about it. I was like, I don't know, legends, like this doesn't seem that great. I'm not that big of a fan of it, but Caitlyn has absolutely converted me. I love the legend system. I don't know if they're gonna stay for future sets, but I absolutely hope they do. I'd be down for Caitlyn to stay for like the rest of TFT. That's probably not going to happen. They'll probably have to swap some out if they keep them later. But shout out to Mortdog as well, and the entire team behind Legends, because they're so fun to play.
All right, well, as a fellow Caitlyn stan, wishing you best of luck, hoping to see some good results yet again. We'll be watching. But yeah, good luck. Thanks for the interview, and we'll see you later.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, so got to talk with Subzero Ark. That's definitely a lot of fun to be able to chat with him. I've been wanting to get an interview with him, since his Shurima Cup performance, being on that Caitlyn Legend. And, he talked a bit about how his practice is with Joe Bookmark, and it's not a full study group, but in general, we do talk a lot about study groups in North America. And there are two of those groups that have really risen above the rest. The study group of Dish Soap, Kurum, Robin, DQA, Solus, and Broccoli dominating the Freljord Cup with the 1st through 4th placement. And the K3 study group consisting of Soju, Kyun, Milk, Setsuko, Prestivant, and Phoenix Awe kind of dominating through the Shurima Cup. And it has us wondering between those two, which one is the best? And so we decided to just kind of get them all on a call and let them tell us for themselves. So let's take a look at this little video we've put together of these two study groups.
Dude, President, why do you have like 10 lotions next to you?
Oh, I mean, I get my secret. I just want to point out, you guys had 4 people come, but you guys only had 1 player show up.
Wait, who showed up? I don't even know who showed up. Wait, Robin?
No, Dish Soap, DQA, Broccoli, Soul, they don't even count as players.
I mean, I got day one, but I know it's a Disney tournament.
We felt bad, like, comparing our groups, because if you think about it, isn't it just, like, Dish Soap and maybe Robin?
Huh?
And then the rest of you noobs? Like, I don't get it.
I mean,
You have
like,
Phoenix in your group, man.
you're putting in so much time for these Disney Cups that, like, it doesn't even matter.
I mean, yeah, we put in, like, 20 hours a day, but,
I mean, I have fun. I have fun sweating.
You two have no chance no matter how much you sweat.
all right. I mean, honestly, you're not wrong.
I mean, I'm just saying, I was about to decay. 3 days before Shurima Cup, I have 3 decay days left. I played 1 day, and I have 1 qualified point less than you.
Okay, but you're still lower than me on the leaderboard. It's all good.
Isn't it kind of embarrassing you guys are trying to beef with people that don't even play the game?
Well, I mean, you guys are the ones that showed up. Like, what do you mean? Like, we're not even trying to be. I woke up 5 minutes ago.
You guys underperformed in the last cup compared to us, and like we did not study a single time.
You can't just include yourself in the us.
Bro, you can't say
can't
us.
just be us when it's just.
No, it's fine, dude. It's fine. Solos did worse than me in the last cup. I'm fine. Like I'm not the last.
Wait, what?
You got 18th, bro. I got 17th. That's pretty good.
Bro, what happened this cup? You got 30 seconds.
No, don't worry about that one. I got gold
on each other.
to open, all right? It's fine. It's fine.
DQA, like, let me ask you first. If you had to name the 3 best players, who would you say it is?
Dish Soap, Setsuko.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Milk.
Honestly, 3rd is kind of hard. I won't even lie. I kind of think Robin is better than Milk, but
Okay, that's how you know you don't play the game.
Low key, I
Overwhelming
thought the
force.
third was Precedent. It's not even Milk or Robin.
That's my guy right there.
Who's team are you on, Solus?
yeah.
Oh, I mean,
Robin's traveling the world partying. He has like women all over him. He's like rich.
I don't know about that. He has a girlfriend.
And even though he's in your group, there's no way, and you guys can defend that he has a 41% win rate in tournament.
And also, Phoenix games from the garage, by the way. Like, this guy has more qualifier points than like almost all of you guys.
I'm in a dorm room.
Bro, every single time I lose 200 LP, there's a new Twitter post.
Okay, that is kind of true. Oh,
oh, is that Robin?
President, you got rank 1 luck patch, right? And you call yourself Demon 1. President equals Yordle 1. Setsuko equals Yordle 2. Hyun equals took 10 sets off, super washed. Milk equals no stats, no good. Soju, Soju, you don't have to say. I don't think we have to say anything about Soju. It's Soju. And then Setsuko, he was good, but now he became an influencer. Honestly, he
won the
no. Who else is in your study group?
Phoenix, garage guy.
Yeah, you guys are getting cleared. Dude, none of us prepped last tournament. Yeah.
I mean, whose fault is that? Like, it's
Right?
your fault.
Yeah, because we don't need to prep because we already did good.
Well,
in the first
you
tournament.
clearly you need to prep because you guys got straight up cleared.
We do need to prep, but we didn't prep. And we still did pretty good.
oh, I don't know if you guys are pretty.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, wait, hold on.
They still did pretty good. I hope that they prepped for this one because I feel like there's a lot on the line for the mid-set finale. But they still did pretty good, wouldn't you say?
I mean, I just want the quote there, like on one of those posters that you put on one of your office walls.
Yes. I feel like we have to. Mort, can you make that happen? Can we get a bunch of posters printed to send to all of the people that play?
I mean, I'm down. That's a very motivational poster there, right up there with the old Scara. Until they were losing, they were winning, or whatever one. That's a great quote there. So bravo, Robin.
Just make it a battlefield with a quote right across it. That's what I want.
Oh man, yeah, I can't wait to see how this event is going to go for them, but also for everybody else that's competing at the mid-set finale. I feel like when you take a look at these study groups, it's always so tough to tell who's going to end up coming out on top, right, Mort? Because you have kind of these two mega study groups, but you also have some of these smaller study groups that are also fighting along those lines. And so what do you think is going to win here, like a big dog or an underdog?
It really depends on their read on the meta. If a big study group has a great read on the meta, that transfers, they learn that really well, they learn pretty quick. But as soon as their read is off even a little, that can send them down the wrong path and put them on the wrong trail. And that's a great time for somebody off on the side who's figured something out, like maybe an Appies, to come in and win it all. So I'm really interested to see, and I think we'll get a good read after like a game or two.
I'm so excited because it feels like there has been a ton of different compositional diversities that we have been able to see even just from in-houses and also leading up to this event. But I can't wait to see what's going to happen either. And I want to know your take, Admirable. Is it a big dog or is it an underdog?
Well, it's kind of tough to say in these ones because the competition just continues to grow tougher and tougher. Like, even when you look at the best players and the players who are right below them, like this top 25 kind of spot, there's still pretty distinct lines within that, but my gosh, are they tough groups that are coming into this. The players keep trying to get more and more edges as they continue to build through this, and they form more study groups. But it's not just the two that we saw. There's more than that are coming into this. Players that are building more partnerships, that are trying to find more information. And so I did some of my own research to look a little bit further and see how this was going. And we have the two major study groups that we talked about in the top left and in the top right. Brutal study groups. You do not want to have these players in your lobby unless you're just looking to have a little bit of fun. But if you look in the top center, this was another one that had formed for this one that had Replay in here, and T-Lides, who was studying just with Replay in that group, not the entire group that was there. You look at the bottom half of this, and this is where some of the more rogue players were coming in. Maybe they practiced with players, but they weren't in this event. And then we have Spicy Appies and Covanel off to the bottom right that I have circled over in that spot. These are just absolutely incredible players who, even though despite the fact that they're competing with each other, they're gathering more information to find even more of an edge. But I don't necessarily think it's just about that. And so if it's not just about the information, what is it? And what I think the answer is here is pretty obvious when you start looking into it. It's Dish Soap's LP. Dish Soap's LP, I think, is the centerpiece of everything that is happening. And when you think about that, it sounds a little bit wacky, but when you start looking into the correlation that's here, I have a lot that supports this idea. For instance, you take a look back at set number 3 where KC61 was able to win the championship for that. Europe was able to win a championship. Think about that for a second. Well, of course Europe was able to win. Look at Dish Soap's LP at this time. Dish Soap's LP is sitting at Diamond 140 LP. This is thousands below where his LP is sitting at. He's not climbing, nothing's good happening, but that's in the past. You have to take a look at this point and see what's going on. For instance, May 30th, Riot announced the first TFT Global LAN tournament. This is a major deal for TFT, possibly one of the most important things that's happened. So what else happened on May 30th? Well, of course, Dish Soap's LP is climbing on this. It's not really much of a surprise. He's climbing, great things are happening. When he's not climbing, bad things are happening. But this isn't just happening in TFT. It goes even further than that. For instance, on June 27th of this year, Pompeii archaeologist discovered pizza. Does anybody else has a guess on what happened on June 27th?
Let me guess. Dish Soap's LP?
That's right, Dish Soap's LP was climbing on June 26th to June 27th. Of course, something very positive there happened. Just like Mortdog said, Dish Soap basically invented pizza. And so with that, I've concluded that Dish Soap's LP is the epicenter of things in the universe. But now, he's competing in this event. He can't climb an LP anymore. So what actually happens? Is the universe in stasis? Is it chaotic? I don't actually know. But as Dish Soap's LP can't climb, what actually happens? And that's what the mid-set finale is here for, to find out.
Thank you, Admirable. I feel like you made a very strong case of, okay, is it Dish Soap's LP peak that's going to mean that we get the best competition ever at the mid-set finale? And I feel like I have another point to back that up. Well, did you know that Moroccan scientists on August 23rd actually discovered primitive cousins of the T-Rex?
Oh.
Mort, can you get what happened that day?
I'm guessing Dish Soap's LP went up.
Okay, not quite, but if it's maybe something a little bit better than that. the Dish Soap LP was enough at that snapshot to actually get Dish Soap a spot at the NA Regional Finals already, which is honestly kind of exciting, right?
It all correlates.
It's all coming together. That's what my presentation. That was my presentation takeaway from
Just
that.
got to do your own
I
research.
just wanted to let you know.
Perfect.
Hey, but it's really exciting because it's not just Dish Soap. We also have Goobums that's going to be in this lobby, as well as, of course, our interviewee from earlier, Subzero Ark. And Mort, when you take a look across the board for the lobby that we're going to be going to for Lobby A for our first game, what are kind of your big takeaways from the players that we have in this one in particular?
Yeah, I think Setsuko and Subzero, coming off their really strong performances last tournament, are going to be clear favorites coming into this. Dish Soap really trying to prove if he's up for that hype. Goobum's also kind of trying to come back from that redemption arc and show that he's not maybe as washed. His LP's been really high on ladder. Can he perform really well? And then same with Kiyun, actually. Kiyun trying to kind of prove he's part of that study group and really can perform. He's coming in hot with that Aphelios comp. Will that carry him to victory, or will it be too contested? Kind of have to see. And so there's a lot of big stories here, and right away game one's going to set the pace for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what happens from here. Maybe a player can take that momentum and snowball it through the rest of the weekend as well. So excited to be able to have both of you here with us for the mid-set. I can't wait to hear what you all have to say about this first game because, hey, guess what? That first game is coming up pretty fast, and I cannot wait to see how this mid-set finale is going to kick off. But, hey, let's get this party started, shall we? Admirable and Mortdog, take it away.
This is it. This is the last mid-set that we're going to get. Like, this is the one. This is the major tournament for North America right now, and it's the last one of the mid-set finales.
Yeah,
Holy smokes.
Right away, you're looking at these portal choices, and interestingly enough, there are 6 people in House Light Shield. We may start off with a House Light Shield game. That's the one with the unique item that makes it... Oh, but nope, we get University instead. Dish Soap pushing it away, and so that is going to be a prismatic start, which is really important when you look at the legends. If you look at the legends on the side here, I think Kiyun now kind of at a disadvantage with that Ornn with one of the weaker prismatics, whereas, as well as Setsuko, it looks like playing Ezreal, whereas somebody who's playing the Yi legend, for example, is going to have something they're really comfortable with that pumping up 3. And so this is going to be a really big thing to look at those legend choices.
Yeah, I think that this is something that's really unusual to have to tie into it, is that all of these different regions can affect your legend choice as well. You know, that was something that it took me, I'd say, a couple weeks before I was like, well, hey, wait a second, which one are people choosing the most, and what legend do I want to choose accordingly with that? You know, that didn't really, I think, come to fruition until the last few patches where we saw legends, I think, really smooth out, and there's the selections are all over the place for this one. But that's like a tactical choice from Dish Soap here, is leaning towards an opening prismatic because he has a legend suited for it.
All right, well, I'm getting word that the legends on the screen aren't quite right, so we'll have to see what legend everyone gets. That'll change some things. Definitely changes who's got the advantage and disadvantage here. You know, we imagine Subzero, for example, playing Caitlyn, so we'll get that fixed for you in just a second. But in the meantime, again, it's still going to matter, you know, those prismatics, what they can get, and who's going to get a great start. Looking at Subzero here, he's already got a Jhin 2, which is great if he's playing that Caitlyn. Although, again, we know he's not going to get that gold augment that he talked about that he really likes about the Caitlyn here. So he's a really good example of a player who's probably at a disadvantage right now.
Yeah, he mentioned, right, in the interview at the start that basically Caitlyn's only augment was the 2-1 gold. And everything else is you roll it and you hope for the best. I mean, I can't imagine a world where you're not taking a Jhin 2 here. I mean, you could open, like, I know that you can't open this, but if you opened Rod, I feel like it'd still take Jhin 2 here.
Yeah, for sure. And so now we've got the legends updated. And so now looking at it, people like Kiyun, Setsuko are in a really good spot. Casper. And we'll get a look at what Subzero takes here. Starter kit, that Caitlyn augment. Social distancing, which is great later, but not as good early. Challenger crown can give some direction. You can play that around Callista. Is going to go ahead and re-roll that starter kit. Living Forge, not another popular prismatic option here. I feel like Challenger crown could lock that direction pretty early, but that does lock you. So we might just see a social distancing play. Re-rolls it instead. goes with the Challenger crown and sort of making that position very clear here. And Challenger has been a great go-to comp to play. He's also got an Aurelia in the shop, so this should be a decent position with those 2 Callistas.
Yeah, I definitely think that most players are not wanting to like force Challenger at the start of the game, but there are times where you don't really have an option, and I feel like this is definitely one of those times. You started out with a pair of Callistas, you have a Challenger crest that was, I think, your most viable augment at the start, and your items aren't too bad for it. You have some items that are suited for a Kaisa here, and you also have some items that are suited for Yasuo here. Already starting off with a strong Yasuo item on a Bloodthirster. I think for Subzero Ark, after hearing about how much he likes to play for tempo, that this is a pretty good start that I think he's comfortable with.
Yeah, I think it's a decent start, and we're going to start getting a look at some of the other prismatics that were chosen. We saw Casper with that Sorcerer, being able to get that +1 Sorcerer, which can allow the potential to go 8, especially if you can get another one. Kyun playing that pumping up that we would expect him to take. We also see a built different here, which is really interesting. And so if we know Kyun and his game plan here, he's probably going to try to lose as much as he can, preserve as much health, and get to that late game where pumping up is strong. And now we have a look at some of the augments here. Setsuko, we'll have to see what emblems he got out of that. Dish Soap and Sub-Zero competing with each other for Challenger, which will also be interesting. And Cambuli actually taking the Bard one, which is not a popular option.
Yeah, I saw T-Lide's on, built different as well. It's all right. Let me ask you a question about the tomes. Right, Setsuko took tomes in this one. Are you an early tome crack guy, or are you a wait and tailor your board tome crack guy?
Yeah, so if I'm playing the Earth Legend, I will try on 1/4 to make sure I have 6 traits in for something that can be something I play. This is where Teemo can be really good, because Teemo will allow you to get the Yordle and Multicaster, both of which don't have an emblem, so it increases your chances. And then try to pop it on 2/1 so that you're getting that power of your augment much earlier. And you can see on the other side, it looks like Setsuko has popped one of them, so we'll see what the other one is. But you don't really want to let a Prismatic sit there and be down in power. And speaking of which, Setsuko does have a Piltover start and has managed 1 loss with it. So this is a pretty good start here. Actually had, some good units here. Has the Shadow Isles as well, so managed to find Echo and Jace. This is a bit of a high roll here.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see where this line goes as well. Setsuko's hanging on to this other tome. I'm certain he's having thoughts about everything that's always going on, because if you've ever watched Setsuko play the game and you've ever looked at the numbers here, this guy is just unbelievable at finding ways to win the game. He has more first place finishes, it feels like, on ladder than just about anyone I have ever seen. And you look at the rest of his placements and they're pretty evenly spread out. It's a high number of top 4 finishes, and then you look at the first and you're like, something's got to be wrong here. How could you finish first this many times? And something else I'm liking is you look above the player camera at the bottom right, seeing the average placement in events, and that's a lovely number to see, because it's giving you an idea of how well they're doing, not even just on ladder, in tournaments, to get to points like these. Like, this is the mid-set finale. This is the best of the best competition that you're seeing in North America.
Yeah. One of the things I want to call out, though, is that Setsuko is playing Piltover, and we saw it have a lot of success in the last tournament. But since then, 2 big things have changed. The first is that Piltover did get a slight nerf at the 7, 8, and 9 lost cash-outs, which is a little bit. But the bigger thing is that there's a lot of people now, people like Hyun and Milk, who are much more comfortable playing Lost Streak early and going full open to try to get into that Aphelios line, which makes it very hard to reach those high losses that Piltover was getting in our last tournament. And so if Setsuko runs into someone like Kyun, that'll be an interesting matchup to see what happens and if he can continue that loss streak, because Piltover isn't really amazingly strong unless you can reach that 7+ loss number.
Yeah, it's a good point to make on this one. Goobum's getting a look at their board right now and going to 5 pretty much right away for this one. Social distancing, you mentioned it, that it's not super good early on, much better late, but I would say that when you have these Sorcerer Void starts with social distancing and you have a Sunfire in your front line, you're feeling okay about it.
Yeah, this definitely feels pretty good. The Swain with the Sunfire will do a lot, and the Void 3 early gives you that extra unit, which is just a lot of effective health that you have to burn through. Up against Dish Soap, though, with this Challenger Jin that can really dish out the damage, pun intended, of course. Ooh. And so I think this is going to be a loss for Goobums, which is a bit unfortunate, but Dish Soap's going to be really happy here, hitting him for a full 8 damage here, and good win for Dish Soap to preserve that win streak.
So Goob himself to 20 right away when that happened as well. If you're not putting together a win streak, it's time to put together some gold. Dish Soap saw that in a big win streak with 0 gold.
Wow.
Ranked up in that one. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it might be if Dishop's trying to play, buying the units. He could be one of those players that fidgets a little bit here.
He definitely is.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it though to preserve the streak here. It's really going to come down to his matchup with Casper, who has 29 gold and played that Earth. So we'll have to see. The built different can be really strong. I think that he was the built diff player. I might have that mixed up, but either way, we want to see who gets to continue that win streak here. And so Dishop does get an easier matchup here, so we might have 2 win streakers going into Krugs.
Yeah, Casper, I think, is a player that I'm very interested in to see with this last B patch that's come into place. I don't think it really changed too much. I think it really balanced out a couple things that are in this one, as he's going to take a loss in this. I think that Casper Wu is a player who typically is going to do stronger like in reroll metas or in patches that like really shake things up a ton in this one. And qualifying for this set, I'd say, pretty recently is maybe something that's going to give him a bit of a benefit. But, in this kind of tournament where the meta is a little bit more set, something I have my eye on for Casper Wu. How can he perform against, players of this caliber in a lobby like this? So that's another player I have my eye on this one as we go to Cambuli's board. And it's another, pair of Kallistas here. This is definitely like a high challenged unit that players really want to pick up early to not only carry items, but to consider playing as like their main composition.
Yeah, for sure. Callista can definitely do really well into some of the stronger matchups here. The other thing to call out is he's got this Bard augment, and this one is really good because it scales as you level up. At level 7, you're going to get your Radiant items, so the fact he's only down to 76 while being down sort of that much power is a really good spot to be in, assuming he can get the items he's looking for. These aren't really good. You're hoping to find at least maybe 1 bow, but he does have a bunch more items coming from that augment later, so we would expect him to spike pretty hard. And so hitting that 5 loss streak here, giving him some pretty good econ, he should be actually in a good spot.
This is one that I feel like they got pretty heavily changed as the time went on as well. And even since that point, I feel like I have never actually seen this augment taken.
Yeah, people have started to figure out that it works really well once you can get the Radiant at 7. So what I expect to see is maybe a 3-5 roll down, spike to 7, figure out what your Radiant item is, and then build around that based on your roll down. And so that can be a really good way, because it was way too hard to hit level 8 beforehand. Going up against Goobums here, who we've talked about before, has that Void Start, that Swain. Not a lot of 2-star units, though, and not a ton of damage. So the Callista and the Challenger could ramp up and be able to burn through this Swain and get a win here, I think.
Notice that Goobum's got a spatula on the bench as well. Something to keep your eye on for this one. A lot of gold in the lobby, too. You take a look at the sidebar. Dishop's really the only player that doesn't have a lot of gold, but Dishop's already gone to level 6 to push this win streak, and that's how he tends to get his gold back, putting a little bit more pressure on players, which I think is great for a prismatic start. It's not going to give everyone as much time to find it. Goobum's taken I'd say a pretty good loss, all things considered, but not necessarily the loss you're looking for here. Silver Augment as well. And so Silver Augments, they're not the most powerful ones, but I feel like the divide on how good the top Silver Augments are versus how rough the bottom ones are is really large.
Yeah, there's some situations that can arise from a Prismatic into Silver. For example, if our Sorcerer player manages to find Sorcerer Heart, that can be a really big swing here. And so now we see Cambly go to level 6. That's going to give him his full item from his augment. He does manage to get a Ginsu's out of it, so that solves his bow problems. And again, that's kind of exactly what he was hoping for here. Also has Pandora's Bench, which will allow him to, if he can get some lucky rolls on this Pandora's Bench, maybe hit those 2-star or even 3-star units much quicker. And you can see here, he buys the 3-star units, hoping to roll these into things like the Callista, and we might just be seeing a Callista carry line from here.
Yeah, it's just a different way to keep rolling every single round until you find what you need. But my gosh, what a brutal board to be facing from Dishop's side on this one. The Unified to really toughen this board up as well. There's a lot of backline damage combined with just more natural frontline. Dishop is one of those players right now that's looking kind of undefeatable given the rest of the power level in the lobby at the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely showing how he can play around that Challenger Jhin and showing how strong it is, but it is going to fall off in about 2 stages here, right around 3-5 when people spike, so we'll have to see. Setsuko, on the other hand, though, we talked about getting that big loss streak number. I believe that was his 6th loss with Piltover in. 47 health, not a terrible spot to be in. And so we're getting a look at the augments here. Nothing too crazy. We didn't get to see the Sorcerer Heart here. Goobum's, I think, the big winner here with the Jeweled Lotus. That Jeweled Lotus can put a lot of power onto your main carry. So that can be a really strong augment. Cambly with that Pandora's Bench. If that can roll some big champions that he needs, that can be another strong one. But otherwise, the rest look like pretty solid standard silver picks.
Yeah, nothing that's really stand out as like this is the one they were hunting for, but no one I feel like stuck with something they don't want. And honestly, the build different here. These boards are always so interesting because it feels like there's a lot of ways to really put these together, but not a lot of ways to really cap them off.
Yeah, it takes some real good, strong 4-cost setup, and right now the 4-costs are really contested with a lot of the other builds. So build different can do very well. It's getting to that point, though, where you've got the gold and the items to play around those 4-cost carries, and can you hit? And so now as we go into the carousel, 3-5 is such a pivotal stage nowadays, right? This is where Setsuko might be looking to cash out. This is where other players are looking to maybe do their roll down to start coming back and stop bleeding out health. And we can start to see the lobby swing their health based on how that goes. Also interesting to talk about is Kyun, I think, has evolved his style of play here. He's definitely picking those predictable augments, but he's nowhere near as low of health as we saw in some of the early scrims, as he's figured out how to play some of that Invoker of Felios. And so we'll have to see if he can convert that into a stronger finish.
Yeah, I'd say that like in the early days of competition, Kyun was able to use the style that Kyun played very easily. Of just, you know, build up a ton of gold, let it rip at 3-5, put together a strong team, and then outpace the rest of the lobby. And since the competition's gotten so much stiffer since then, he's had to figure out new lines of play. Really interested to see where he takes that one's going on here. But Setsuko now has said, this is the time. Let's get some pieces moving at this point. And so going to 3-5, going to 7, and then rolling this down quite a bit here. I'd say that with the Shadow Isles augment, it's really spelling out how much of this team he wants to put together and how.
Yep.
But he's got to do it in time at this point. He's down to not a lot of 38 health at this point.
Ooh. So
again,
the
this
good
is a
news
prismatic
is,
lobby.
Yeah, the good news is you look at his opponent, it's basically all 1-star champions. This might be the cash out he was looking for. He slams the items, maybe trying to go, okay, seeing this matchup, I may as well get it here. So this isn't going to be the biggest cash out we've seen. It's only a 6 loss, I believe. But it is going to give him a bunch to maybe spike back up. And then, yeah, with that Shadow Isles emblem, I think we maybe see something like that Kaisa get played around, which is why you saw like the Guard Breaker slam. And so we could see a potential 6 Shadow Isles comp, which can get very strong. And so he's going to get an item anvil, some gold, 2 item anvils. So that is a big spike of power, but not a lot to roll down with. And the other thing is he's got a Ginsu's, which isn't particularly great for any Shadow Isles builds other than the Senna, which he might be a ways off. Goes with the Ionic Spark to help get some of that shred when he gets that Gwen going. But I do think we'll see something like that. Shroud could also be really valuable here. Goes with the Giant Slayer. That's a great choice. And so will these items be enough to keep him healthy? Because now he's kind of got to build that gold back up until he can find that Gwen.
Which is always interesting to watch Setsuko play, because I feel like one of the toughest times I see players having is when they just have an enormous amount of resources and don't know what to do with them. But when you watch Setsuko with an enormous amount of resources, it is just like watching an artist paint. Like, he does it so quickly and so cleanly, and if he makes a tiny error, he beats himself up over it. And I'm like, man, this is one of the best play turns I've ever seen in my life. You need to settle down. He's just so good at playing with an unbelievable amount of resources. It's like the one player that you don't want to have that resource, and Piltover is definitely one of the ways to put it together. Can't believe this board now. Get a look at the Radiant that you're going to get from that 2-1 augment.
Yeah, so the Radiants here, you know, if you hadn't taken the Ginsu's earlier, the Radiant Ginsu's would have been strong here. The other choice is not particularly strong here. Zephyr is okay. Quicksilver, not particularly popular. Chalice and Dragon's Will, also not popular. I almost think you go Zephyr here, and sure enough, he does end up going with the Zephyr here. It's going to allow him to take down a key carry for 10 seconds and give his team some extra attack speed. Trying to roll for some of these stronger champions here. Does finally get his Callista 2, which is a big spike. And so we'll have to see. On the other side, we're seeing Kyun trying to do his roll down, find those Aphelioses that we know he's really favoring right now. And again, this is 3-5 and 4-1 right now. Feel like the most pivotal stages in this meta, where people try to establish their boards, establish their directions, get ready for that 4-2 augment, and set themselves up for success for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we saw him change the directions a little bit there, too. I mean, a lot of the Aphelios overlap is with a lot of lines that are going to utilize Azir as well. For Camp Bully, though, I'm feeling a little bit of heat from this Caretaker's only providing the Zephyr as the best Radiant that you get from this. There's so many good Radiants available, and it felt like almost the entire thing was utility, except for the Ginsu's was actually pointed out. Ginsu's is already built.
Yeah, so definitely a bit of a low roll there. But again, I think if the Zephyr is well played, it can work out well. The problem is he just doesn't have enough damage. These Callista items on a Callista 2 with only 2 Challenger active just really isn't enough here. And we look at these augments. These are not the augments you'd want to see, right? I imagine well-earned comforts and return on investment are going to be instantly re-rolled. He doesn't have time to build those up. Haunted Shell, also not really the direction he's looking for here. Defensive Dash can work, but again, for Callista, that's not particularly amazing here, so he might be stuck with well-earned comforts, and that's not the kind of augment you really want to end on for a strong one. The 4-2 Legend augment just feels a little weaker than most other augments.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I can't imagine that Kimberly's looking for a first-place finish at this. You know, you're trying to grasp at anything you can take here. Like, if you went from this spot to 6th, I think you have to be pretty happy about this. The lobby's healthy. Players look like they're strong and have good resources for it. Setsuko gets another Shadow Isles emblem.
So,
like, this is like a very mediocre spot, I feel like, from everything that Kambuli had offered.
Yeah, agree. And I do want to call out that Setsuko played that brilliantly, right? He popped one of his tomes to get direction, played around Piltover and lost streaked around it, knowing that he didn't need the power from the other tome, maximized how many traits were active to get as many potential rolls as possible, and then got himself that second Shadow Isles emblem, which means now he can hit 6 without even having to run Viego. This is where Shadow Isles can be some of the most powerful comps in the game, and so it's a question of will the 38 health and resources he had be enough to turn that on? If he does, that could be a first place, because we've seen 6 Shadow Isles be so good.
I mean, look, how is he level 8? Where does this gold come from? I don't understand how he gets so much gold.
I mean, I think he saved up and did that well, but yeah, being level 8 here is really good. It's just a question of when's he going to pivot, right? He still doesn't have a Gwen. He's got the Kaisa, but it's a Kaisa 1. You know, you look at these items, and these are really good items across the board. He's just looking for those units to pivot this into that strong Shadow Isles board. 4 Shadow Isles can be okay, and I like that he's using the Zeri as an item holder. And this just shows his skill level, right? He understands where his strengths are, what the strongest board is, and what he can do to make it work. Is going to get Radiant Zephyred here up against, you know, Casper like we saw, or Kambili, excuse me, but otherwise actually still looking pretty strong here with the items, the fact he's up so many items, he's got that T-Hex helping him out. I imagine this is still a win.
He's just got too much. I'm telling you, Setsuko is the player you do not want to give too many resources to. He understands how to put them together, how to utilize them at the end, and how to just absolutely have no fear whatsoever when he's in the tough situations. I have high hopes for Setsuko and high expectations at this point as well. Kiyun down to 27 as well. Can't believe he's in at 10. This feels like a very important carousel for a lot of players, and I'm seeing some very interesting units, but it feels like players are kind of skating on what items they want to take for this.
Yeah, looking at the items and the augments, there's some interesting things to call out here. Goobums did manage to get another Sorcerer emblem from that library card, and that's going to allow him to reach that 6 and 8 much earlier. People always talk about if you can get Sorcerer +2, that's when it really elevates and can be incredibly strong. We're looking at Casper here, who has a very strong Lux, and this is a great setup, but usually this kind of setup starts to fall off around stage 5, because Lux being single target without the extra DPS support of someone like Azir can really struggle, and then Swain also starts to get bursted down, so this is a board that does really well in this stage, but needs to get elevated with something like an RE later. And then the other interesting story was Kiyun, we saw, didn't really hit the Aphelios. He has all the augments that he's known for right now, but was playing around an Azir instead. And so right now on a 4-game loss streak, is this a new line he's learned, or is this him trying to adapt to the fact that he just didn't hit his Aphelios?
I think this is a lot of things coming into play all at once, and power level of the lobby and competition and strength of the lobby maybe playing a bit of a role here. For Casper, you know, again, this is another player I had really high hopes for, because they were sitting on the plus Sorcerer. When you have the additional Sorcerers, this is really when the composition shines, but the items here for Casper I feel like have not been it. There's 2 additional swords in there, there's 2 more cloaks. Like, after you have your front line built up, you kind of want, some additional damage items in there. When you just have swords and cloaks afterwards, that is not the kind of damage Sorcerer needs.
Yeah, for sure. And Kambili, unfortunately, that Zephyr was not what he was looking for, out in 8th place. Kiyun trying to play around this Azir Lux line, and this line can do really well, but I look at these augment choices and I'm like, I don't know that this is the line he was planning for. This feels like a kind of a rough adaptation based on something, you know, he was not able to hit. He's level 7, 0 gold, has definitely had to roll down a lot here, and this might be a 7th place. And you can see on the other side, there's that Aphelios he was hoping for. Interestingly enough, though, it's the built different Aphelios, which gets a ton of attack speed, but no Ginsus, so it won't ramp up nearly as high. But with built different, you don't really need the Ginsus. And so with these 3 offensive items, he's going to be able to tear through. And this is going to put Kyun at 1 life. This won't kill him, but he's definitely going to be struggling from here.
Yeah, I ended up looking at this board and I was like, wow, selling a pair of Jarvans to buy this and you're still locking. Is it worth, you know, helping to maybe just wait for the other 2? But like you said, just sitting at no health, you're hoping that everything you can do can make a difference on that one. So it sucks to have to sell a pair of Jarvans to still lock your shop afterwards. But again, just needed every little thing that you can get. And so Casper Wu now, still a lot of gold here for Casper as well. Still a lot to roll here as well. You know, I don't want to just completely count Casper out here completely. You know, we saw, I think, a pretty tough matchup with the augments being, I wouldn't call them the best augments in the world, and the items, I think, really the key factor, I think, that's really holding this back. You know, great frontline, great Lux items, not a great lot of the rest of it. So those, on the other hand, that's making a big difference.
Yeah, getting the tier here for another Sorcerer emblem. Again, I keep talking about the Sorcerer +2. Some other call-outs here. Subzero Ark on a 10-round win streak. We'll have to take a look at his board at some point, but being on a 10 that win streak at this point is really, really strong. And then board strength. We've also got the UI on the right side that shows, you know, kind of like the board strength and the value of the board. And Kyun is definitely one of the higher ones right now, but will that be enough to keep him alive? And so you get a look there. We see Casper with 66, Kyun with 61. But again, will that be enough to save Kyun, who's now down to his last life?
Yeah, that's a really cool feature that we're seeing added in this one. Casper's got to start thinking quick here as well. How do these items want to come up? Going to settle on Zephyr, the Giant Slayer. Yeah, I think this is like the only thing that you had left if you wanted to build yourself a Sorcerer Spatula. So now just one piece missing for that one. I'm guessing it's, what is that unit's name? The 5 gold one that murders everything?
Ari? Any of them?
Yeah, that's the one. The one that murders everything.
Yeah.
We lost to Kyun here. Kyun really able to put this together as well. It was just a couple. I mean, the biggest thing missing from Kyun's board at that point was units. That was like the thing missing, and then able to 2-star a ton of them. I feel like that really came together. So now this is Sub-Zero's board that we hadn't really got a chance to see in full motion. We just saw it against competitors. 8 Challenger, and these items are no joke for what started out here. This is a very powerful board.
Yeah, the fact that he got the Challenger Heart, I should have caught that earlier, that's really, really strong. So he's got +2 Challenger. That's going to give all those Challengers a ton of attack speed, and it's going to allow Heimerdinger. A lot of people don't know, but Heimerdinger scales really well with attack speed because every 3 attacks, his turret fires that bonus shot. And so that's going to make Heimerdinger really good here. And then Know Your Enemy is just going to also propel that extra damage amplification here. And so the combination of everything, really the biggest weakness right now is the fact that Yasuo and Kaisa only have 1 item. It's a Kaisa 1. But otherwise, he's still on an 11-game win streak, and this Kalista is just wrecking through things. Kalista's been very dominant in, like, the EU scene, for example. And so Sub-Zero coming in with that knowledge that Kalista can be a really strong mid-game carry is playing that. And unfortunately, we do see Kyun go out in 7th place.
Yeah, I think the lobby's just too tough. I mean, there's so many key things that everyone in the lobby has right now. If you don't have all your key things, I feel like you're just going to kind of get knocked down. And I think that was a good point you made about Subzero Ark as well, with Heimerdinger being like the premier 8th challenger. It is so powerful because of, like you said, you hit 1 Heimerdinger and you get to put 18 more gold into power on your board, which is fueled by attack speed. It is just the absolute best thing you could do with that unit, it feels like.
So unfortunately, Goobum's had all the right augments, all the right items. Unfortunately, couldn't really 2-star anything on his board. You know, running a 1-star Lux, 1-star Ari, and you can just see the challengers, they love that low HP. They eat that up for breakfast, and that will be just destruction. Goobum's going out in 6th. And so now it's like, can Setsuko stabilize? We saw that Shadow Isles, but did he ever find that Gwen? Did he ever find anything to get this going? And you look at these traits, and it looks like not really.
I feel like Setsuko had stabilized quite a bit, and I feel like almost all the damage they've taken has been to Subzero Ark.
Yeah, it's possible, but you know, with those 2 Shadow Isle emblems, I was definitely expecting something like a 6 Shadow Isles build, which we know is very strong, but it seems like he's just been struggling to find like the Gwen or anything. He's got a Gwen 1 with a Shroud on it. He's still playing around that Zeri, which means those emblems are kind of being wasted for the most part. So this just feels like he didn't quite hit what he was looking for. Yeah, and so now he's out of gold, trying to stay alive here. You know, would hope for a Scion, something like that. At least has the Heimerdinger for that Shrink Ray to give him that shred. But overall, this still feels like a bit of a low roll for what he was hoping for. Yeah, you can see he even sells the Gwen to try to move the Shroud again, just trying to stay alive, buy as much time for this Zeri as he can here. And it does feel like this is going to come down to matchup. Can he turn this into a top 4? And right now, Subzero and Toledes is definitely dominating right now. So
there's like a bit of a break here too. Is this the Ghost?
Yeah.
Yeah. When your +2 is purely your Shadow Isle spatulas, I definitely feel like the game didn't go the direction you were hoping it was going. But sometimes it doesn't call for it. You know, you find all of the right things for something else. You know, don't force the spot. Just go the direction the game is going to give you at that point.
Yeah, and this is going to be one where it comes down to those matchups, right? Can you get some favorable matchups? Casper definitely losing the round here, Setsuko winning. So if he can just get one more good matchup, he can turn this into a top 4. But look at that top 2 right now. A 14-round win streak and an 8-round win streak. This is one of those ones I get DMs about where it's like, what's going on with the matchmaking? Why have these two not fought each other? What is going on? But right now, they've got to be very happy with it because they're sitting very pretty with a ton of health, a decent amount of gold, and a pretty strong board.
So that's what it means to slide into somebody's DMs like that. I know I thought it sounded pretty fun, but I didn't know you just complained about stuff in there. Casper Wu needs a critical matchup in this one. This is fighting for the top 4 right now. Setsuko at 12, Casper Wu at 4, and I think that Casper Wu might have gotten his toughest matchup.
Yep, definitely not the most ideal matchup. And again, this is what I was talking about, where Lux just doesn't quite output the damage to deal with this. Yasuo just deleting that. And so, unless you get a miracle cast here, which it doesn't look like is happening. Oh, wait, he got it.
So the big one here is the Jarvan was actually fighting against the turret in the back row. And with the help of all the splash damage, it picked off the turret in the back. But Setsuko and Casper Wu both get wins in this round right now. So none of them get eliminated as we're going into stage 6.
We got a real match here. This is good.
My gosh.
Yeah, I love the built different board here, by the way. This is really strong. Both Gwen and Aphelios doing well. Heimer really strong. You've got the 2-star Shen. Really the only thing lacking here is the fact that we don't have any tank items for like Shen or Nasus to stay alive with. But overall, this is still a great front line.
Maybe that'll change in this upcoming pre-draft. Kill this dragon, find something cool.
If anything, maybe you find like the Jarvan 2, which will give you that longer stun and something there. But yeah, looking at these items, unfortunately, you can't even use the Locket to buy frontline. You can't use the Zeeks because of that.
Oh yeah, the Locket change.
Well, it's not just that, but with his augment, he can't group up like that. So
yeah, that's what I mean. The Locket change makes it where it doesn't touch the 2 adjacent or the 2 unit.
Oh yeah, yeah. So unfortunately, he's going to have to play with something else here. Buys the Senna, but that does mean he would lose built different on Gwen, decides that's not the right choice. I like the play here of 2 Jarvans. I think that's correct. Ginsu's on Heimer is just going to make that attack faster. And so this is going to come down to can Zeri burn through quick enough in this particular matchup. Does get the Zephyr on the Zeri, though, so that's pretty bad for Setsuko.
Casper's matchup here. You need some big hits in this one, and right now it does not look like Setsuko's pulling together the damage for this one, but the front line from Casper about to fall down. It does.
Yep.
And now the burst damage is not there for Casper Wu. And so he's going to fall to Setsuko in this one, and that's going to seal our top 4 at this point, because there's no way Dish Soap's taking 26 damage if he loses that round. So your top 4 is secured. Setsuko, Dish Soap, Subzero Ark, and T-Lides. And now the top 2 still standing out by a considerable margin in this one, because Setsuko and Dish Soap spending all of their gold to make sure they secure top 4 spots.
Yeah, I know this is sort of stating the obvious considering Sub-Zero was on a 14-round win streak. But if you look, the fact that he's level 8, 55 gold, he's probably going to be able to go to 9, spike his board a lot harder than everybody else here. So I still imagine he's kind of the favorite to win the lobby. You know, so really it's about Setsuko. I think Setsuko's goal here is try to get a 3rd place, right? This is the matchup for 3rd place. Lands a decent Shroud to slow down the Kaisa. It's going to come down to can the Yasuo maybe get on that Zeri, or does that Zeri go uncontested and apply just tons of backline damage? And yeah, the Challenger's really struggling to get through this front line that Setsuko's established. Everything's looking good, and Zeri's able to burn everything down, and so this is probably going to be the end of Dish Soap in 4th. And
that's
there
a
it
lot
is.
of
Yep.
units. That is a hefty loss that's being taken there. You know, I'm kind of curious about Subzero Ark and the level 8 versus the 3-star chase. You know, I feel like that's been one of the biggest differences I've seen in this particular set versus others, is that players have noticed that the amount of resource increases that you get from the regions that come up, as well as the augments that allow you to just put together so many resources, as well as just players learning about the game more and understanding when and how to save resources, that chasing down a 3-star 4 cost is not like an unreasonable thing. And I feel like once you already have the board that Subzero Ark has put together, like, is it better to go for level 9 and add a unit? You have 8 challengers in already, or is it better to try and chase down a big unit?
Yeah, so the answer is it really depends on what you're playing. For example, Setsuko playing Zeri kind of uncontested, he could hit it, right? But if you're playing something like Gwen, which is a very popular unit that is very contested, the odds of you hitting that are pretty low. I think I agree that Subzero could, if he saw a bunch of Yasuos or Kaisas in the shop, that's another line that is fairly uncontested right now. So he could consider that angle, but it just comes down to, do you hit those, or do you take the guaranteed play, which is level up and put in something like a 2-star Scion, which can buy you so much time, or even like the 2-star Heimerdinger, which is just so much extra damage. And so I think right now, unless we see like 2 or 3 of those in his shop, Subzero going to 9 feels like the play for this particular situation.
Oh boy. Yeah, oh, he immediately sold the Yasuos. Yeah, this is going to 9.
Yeah, and so again, just something to buy a little extra health here. Puts in the, the Bastion here. It's going to switch around. So now we have, what did he put in? The Senna. The Senna's a good choice here.
Yeah.
Senna giving you that Shadow Isles, going to be able to cast, and then the extra attack speed from Redeemer, the extra shield. Senna's just been one of the best units to slap in any comp.
Yeah.
So will that Senna one be a big difference? We'll see.
About to mention, but just plus it's Senna. A very good one here. So seeing the build different in top 3 here. This is a tough one to put together. It requires you to get just a lot of stuff in play, as we're seeing 2 head-to-head matchups right now. Setsuko against the Ghost, though. Usually you're feeling a lot more comfortable against that one. So my eye is on the right. Callista, it's collapsed on as this front line just gets blown away by T-Lides and the built different composition. Social distancing plus built different plus unified is just a ton of extra numbers on the board. Setsuko actually losing to the Ghost board in this one as well. So this is heads up now. Subzero Ark versus T-Lides, and T-Lides has managed to just put together such a powerful built different team that no one's able to overpower the raw numbers available.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? If you look at his board, right, it's 4-cost Nasus, 4-cost Jarvan, Shen, another Jarvan, Gwen, and Aphelios, right? It's like all the 4 costs work really well together in a built different comp, and so once you can get there, it's very, very strong. The trick is getting there, but now that he's managed to hit it with that, strong win streak, he should be in a really good position, unless somebody gets a lucky snipe on this Aphelios, which right now does not seem to be happening.
Minor positioning difference in a Heimer 2. That's the biggest difference for this board from Subzero Ark. But the Kai'Sa's getting a bit focused there. A little bit extra time for shields. Not able to get that part done. Heimer still alive. The Callista's still alive too. Heimer 2 making a big difference here.
Yeah, the Heimer 2 with the 8 Challenger, because again, we can't underestimate the fact that this is an 8 Challenger Heimer. It is going to accelerate and get a ton of attack speed very quickly. I think, honestly, if he gets something like just a little bit of extra AP or attack speed, like a Giant Slayer even, would actually be really good on this Heimer. That could be a massive difference, that he no longer has to rely on like the Kai'Sa and Callista to do quite as much damage. Alternatively, if he just gets a 3rd item for this Yasuo, could get some key spikes there. Maybe something like an Infinity Edge or a Death Blade. So a lot of good choices there. We'll have to see what he ends up getting. And on the other side, I imagine we're looking for a tank item. So doesn't get anything amazing on the right side here, unfortunately.
You didn't think so? I thought the Warmogs was looking great here, because the front line is really where you're struggling for this one. So we have a Bloodthirster now with a Warmogs on your Yasuo here. That's a lot of extra shield that you get from this as well. I feel like this helps this composition a lot right now. I felt like it was Thieves' Gloves or it was frontline stuff, because the damage just feels like it's locked up.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Thieves' Gloves was the bigger gamble. Warmogs can make a difference. On Yasuo, that's not really ideal, but we'll have to see. Up against, again, this built different comp, though. It'll be really close here.
2 Shrouds can definitely make a difference here. Shen pulling out some shields, but the Scion makes it to the back. Scion to the back, if it can't beat stuff up, it's making a little bit of difference. But it does pull the Yasuo backwards. That focus making a difference here. Kai'Sa staying alive for a little bit longer here, but this is no help right now, I think T-Lides is feeling some heat in this one.
That's it.
Wow. Subzero Ark pulling a first place finish. Heimer 2 with 8 challenger. That's the big difference at the end.
Gosh, it's so exciting to get a chance to see a built different board just do so well in a game. How difficult really is that to be able to pull that off?
I wouldn't say it's like super difficult in the sense that once people have figured out that built different strong, like I said, there's a lot of forecasts that work really well with it. I think the big key here though was he found the Aphelios, he found that 2-star Shen, 2-star Jarvan, was able to play 2 of those, but also that he kind of knew to not build some of the trap items, right? He didn't build a Ginsu's, he built the 3 AD items to make sure that Aphelios could hit really hard. That got him through a lot of that mid game. It didn't quite carry at the end. But again, for a second place, that's great for that comp, and that's usually what you're looking for. It's not the most high roll thing, but a second place with built different 3 is great.
I feel like as well, after we got a chance to see some of the scrim results, our Leeds wasn't necessarily doing the best on that final day of scrims, so to be able to kind of come out here and have a nice performance for this game number 1, I hope would be a confidence booster heading into the rest of the day. But let's go ahead and talk about the win, because I feel like when you take a look at the Caitlyn, I mean, like, is this a Caitlyn diff now? Is this something that we actually need to start talking about?
Well, in this one, it wasn't a Caitlyn diff. He mentioned it during the interview at the start that the main feature of Caitlyn is 2-1 gold. That you get these extra 2-star units to start things off, so you get extra economy, so you can build that very quickly, and you also have extra power, so you can get both of the things you're looking for at the early stages of the game very quickly. Extra economy and extra win streak. That's the most powerful thing that you could possibly do in the game right now. And so without that, you are just rolling through the Caitlyn augments and hoping it's coming up. And this one, it was the augments making the big difference. Being able to pair together powerful augments right now is like, that's the future of the game, I feel like. We're bringing back augment stats at some point, and I'm very hopeful when it does, because it's going to make the game like 50 times easier for me. But pairing together the big augments, I think, is really what the big difference was for the top 2 in this lobby.
I feel like the story of this lobby that we'll actually have to keep an eye on is Kalista. Kalista's been pretty divisive as far as her power level. She got a buff in the last patch that was pretty controversial. I know a lot of EU players, like I mentioned briefly, really think Kalista is very, very strong, and some of the NA players hadn't had a great read on that. And it feels like a lot of the success we saw here was around that Kalista. And so will that be sort of the big thing we see shifting? Because a lot of the successful players this game were the ones hitting that Kalista very early. And so that to me is the thing I've got my eye on from here on out.
I would agree with that. I feel like there was some talk about maybe like Kalista reroll, like also being like very strong when you take a look at even just a couple of patches ago, but to see it still be able to make an impact here is quite exciting. Because I was going to ask you at the top of the day, like, is this patch going to actually have any influence in the meta so far? And so, is this a yes? Is this a yes that maybe we are seeing that?
I think somewhat. I think Bastions in particular were extremely warping, and seeing like the Shen go down in power a little bit, as well as their interaction with Vlad, just brought them down enough that other things can succeed. And in particular, Challengers, one of their big counters was Bastions. They'd get stuck on that front line. Now with that out of the way, and even the Aphelios players now are pivoting to the more Freljord version, or even there's an Invoker version that's been doing well. But that means front lines are weaker in general, so Challengers can mow that down. And so again, I think that's the thing to keep an eye on. And even today, maybe we'll see a shift as there are comps that do really well against Challengers. Will those come back, and will we start to see that shift? And some players, may not be able to adapt in time. Their plan may just be at a wash here, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, it was a really great that you brought up that point, Admirable. We did see the Prismatic augment so early that it was really difficult to actually get the Caitlyn augment online that you would have wanted to see for that, but still going to be a second place there for Tylees as we take a look at what we're going to end up seeing from the rest of our lobbies as well. Lobby B, C, and D, of course, also had heavy-hitting players that we did not get a chance to follow for this game number 1. But my eye, Admirable, immediately gets drawn to what happened in Lobby D.
Wow, Wasion Iverson, first place. This has been, I think, the breakout player that we have seen in the recent TFT world right now, where it was set 8 is really where Wage and Iverson came around. Everyone's been paying attention and immediately taking a win in this one in a very tough lobby, no less, with Broccoli and Liquid Chrome X right behind that, and Replay also making it to the top 4. It's always, anytime you cut these lobbies up, it's going to look like stiff competition. And to me, that's really just the major highlight that I love about competitive TFT right now, is that you're going to see that anywhere you want. And so now, what are the player stories behind that? How did they actually get to this point? God, TFT competition's awesome! We're only in game 1 of day 1.
I know, we've already seen so many incredible surprises, and there is still so much more to come. Admirable and Mortog, thank you so much for bringing us through that game number 1. We have more TFT action around the corner for day 1 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale, so we're going to take a short break to get ready for that game number 2 right after this. already got off to such an explosive start for game one of day one of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale, and now we're going to keep the ball rolling. And we finally have Casanova's mystery partner for this event. It's Crowan, of course. Welcome back to the broadcast. How are you?
Thank you very much. I'm doing great because it is mid-set time, already underway. We had a fantastic game one. We're seeing where players' minds are at when they approach this meta. And I mean, I love this meta, by the way, and not just because my LP is up, but there's a lot of legend diversity. 5 different legends being played in a game one, lobby A, 4 different ones in lobby D, which we're jumping into soon. It's just a great day for TFT.
It really is. And let's just go ahead and hone in on lobby D. As you mentioned, it is going to be the lobby that we cover for this game number 2. And this is the one, honestly, you look at how the lobbies are like just slice across the board. Casanova, I feel like every single one of these players has such a good shot to win the whole thing.
Right. I mean, Weijin, we saw just grabbed a first in the very first game of the day, and he was our previous mid-set winner in set 8. So this is, you know, a player a lot of people are looking at. Can he be the first person to win 2 mid-sets, do it back to back, go to Worlds again? We have a former world champion with replay. Kurum won Freljord Cup, right? Appies is somebody who we're looking. He's hungry to come back. He was having a ton of fun in this in the set, and he's been saying that he's in, you know, some of his best form in a long time. So like, there's a lot of exciting players in this lobby that I'm looking forward to. And the first game really delivered. We got to watch a little bit of it, you know, off stream, and you know, replay pulling out a crazy 4th place from a really rough spot, and then, you know, seeing Weijin pick up that victory, playing some of the Aphelios. We're going to see a lot more of that Aphelios throughout the day, I'll tell you that, as that has been a very contested line in multiple lobbies.
Oh boy, that's going to definitely be something to keep an eye out for. And also something that we ended up hearing from Mortdog and Admirable just earlier is also there's different flavors of the Aphelios. So how is that going to play a role, Crowan, when we take a look at the power level of Aphelios as a composition and just how strong it can really get? Yeah,
Cass and I were watching this lobby D last game, and there were a couple players angling Aphelios, and it was Kurum from that Master Yi line, picking all the Master Yi augments, the pumping up into the, you know, gotta go fast later on into the game. Which can cap out higher. It's just Weijin's spot was a lot more high roll, and he was able to go 9, have insane amount of gold by having a shimmer augment, that big gem. He was just getting so much gold throughout the whole game. But there are different ways that you can angle into Aphelios. You can be forcing it from kind of just, you know, going into the game with Master Yi, or you can kind of find your way into it, say, okay, how contested is this? Not very. All right, cool, I can still angle into this line, maybe not cap out as high, but still have a solid placement there.
Ooh, I'm so excited to see how all of this is going to shake out, because game 2 is ready to go. So Casanova and Crowan, take it away.
All right, thank you, Necra. Crowan, we're jumping in game 2 of day 1 of the mid-set finale. Looks like Ecliptic Vaults, Fleshing Arena, and Godwillow's Grove. Fleshing Arena, of course, used to be those Yordle portals.
Yep.
Been added to Noxus, give a little bit more diversity on regions, but it's like only DQA even considering that one. Will everyone get one guide, or are we going to Ecliptic or Godwillow's?
One guide. Oh, it is going to be Godwillow's Grove, actually. Replay Broccoli, and one other person was on there, but we get a little bit of change of pace. Not too often that we see this portal cast.
Yeah, I'm curious if it was our Earth players all kind of standing on Godwillow's together. Just tends to give a little bit more bonus to them, because, you know, you're already getting a +1 from your tome, and then you can, you know, add another +1 by playing one of the units that you'd rather not play to your board.
True.
And not Godwillow's slot. So I do think it is a little bit more beneficial towards the Earth players than anyone else.
Yeah, and there are a couple Earth players in this lobby. I know Broccoli and DQA have been practicing with that. We'll get confirmation if anyone swapped it up, because I actually do think that this tournament has the most option for people to swap legends, even without it being game 5 or game 6 and just trying to go for that first place. I think there's totally room to read the lobby, read how everyone's kind of approaching it, and pivot into maybe, you know, Ezreal or Master Yi or Earth, depending on just your kind of meta read of things or how you want to approach that next game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we heard Subzero Ark say that Caitlyn gets worse, you know, if there's more Caitlyn's in the lobby. We know people aren't going to be playing a lot of Caitlyn, but also I think Master Yi is another one that's probably worse if there's multiple Master Yis, right? Because
True.
You know that you want to be playing specifically into that Aphelios line. Potentially Azir can come out of it as well, but, you know, if you're the only Master Yi, that's going to be beneficial. And Kurum in this lobby is the only Master Yi, so we'll have to keep our eyes on Kurum. He was able to grab a 3rd in the previous game.
Yeah, definitely. Great point. If we see something like Kerm and Kiyun in a lobby later on, we know those are both Yi players. A couple other ones floating around, but maybe too much Aphelios contest. And so who's going to be having to pivot to the Azir Lux off of that line? So I don't really think there's any other lines they're willing to go, unless they just don't take the Yi augments at all. But then again, it's just like, why are you playing Yi at that point, right? So taking a look at Weijin's start here. Weijin, first place in the last game, did play the Aphelios line, but was not committed to it by any means from the early game. It is going to be a silver tier augment. Rerolls the Zon Heart instantly into Latent Forge, Consistency, or Spoils of War, but that'll probably get rerolled here soon too.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just the popularity of Zon has fallen quite a bit because, you know, Zon Heart on Godwillow's Grove is actually quite interesting, right? +2 Zon without actually having to play the units to the board. Yeah, that opens up a really nice angle to play towards the 6 Zon. Seeing as how Zon only gives benefits to 3 of your 6 units that you're playing, you subtract 3 out of 4 of your Zons actually have augments on them that are supercharged. That's really efficient use of the 6-piece trait. However, that would commit Weijin into Zon very, very early on. He's not a player who actually likes committing that frequently to a line at the start of the game. Weijin actually is just a very open player. So Latent Forge, he's playing the Ornn for a reason. I think that makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, definitely. And a little bit of addition to that point is a lot of the time where 6 on caps out is when you do have that emblem, because you can put it on a unit. The sign interaction got nerfed, but still like Jarvan, like Sion, like Shen, something like that, and give them a really tanky mod. They just will never really fall down in these fights, or it'll take such a long time to take them down. So Weijin not having that option may be part of the reason why he angled out of it. And just the generic Latent Forge kind of power that we'll be seeing in the early stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, Ornn players do like that silver augment, right? Like, yes, you don't get the power on stage 2, but you are getting kind of more value out of your silver than most other players are at the end of the day, right? You're getting the value essentially of a gold augment. You just get it a little bit later.
Definitely. It's that early game. How do you get around it, which is really the big thing. But, you know, even if you're trying to go for a bit of a loss streak, perhaps you're going to be contested by some other players. Master Yi players typically do go for loss streaks, but Kerm did win his first round. He's only level 3 though, so maybe not trying to, as he's going up against Soju here, and Soju has a pretty strong early board. Already slamming a Gargoyles and slamming a Rage Blade as well. He has that component kind of buffet, giving extra components, so we can slam 2 items right now.
Yeah, very much. I mean, Soju angling towards Aphelios, right? Like, this is kind of that quintessential start. Tank items, find a Ginsu, there you go. That's like, hey, I would like to play Aphelios this game. Yes, that can go into Azir. Those are kind of the 2 lines that we look at with those early Ginsu slams. So we'll have to count our Aphelios players, Krone, as we go through and see, you know, once we get those level 7 roll downs, who actually gets to have the payoff of setting themselves up for it and who ends up faltering. And Broccoli, even, I would say, is going to be angling that as well with the Deadeye pickup. But there are, I guess, additional options you can go with the Deadeye emblem as far as more vertical on the Deadeye and play around, you know, potentially the Akshan as the carry instead of the Aphelios.
Definitely, especially with how potentially contested Aphelios is, you can go around that Akshan. We even saw replay in the last game have a 4th place the Akshan reroll, getting that to tier 3. The 2 Aphelios players and Azir Lux comp was a little bit stronger, however, but still a great recognition of you don't have to just go these meta comps, right? I think this is a point that we bring up in a lot of tournaments, especially with the past 2 cups, is yeah, there's things that are on top of the meta, but it's the really creative boards that make you stand out, because you can't go into a comp like Aphelios every single game, right? You can't go into all these just standard meta lines. You gotta diversify sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of creative boards, you know, Appies didn't have the best result in the last game, but because a lot of the things he was trying to play were contested, he ended up playing this like Zeri Lux flex board that, you know, it didn't do fantastic, but he didn't go 8th, right? He was able to kind of hold on in a spot where he was not hitting the units that he wanted. And I think he ended up bleeding out to like a 6th, which, you know, considering the spot, that's really not bad. And Appies is one of those players that is not afraid to go play those way more creative boards. And someone you always kind of have to watch out for, scraping by extra placements in low roll spots where he has to play something unique.
Definitely. I will always remember the Appies like Gnar a couple sets ago, like Gnar 3 BT like blue buff. It was absolutely crazy, but that's really a testament to Appies creativity. And we've been talking a little bit about this is a set where I think that creativity can really shine, and that's why we're seeing Appies do so well in recent competition and getting to a point where he's a real threat here at the mid-set finale.
Yeah, and just taking a look at his board now, he's got the early 3 Noxus. Currently, his itemization leans towards he could commit towards Noxus with the IE, right? It's good for Darius. He does have Katarina in his shop though, and I imagine if he does actually want to lean towards that 6 Noxus line, he'd probably find a way to buy this up. I guess you don't really need to play for 3-star Cat. It's more about the Darius. However, I just don't know that Appies is going to commit to it. I think in general, Noxus has felt a lot weaker on this patch. Mainly, I think it's the rise of Bastion. I don't know if you have another opinion on that, but Bastion's like really hard for Noxus to deal with. It just, they can't get through the resistances very easily whatsoever.
There is a little tech you can like Last Whisper Darius. The Samira shredding isn't quite as priority now because the Samira nerfs. She can't make a unit negative armor anymore. Even having a blue buff on her feels like you're kind of wasting 2 items sometimes because she doesn't scale as well as she used to. So I don't think Appies is going to lean that direction. Yeah, I guess we kind of get that confirmation because didn't pick up the Katarina. But what we do see is Gwen Callista. We know Appies does love running Shadow Isles when that is presented.
Yeah, he's a big fan of Shadow Isles. I mean, we look at the itemization here and it doesn't feel super Shadow Isles oriented with the IE. However, in that last game, Subzero Ark did win with IE on Callista, right? Like, it is a runnable item instead of the JG. It doesn't feel great. However, if you need to just be slamming for tempo, which is what Appies has done here, right? He's at 100 HP, looking to 5-streak through stage 2. It is a serviceable item on the unit if you've been able to play from a tempo-oriented spot. So I wouldn't close off the potential of Shadow Isles to Appies here in playing through that Callista, especially if you can find it 2-star on maybe an earlier roll down.
Definitely. Going back to the little bit of the legend conversation, that's exactly, I think, what Appies wants to do is just slam items early game and look to go whatever comp is early. That's kind of the benefit of Ezreal. You can win streak in the early game, and Appies is the only 100 HP still here on Krugs, and he's not going to be full commits any line. He's going to be scouting out during stage 3, early stage 4. What direction are people going? Oh, not Shadow Isles? Okay, that's another kind of point to go that direction, but he doesn't have to, right? He's not committed. He was able to hold that Gwen without really losing econ because he needed to play the Callista on his board to secure that win streak. But Appy's still in a fantastic spot here as we get a chance to take a look at the gold, everybody, the streaks, and once that middle column rotates, the board value, and Appy's is well above everybody else here at 17.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Appies with the win streak, he's playing very tempo. We saw his gold was a little bit lower even with the win streak. It all kind of tracks out there for Appies, but with the extra item economy he has from Ezreal, I think he's going to be in a solid spot, even though silver is, just the 2 items. But speaking of, interesting silver augment pickups, DQA pumping up the silver version. He's not playing Master Yi, so that wasn't just like game plan. True. We're going to pick pumping up. And in fact, for Master Yi, a lot of times they skip the silver pumping up. It's more about the golden prismatic pumping up that you really want. The silver considered not to be as good. So DQA maybe just found a spot where he had a Ginsu early on to slam. He didn't really like either of the other options, and so decided that, okay, well, pumping up, while not the best at silver, is still good enough because my setup to play towards Bastions is still good. So DQA, another player that looks to be contesting towards that Aphelios, even has this Deathblade available to be slammed, which is, pretty much he's there on this item.
Yeah, but he is holding on to it. I think that's the key thing. He knows he's open to that Aphelios line, but it depends on what he hits on, level 6, level 7 as well. If he hits one Aphelios, boom, I think you can start to commit to that. But he's still going to be open to other things like, the Rage Blade really does lean into 2 main lines. It is going to be the Azir Lux or the Aphelios, but you can get pretty creative if you don't land on those lines. It can be okay with a Callista carry as well as maybe some other units. DQA is snapping that loss streak. He is 50 gold, however, going to look to level up to 6 here and hopefully carry that one forward. But we have a gold tier augment for the 3-2 last stand challenger crest or big grab bag. Challenger crest, I think, is a real option here for DQA.
Yeah, it's pretty realistic. If we look at the bench, we actually see that there is a Shojin available as well. Instead of going for that Deathblade, it opens up more for the Kaisa. He does pass that up, right? Morning Light does feel like he wants to go towards Bastions, so there we go. Morning Light gets taken.
Here we go.
Is just on 1-star Bastions though. Looks like this roll down worked out pretty well. Finding Callista 2 and Kassadin 2, that should stabilize this board quite a bit. If he can find a way to fit the 4 Bastion easily, that'll be nice. Yeah, gets the Poppy in, takes out the Swain. 4 Bastion, Callista 2 with Rage Blade. I mean, this is a pretty strong board here on stage 3.
Yeah, definitely. He really wanted at least 2 hits when that rolled down. Didn't have to roll that much, still making 30 gold. Kalista too. DQA should be in a fine spot to carry this win streak forward into the end of stage 3. It's not like guaranteed enough board strength, but that Morning Light is still really strong, specifically at this point of the game, at least before Carousel. I don't think players are really going to be angling to go level 7 at 3-5. Just taking a look at the economy of everybody, no one's sitting at 50 gold even, actually. So this is pretty surprising. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like everybody rolling a little bit at 6, or at least leveling early to 6, right? Not paying attention to keeping that 50 gold. I think it's pretty rare that we see 3-2 and not a single player kind of sitting above that 50.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think that is a good spot for DQA. However, that does lead towards maybe that win streak is going to be even harder to keep, right? I think even if he takes losses, they'll be good losses, but it'll be hard to take a full win through stage 3 as long as everyone's playing kind of this a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, taking a look at Kurum's board. Kurum did not go the Master Yi direction here, right? You were talking about pumping up 1, people generally avoid. Kurum subscribes to that theory 100%, took inconsistency as the first augment choice, and is angling towards Sorks. And he has a really, really good items, good item carriers as well, with that Vel'Koz already online. Kurum's in a fine spot here. Nothing too crazy, but he is getting inconsistency value from not streaking one way or the other.
Yeah, Mortdog just taunting him with this shop, though. Aphelios
Yeah,
Sidwani in the game, he doesn't pick pumping up, and he plays towards an AP line instead. On level 6, oh, yes, here's a game win if you're in the pumping up line, but no.
Yeah, here's what you missed out on.
For Kurum this time around. Though his spot for Sorks does feel pretty nice, and, if he ends up in Invokers instead of Sorks, that actual last pickup in the Master Yi line, the Gotta Go Fast, is still a viable pick. So it depends where we see those AP items go. I know he's definitely leaning more towards Sorks with the current spot, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, I guess technically you could go Challengers or Invokers or Sorks from the place that he currently is.
Definitely. Replay. Slamming a Juggernaut emblem. That's not the one that we typically see, as finally all the Orin players, the 4 Orin players, are going to be getting their Orin artifact choice. Return to Winter, super good generic item. There is no shred, however, so I was actually just gonna say, what is the consideration Replay to take the cleaver? And that's what he's gonna pick up.
Yeah, goes Cleaver, trying to make sure that he gets shred. I mean, currently itemization definitely leans towards Challenger. He's playing kind of tempo challengers right now. Has a good item carrier in the Samira for the Kaisa later on, and yeah, just the Obsidian Cleaver. It's going to go on Yasuo, so he can just shred for himself. Obsidian Cleaver, Juggernaut, Yasuo. I mean, how do you feel about that one, Kron? How's that? Is this going to be the final items on this Yasuo at some point?
Yeah, secret tech here. It's I mean, Yasuo being super tanky is great. Usually people are going to be playing the Edge of Night, so he can, de-aggro once he gets focused, and wow, wins that round versus Wation just barely. I honestly don't really know. These are not items that you've seen. You can make this work out if you have a third, I think, pretty good damage item on the Yasuo. Maybe like an IE specifically needs to go there. Perhaps Deathblade can be serviceable as well. But no, it's definitely not something that is generic. Replay is cooking right now, as I'll say. And I think it still can work out. This is a point where creative TFT can shine, in a point where the units are a little bit contested. So you got to just be slamming your items for tempo and seeing if you can play for that 4th place.
Yeah, taking a look at Soju's board. He is also in the Aphelios line. He has the ability with these item slams to play towards Zeri if it ends up being way too contested. However, sitting here on the Aphelios already, having a lot of the units that he wants for Targon with the Sorakas, being able to play that in the Godwillow slot instead of having to play a Soraka 1 to board. That's definitely feeling nice for Soju. And it comes down to, can he actually hit this Aphelios 2, but having a single copy already and a lot of gold to roll with at 7 is certainly a good spot to be in with how contested it is. You want to be able to find it on 7. It's pretty much impossible to level to 8 and then roll down for Aphelios in the current meta, just because of how contested that unit is.
And that's the thing, right? Is people are going to identify what others are doing at 4-1. If there is 2 players rolling for it, you're like, oh, okay, it's too late, right? You need to be 1. Even perhaps rolling down on neutrals, you could level to 7 on wolves, start rolling a little bit of gold, just to see if you can hit a little bit before other people, maybe get the pair, maybe luck into a couple of Aphelioses in that shop. Soju is still in a really good spot. It looks like, yeah, he did go to 7, is on 30 gold right now, so maybe he did roll a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looked like Broccoli rolled a little bit as well. Went to 7 and rolled. As we see, he's got 24 gold, level 7, 9 loss streak here. So he actually rolled a little bit more significantly than I think anyone else did on that neutral.
See him in the bottom left.
Yeah, we see bottom left. I'm just trying to see what he hit. It looks like he did find an Aphelios and an Ukshan 2 and an Urgot. Not incredible, but he also found this Shen. I think that's actually one of the more impactful hits, as even a Shen 1, if we can find some items, can help stabilize you in the mid game.
Oh, he's actually, Broccoli is on 6 Deadeye because Jin is in that Godwill's Grove slot, and the Deadeye emblem is on the Soraka. So yeah, 6 Deadeye power. We haven't really seen come out too often because it's really just around those Aphelios lines with the Deadeye, but it could be so powerful and actually maybe even snipe Aphelioses in the enemy backline. Bastions are the thing that protects the Aphelios in most of the boards, right? You play front to back in a lot of fights, but 6 Deadeye can just poof, your Aphelios is gone.
Yeah, and actually, you know, it's funny. I'm glad you caught that because we called it out earlier, right? We saw that he had picked up that Deadeye emblem from his Earth Legend, and we were saying that that is an option that you can go, and you don't have to worry about the Aphelios having to be the main carry. You can actually play around Ukshan. You can play around some of these other Deadeyes, and that might be the place that Broccoli will lean due to the fact that it is a very contested line. However, he does not have a lot of HP to play with after that 9 loss streak, and we'll see if the 6 Deadeye actually stabilizes him here.
We shall see indeed. Broccoli on 17 HP, 10 loss streak, needs to snap that loss streak turnaround right now, and we see Dace here on screen rolling down, hits a pair of Kaisas. Not the Kaisa 2, however, not fantastic items for her. The JG is great, the Hodge does complement well with it, but no Shojins, and she's only a Kaisa 1. She's not going to have that much contribution to the fight, and Yasuo only having 1 item as well. I don't think this is very strong from Dace's point right now. Needs to high roll into a Kaisa 2 soon, or he's probably going to bleed out into a bot 4.
And notably, Dace doesn't have any use of the Godwillow slot. Is essentially just not playing with a portal. He has this Maokai sitting there, which is not actually giving any active trait, right? 3 Shadow Isles doesn't do anything, 1 Bastion not doing anything. So Dace essentially kind of down a unit worth of traits against a lot of these players, and Broccoli, of course, his unit giving him 6 Deadeye, I think, is quite more powerful than the 3rd Shadow Isles 1
just
Bastion
a little bit
combo on the other side.
Just a teeny bit. Broccoli, we see this board in all of its glory.
Oh, he found the Aphelios too. That's huge. That's and Shen too. Wow, okay.
He's so strong. He's actually really strong right now. He can save up this gold, go to level 8. Shouldn't really be threatened by anybody else at this point. Broccoli should win, you know, most matchups a lot of the time, unless some crazy things happen, like some Zephyrs or just someone like super high rolls and their 4-1 roll down. But no, Broccoli's in a super comfortable spot.
Yeah, going up against Appies on a very cheap board. We saw 36 gold versus 54 currently. Just before that ticked over, Appies kind of in the middle of finding which route he wants to go, still carrying the Samira, and against the Deadeyes, that 1 cost carry just kind of gets evaporated very early on. There she goes, down to the ultimate of the Aphelios, and Broccoli is actually finding just massive wins over people because his front line is so strong. Shen 2, Carrick 2 with these items, nothing is dying, and his Deadeyes are killing the enemy carries so quickly. Broccoli is just going to be hitting people for 7-0 losses over and over again, really accelerating this lobby.
Oh, definitely, 100%. The players that are on the top of the lobby in HP right now, like Soju, Kurum with 73 and 71, they're still level 7. Taking a look at their boards, I mean, Soju did hit the Aphelios too, it looks like. And Kurum still on a Vel'Koz carry, so Kurum we could be seeing dropping HP pretty rapidly as the lobby HPs even out. This is around the time where that typically does happen. Nobody is level 8 yet, and only really Appies has the gold to do so if he so chooses. And yes, level 8, 30 gold still to roll with, and this is where he's going to make his transition happen, get out of that Samira carry and look for something a bit better. And it might end up being the Zeri, at least for now, because there's no Aphelioses. There is a Callista too, however, but no, it does look like Zeri is going to be the choice, at least for now.
And honestly, like, I'm down to play Zeri here because I found, you know, Appies found Senna, right? Like, he found Senna on this immediate roll down. He found Heimer. This Zeri spot ends up being pretty good. Man, if he just found a pair there of these legendaries with this Golden Nico on the bench, I mean, that was going to be such a good spot for Appies. I think this is still an okay position on 8. Pretty good hits. Found the Heimer early, able to get a Mechano in, which is kind of the big factor with Heimer. If you can just get the 1 Mechano, it doesn't feel too bad, and it's not too expensive, right? So it already feels worth playing the unit.
Definitely. Now, obviously, let's decide what is going to happen with this Godwillow's bench slot. It is just a Warwick for now, which gives 2 Juggernaut, but only 3 Zon. Being able to play 4 Gunner with that slot might be on Appy's radar, is having a Jace on the bench. No Jinx, I don't think, was on the board either. It's just that Senna and the Zeri. So still has a little bit of tinkering to go with that board to make it really strong, but Dace has found the upgrade of the Kaisa and now the Callista as well. A Rage Blade, however, on the Callista as 3rd item, and that's not really what you typically want.
Yeah, I mean, Dace has, he was on the Challengers last game as well. I'm wondering if this is kind of a comfort pick for Dace. We saw him move towards it in the previous game. He had a good win streak, but he ended up at 5th.
Yeah.
And now in this game, playing the Challengers is kind of looking like an 8th. That's an RE2.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
On 7 on Soju's. But what happened over there? What, RE2? He's got a rise? This is not a level 7 board, is it? I mean, it is, but it's not, right?
I was looking for like the recombobulator or something was my first instinct. I was like, no way he's level 7 and has that kind of board, right? But he just does. Oh, okay. He had an Aphelios too not too long ago, all right? Like, am I crazy here? But, Soju, just, hey, sometimes you hit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is he still lost heavily to Dace. I think the front line was severely lacking for Soju's board, and so he got run over by the Challengers there. But, I mean, Soju has a lot of HP to work with, and he just has an RE2. So he's got all this HP and an RE2. So now it's just, okay, how do we build out around that? And we just see him hit a Tarek too as well. So the front line is already starting.
Wait, there's another board? Did we get baited?
We got baited. Who was on that?
He was scouting. Oh, he just got elevated.
Whose board was that?
Whose board was it? We must find it, track it down, something. But yeah, Soju just had the Aphelios too. Okay, I was like, am I going absolutely crazy? Okay, we're getting word it was Wajan Iverson who had the board, but then he died.
He died. Okay, so nobody has RE2 anymore. Never mind. All right,
just like that.
Forget it.
It's gone.
I don't know what happened to Wajan. I don't know how we ended up with this RE2. I guess he just rolled down to 0 on 7, hit RE2, didn't hit any front line, and then he died. All right, there we go.
Alrighty. Soju, we can't trust, does have the Aphelios too right now, but still the front line isn't quite there. Tarek 2 online, but Cho'Gath does want to turn into something else later. Hopefully the Shen 2, but Soju's not even in a spot where he needs to roll for it aggressively, right? He's still comfortable. This Aphelios still just had a lot of damage. He's on a 4 streak. He's not really super pressed right now to do anything massive to this board.
Yeah, he's able to play the 4 Invoker with just having the Cassio in the Godwillow spot as well, which is very nice. Seeing as how, you definitely want to find the rise to play the 4 Invoker, but before then it's really hard to play. So Godwillow actually giving a lot of extra power to this board, even though, it's not a gotta go fast spot.
Yeah, definitely. Dace, unfortunately, falling. Did dodge 8th place because Wajan unfortunately took it, but the Challengers line not really seeing success from the point where it seems like you're going from it from behind. That is going to be the real key there, is how is Challengers going to do. You kind of need to play it from tempo, need to play it from ahead, especially around that Callista, as Admirable Mort we're talking about just a little bit ago. But Day still maybe not finding success with it. Perhaps going to pivot out to some other lines later on in the day. Let's take a look at another Aphelios player here. Broccoli with the double Death Blade, 1 Rage Blade, 6 Deadeye. This damage, the 6 Deadeye proc is gonna be absolutely nuts.
This is so good. I feel like this has to be biz for like 6 Deadeye version, is to have this double Death Blade, because it just makes those procs delete everyone that it targets. Luck's gone now. Where's the next target? Where is it gonna go? Here comes the proc, and somebody's gone. There he goes.
Yeah.
It was a frontliner, but that's okay. Everything's just disappearing to this board. So much damage from Broccoli. He's been able to hold on to this 5 streak once he rolled down and actually hit all of this. And I think, Broccoli's still going to hang on for quite some time.
Yeah, 100%. 69 board value we see above everybody else in the lobby by about 10. 8 over Kurum, 9 over Appies, above 10 board value for everybody else. And Appies is still stuck on the Zeri 1. Used the champion duplicator for something else, but yet
looks like Heimer, I would assume.
The Heimer or the Urgot, one of the two. Yeah. That's interesting though. That's not really. I mean, Urgot's the only real kind of tank on this board. Heimer using that would feel a little awkward, because Heimer too maybe didn't have the Zeri pair yet. Needed to have some kind of board strength be prioritized. But is on a 1 loss. right now, Jeweled Lotus does help out the Gwen for a bit of a pseudo double carry, but up against Broccoli, I mean, Broccoli's board just looks so much stronger.
Yeah, I mean, at least there's multiple carries here as we see Senna just disappear before actually getting to do anything in this fight. It looks like Zeri even lived, actually. Falls, but the fact that she lives added a lot of damage.
There we go.
Bought a little bit of time. However, it's still just going to be Broccoli finding another win. Appy's going to fall pretty low after this. It's actually a pretty big loss that he's taking, 5 units.
Yeah, the Zeri getting put to 1 HP from the Deadeye proc. I was like, oh, Zeri lives. Maybe there's a chance, but then the Aphelios ulti coming right behind it. And it's like, no, she's just gone. Especially because her Zon mod is just robotic. Nothing that allows her to heal or shimmer to bring her back to life. Nothing like that. So that Zeri is super, super vulnerable, especially still only being that tier 1.
Yeah, looking around, look at all the Aphelioses left alive. DQA, Soju, Broccoli, all playing through that line. Still, you know, hanging out, being very, very strong. I think they're actually still all 3 potentially primed to top 3 this game. Replay kind of the other player that looks pretty strong, but DQA on a pair of Sejuanis. If he can hit that, he's actually in a really good spot. But instead sells 1 to level up to just play it. And I think just looking for as much power right now as he can get, keeping that Poppy in the God Willow to give 4 Bastion, make this Shen super tanky.
100% agree with that decision. Can't really afford to sacrifice any rounds at this point, just because a lot of other players are so low in HP, right? Broccoli on 17, even if Broccoli's on a streak, right? If Kerm and Appy's fall, DQA could have secured a top 4 off of the back of that. And Kerm still isn't the strongest, still sitting on a Lux 1, so this DQA level up, putting in that Sejuani could end up being the difference here, especially as the Aphelios ults are going out, deletes most of the back line. Ash is still alive as well to provide a little bit more damage, and yes, DQA is going to win that matchup. Kerm dropping dangerously low there, and actually does fall exactly.
Yeah, going to completely fall down there. Broccoli took a loss. It's very, very low as well, down to 3 HP. And it's going to be a very close fight. I think DQA, that was massive, though, being able to put in that Sejuani because, you know, 3 Freljord giving the Mana Reave against the Sorcerer comp, I think was huge for DQA. Able to pick up that win. And yeah, we see Appy's actually hitting the Zeri now. So Appy's is actually online. This comp pretty strong. Urgot, maybe not your favorite tank target to put all these items on, but he's serviceable. And with the backup of Senna and Heimer alongside actually having that damage now with the Zeri 2, can potentially challenge DQA here.
Wait, the Zeri 2 is a huge in this matchup, right? DQA, it doesn't have the BIS Aphelios as well. Gunblade is okay, but this Zeri might just shred through everything as well, especially with the Heimer 2 double shred Mechano, preventing that healing from the Gunblade. It does look like Appy's is going to just run over this matchup. The Urgot tank is still alive in the front as well. DQA takes a massive hit, dropping to single-digit HP. So it is going to be on if Broccoli survives. We see it in the bottom left, and yes, Broccoli does live for now. Takes out Soju, it seems like, in that matchup.
All right, there we go. We'll see what items are gained from neutrals. I think if Appy's can find you know, Ginsu for this Heimer, just a generally good Heimer item, I think that's going to be very strong. I do think Heimer 2 can crank a ton of damage with itemization. Generally, you just don't end up having the items for him at that point, and he doesn't need them to be a good unit. It's just he can do a lot of work with items as well. So if Appy's can find something that can go there, I think that continues to cap his board as he feels really strong. But I am still curious about his matchup into, you know, someone like Broccoli or taking a look maybe at Soju's board at some point here. It looks like Soju's working towards level 9 at 77 gold, and here we go. There's the level 9. We'll see what he can actually fit in. It looks like 4 Invoker, gets the 3 Ionia with the Ahri in.
I was thinking, okay, actually just sells the Ahri, gets the... okay, what is he cooking right now, actually? I thought Soju was going to greed 1, maybe level up next turn, but no. Is going to play, I guess, the Lissandra as well for the 4 Invoker.
Yeah, we saw him jam the TG, and it was all tank items, and then just decided to sell the Ahri, try and move it somewhere else. As we got DQA versus Replay, and Replay hits the Zephyr onto DQA's Aphelios, and that might just be the difference maker, though. There is the Mana Reave doing a lot of work onto the Kaisa. It looks like she'll get a cast soon. However, Aphelios is healed back to full, so even though he didn't get to ramp early, he's still doing a lot of damage. That Shen just living forever. not long enough, and this does look like it will be a Zephyr diff at the end of the day as the cast from Kaisa is still not enough. Wow, DQA just so tanky, and actually that third augment suppressing fire, reducing the damage of the Kaisa towards the end might be making the difference in that fight.
100%, and it means that Appies goes out in 5th place as well. The DQA timing to level up and that augment pickup does secure him the top 4. Beautiful, beautiful stuff, especially around just all of these, right? Look at the itemization here. It's a Shojin's tier and Morello's on the Ashe, right? This is not standard, but it is going to be a great Morello's spread. He's going to swap it over at the end, but going up against the 6 Deadeye of Broccoli.
He's got a lot of healing though, so even if the Deadeye proc hits onto Aphelios, I think the Aphelios will be able to heal back up and not be in too much trouble. So the matchup maybe not being completely horrible against Broccoli, considering the Shen being incredibly tanky, buying time, but Aphelios does fall, not able to heal up enough, so that should do it. That should be Broccoli taking out DQA, earning another placement for himself as Soju takes a hit over on the other side against Replay.
DQA is out, did enough to get that top 4, wasn't really expecting much more out of it, but Broccoli, 3 Ionia online, and even having the Karma in the front line, so she falls pretty quickly after, and then the Shen is just going to get the benefits of that Ionia buff for the entirety of the rest of the fight. That's massive when it comes to the front line of Broccoli, allowing Aphelios all that time, allowing all the Deadeyes now to get all those procs. And we have the last Whisper being that shred for the Ashe, as well as Ukshan being a secondary real threat with a Deathblade as well, going up against the Ghost, but Soju versus Replay on the left.
Yeah, Soju versus Replay, and once again, that is Replay hitting a big Zephyr on an Aphelios. Let's see if that makes the difference in the fight, as the Aphelios has taken way too long to get stacked up now, firing onto this Juggernaut Gwen, but he just can't get through it yet. And the Callista will be able to take down the Sejuani eventually. That's going to be a big loss for Soju. He's going to fall down to essentially 1 HP there. It is going to, in fact, going to be 1 as Broccoli looks like falls to the Ghost. So Replay,
wait a minute,
primed to take this win. However, he's got to keep it up with those Zephyrs. Able to Zephyr Aphelios after Aphelios, dealing with Soju there.
Yeah, the Zephyrs have been really on point. The micro is not something that can be understated, right? The value of it. Doesn't really know what item it wants right now. Isn't really anything good for him, but I just want to take a moment to appreciate what Replay has cooked up here. This is the Juggernaut Yasuo. They were like, oh, is this going to be, actually effective? Is this going to be on that unit for the rest of the game? And it was, and it's going to be contesting a first place here, especially with the secondary threat, also with a Juggernaut emblem being the Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, huge. 2 great users of this. You've got your 2 kind of bruiser characters that you'd want for a Juggernaut to have, right? You've got these 2 characters that want to be in the mix, fighting, dealing lots of damage, healing back up. And Juggernaut, that works. These are like essentially what 4-cost Juggernauts should be.
Yeah.
And there's the Zephyr not going to get the Aphelios this time. Does that make the difference in the fight? Aphelios gets to hit on to that Yasuo very early, but he does have the Edge of Night, so that will proc as he goes to the outside. And Aphelios goes down! Between Gwen and Callista, they take him out. And this fight's not even close. It doesn't matter about the Zephyr. Replay has cooked up a first place here in game number 2 of the mid-set finale.
World champ difference in that game for Juggernaut with the 6 challengers. Replay makes it look easy on that one, Necro.
How? Like how do you put that together, right? Like, walk me through how Replay even was able to get that done, Crowan.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of great recognition of what am I going to do with these early Juggernaut slims, right? It's going to be vertical 6 Juggernaut. How do you make this composition work? It does lean pretty well into challengers because they do already play 2 natural Juggernauts with the Set and the Warwick. And so you're like, okay, how can I make my Yasuo tankier? All right, I guess Juggernaut Emblem can go on him. What other unit slots pretty well into that composition? Oh, Gwen does, because she gets Shadow Isles from the Callista being there as well. It's just a lot of great pieces coming together in a line that I don't want to say that's like standard. The units in that board are standard, but the way you approach it is very unique. And I mean, what can I say again? Just world champ diff.
I absolutely believe that. I feel like Replay was one of those players as well, like coming into this one, like definitely a strong contender, but I also feel like maybe a bit underestimated, kind of. You take a look at how these study groups were performing. Casanova, what's kind of your read on how this lobby went for the rest of that study group? Like Replay, Dace, Wasion Iverson, they're all working together, and they're all also in this lobby. How does that affect things?
Yeah, well, I mean, Dace has been kind of just committing to challengers in the last 2 games. I'm curious if we'll see that continue throughout the rest of the day, if he just continues to just force the challengers. And the first game was a 5th. It was looking okay. This game not doing so well, right? Ending up in 7th. And those, those aren't scores that are getting you today too. So Dace either has to change something up, or just maybe he feels like he's low rolling and this is his strategy coming in. But Wasion taking a 1st and then an 8th. Looked like he was going for a spot, trying to win out, trying to cap really hard. We did see that RE2 get hit, and he just didn't have the front line to support it. So I don't know. We'll chalk that up to Wasion, being a player who does cap out high, has a really high first place rate on ladder as well, right? He is a player who will play for those big swings, and hey, he's got a good average placement on the day with a 1st and an 8th. I'm sure he'll pick it back up.
It all evens out, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of balance in the universe, I guess, if you will. Can't all have that world champion difference, but that's actually not the only player when you take a look at our lobby scoreboards that did go 1st in game 1 and then 8th in game 2. It's also going to be Valet and Subzero Ark. Casanova is so sad.
Oh no. It's okay. He'll bounce back.
I do believe that as well. But I mean, when you look at how Lobby B performed, I feel like it's just kind of, I don't know, maybe more of the same a little bit when you look at how good like Milk and Malala have been able to put up those numbers. And Crow, and I know that Malala was one of those players that you were looking at even just last season. How do you feel like they've been doing coming into this one?
Oh yeah, definitely. No, Malala has been still performing pretty solidly, I would say. There's nothing crazy about Malala that had that tournament run where they were got in off of the one dropout. I think Juku ended up missing a day. Malala got in and ended up doing really well in that event. And Malala has been in the conversation of near the top of NA players for a while, and I think they've had some solid performances so far. Today, they can still very well be in the conversation, right? They're not up there with the kind of, I would say, the people who are super hyped up right now, right? Like Wasion and Subzero Ark, but they're still going to be there. There's a reason why they're competing at mid-set, right? And going 5th in game 2 after a 3rd in game 1 is still perfectly okay.
So exciting to see how our just first 2 games have shaken out. And of course, we still have 4 more games to go, as it's 6 total to take us through day number 1. So a lot can change, especially knowing that we are going to be switching up our lobbies in between this game and then next. But just a quick final thought from both of you. Are there any surprises really that you feel like you saw from this game 2 that make you even more excited to see what's going to come next? Casanova first.
I mean, the biggest surprise is maybe just like how deep the Ophelia stuff runs. I think like everyone is really angling towards it, everyone kind of accepting how good it is. But I think the fact that we were able to see this 4-jug challenger kind of cooked together composition from Replay beat it just shows that there probably are a lot more things that can make it bleed, especially with how contested it is. And it's going to be up to the players to adapt to their lobbies, be able to play around how many people are forcing it, how many people are angling towards it, and finding really good uncontested lines from that I think are going to rise above the rest. And so that's what I'm looking forward to in the next 4 games.
Yeah, I think as well, I just want to plus one that point a little bit with how the adaptation is going to occur over this tournament, because we're not that it's kind of new, like this B patch. People are still kind of figuring things out, figuring out, okay, how good still is Aphelios after the B patch, how still good are the bastions, right? Specifically around the Shen, the thing being targeted with that nerf. And I think there is room for other compositions to pop back up and counters, right? We were talking about the Callista earlier specifically being good, but there might be some other things that can be cooked up over the course of the weekend that people kind of discover and that can really test these Aphelios lines and win lobbies.
And that kind of feeds back to our original point at the top of the day. Is it still going to be one of these bigger conglomerate study groups where they're able to talk about this tech a little bit more freely? Or is it maybe one of those smaller groups that has kept those recipes secret for themselves? So much more to uncover as we look ahead to our final 4 games of day number 1. We take a short break to reseed those lobbies, and we'll be back for game 3. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. We are on our way through day number 1, but we still have 4 more games to show you. And Admirable and Mortdog are back on the casting desk to take you through this next game. Now, something really interesting happened in that second game, Mort. There were a few players, more than 2, that went first in game number 1 and then 8th in game number 2. Like, okay, what's going on here? Is Dish Soap's LP lower now?
Nice reference. I think a big part of it is with the meta right now, a lot of these 4 costs that are really strong, right? The Aphelios being kind of the number 1, especially people who are playing around the Master Yi version of the Aphelios. If you can get it all together, it is incredibly strong. But if you don't hit it, you kind of crash and burn. And I think that's what we're seeing is there's quite a few players who have kind of fixated on that line and are looking at that as their way out. But they don't seem to be willing to bend out of that and maybe try to pull out and try to get like a 4th or something like that. And so it feels like that's what we're seeing. And I think players like Setsuko right now, who I believe went third, are showing that if they can play that way, they can kind of dominate and make it to day 3 pretty safely with scores like those. And so for me, I think that's going to be the difference here is the players that try those comps that have high peaks but high risk versus the players who play kind of flexibly, and Setsuko's been playing really well to that regard. Now, granted, he did also get 2 Piltover starts, so like that helps a bit too. But you know, that's what I've got my eye on right now.
It'd be really interesting to see if something like that continues to be a pattern when we look forward to heading into these next few games, because Admirable, I feel like this happens ahead of most of the TFT events that we have. We always talk about creativity, flexibility going into an event, especially with a meta that it seems as wide open as this one. Is there anything else that these players could potentially be looking at outside of the Aphelios line that you feel like could be strong if given the opportunity?
It's kind of just the nature of TFT is that everything continues to evolve. There's not really any way, I think, to super accurately predict something, and that's one of the reasons that the top players are playing so many games and doing so many notable things is because there's always something new to do. And every time you learn something, there's something else to learn. It's never going to stop, ever, and I think that's part of what makes the game beautiful and part of what makes the competition so interesting is that no matter how good you are, you can always be better at the game.
No, and when you get even better at it, also there's so much more to discover that you know that you haven't actually learned yet, and that's the beauty of being able to play these games as well. It's going to be game number 3 though, and we're heading into lobby A, so go ahead and have fun with this one, you two.
Orange Forge is where we're going to be landing here as we come into game number 3. Prestivant coming off the back of a pretty average performance, 10 points to start things off. That's pretty much like exactly where you really want to be is effectively back-to-back top 4s.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely a good spot to be in. And I think Orange Forge is going to be one of these portals that everyone's really comfortable with. It's pretty much a standard game, except you're going to get 1 extra item to play around, either at 2-5 or 3-5. And so this should give everyone kind of room to sort of flex their known spaces. I think that's why a lot of our competitive players really sort of favor this style of portal.
Yeah, so with an extra item in here, like how much for you does that affect the way that you want to play? Does that mean you want to play like a little bit more greedy with your gold and try to build up something better for a stronger spike later on? Does it mean that you want to try to get on your feet right away and try to pull ahead of the other players? Because it feels like to me a lot of it's just closer the whole way because of this extra item, so where do you actually find that little bit of an edge?
Yeah, and I think the real talk here is that it's going to come down to sort of what your core items are and then what your Ornn item is, right? So, for example, if we look at Prestivant's items here, you know, maybe something AP, maybe something defensive frontline. So he might be looking for something a little more offensive like Sniper's Focus or something like that to sort of to support that. Or he could even take something more defensive on the front line and really build that strong front line. But if you get stuck with a bunch of defensive items later, that can really backfire. And so you just kind of want to use it to shore up your weaknesses. And again, the other thing is it depends on if you get it at 2-5 or 3-5, right? 2-5, it can really sort of define possible win conditions. Whereas 3-5, you've probably kind of already got a direction. And so it can be harder to sort of pivot based off that artifact.
Is that a pre-level that we saw on that one? I feel like I haven't seen that in quite some time. It makes a lot more sense with the Caitlyn, though, I will say. Very unusual playstyle that comes in, but you know, this going to produce a silver right off the bat. Subzero Ark sitting at 9 points. You mentioned the 1st or 8th players that were happening. Subzero Ark was one of them. First placed into 8th place in game number 2, and now in game number 3 has a silver augment to kick things off, but I'd say that the choices are interesting. However, the items I'm looking at, maybe not for something like Challenger Heart?
Yeah, unfortunately, these items are not really strong items right now. You don't really jam a Gunblade early. Locket's not particularly strong early or anything like that, and Edge of Night also. And so this is kind of one of those situations where you aren't going to be that strong. So I like the choice of inconsistency here to try to gain some extra gold, econ, and maybe lost streak from this position. I did also at least like the attempt at the pre-level. Because he's playing Caitlyn, if he pre-levels, gets his gold augment, and then finds a 2 cost, that's a way to turn this around. Although, again, with these items, I'm skeptical that was going to work, but we'll get a look at some of the other silver augments here. We see Darthnub with that Pandora's bench, I believe, and so, yeah.
It's kind of an interesting one to think about. It's just it's a playstyle that, honestly, I feel like a lot of players have kind of dismissed as we rolled into the set in particular, where players were learning how important it was to throw together resources, how the regions are changing a lot of the way things are working. Caitlyn is really, I feel like, one of the champions that puts together that idea of back into the pre-level, very aggressive mindset of if you hit the gold augment on 2-1, you just get powerful units. So why not continue to magnify that even more and just really snowball the game? It's a pretty clever strategy. Vile, another player that really sat into effectively what is a 1st or 8th finish in this one. 9 points as well, right at the break of that. There's quite a few players sitting at 9 points for this. But Vile is a player I feel like you have to keep your eye on. Like, maybe you haven't heard a ton about this guy, but he's been in the competition back since set 6.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely something to watch out for. And that social distancing is a good augment. For a silver, it's going to give you just that little bit of extra AP and AD, so that can be really valuable. We got to look at some of the augments there, and there were really 2 worth calling out there. T-Lade's got that Sorcerer's Heart, which is considered the most powerful silver if you can get that composition put together. And then we also saw a Latent Forge, and so being able to get that with the Ornn item as well from the portal, that's going to be 2 Ornn artifacts up, and that could create some really potentially spicy combinations.
I mean, I always want to be 2 Ornn artifacts up. I always feel tempted to take that one that turns everything into an Ornn item. That was one of the ones where I was like, I always wanted to take it, but I just felt like it was always a bad idea.
There's definitely times it can work, but it has to be very specific scenarios where you're maybe up a bunch of items.
Or something.
Yeah, or playing some bruisers or something like that. Interestingly enough here, we do see he's up a Bastion emblem. And so Bastion has definitely been a little less popular. But there's some versions here where he's got the Shojin, could play around something like the Azir Lux with that Bastion as well. Use that to power up a Shen and have a strong front line with like a Shen and a Nasus. So I think DQA may be leaning into that Lux Azir line that feels like it's been just slightly below the S tier, but still a very, very good comp for top 4ing.
Yeah, I feel like Azir has certainly been a powerful line, because if you have the items to get Lux and Azir, plus you have the front line for it, it's just so much. But the thing about it is that's the way that the gold spending on it feels like too. It feels like so much. You want a Nasus 2, you want a Lux 2, you want a Jarvan 2, you want an Azir 2, and you really have low options when it comes to the rest of your front line. Swain feels like he's an extremely important unit. Garen's a very important unit because you need these to complete your Demacia, plus your Strategist, plus your Juggernaut for the front line. That is so much gold that you want on the board, plus items that suit these units as well. Like, that's a lot of demand for one team.
Yep. And then top it all off, but Azir's damage profile is very much a ramping profile, so you need that time to buy him the damage to ramp up, right? He can't just burst somebody down and swing a fight for you. You're going to really need that. So we're going to get a chance to see if this is going to be where we get our Ornn artifact. And sure enough, it is. So now everyone's going to get that spike, and they can use this to maybe establish some direction, right? So, like, for example, we have the Mana Zane here. That can be really powerful in certain compositions if you're willing to commit to that now. Or do you take something more generic like the Hull Crusher, just strengthen up your front line, maybe put that on the Galio, and just ride from that? And so across the board, we'll have to see what everyone ends up with. Sure enough, goes with the Hull Crusher with the Galio too. Should provide some really strong front line here.
Yeah, this is always one of those items that I have my eye on, but I always feel afraid to take it because I'm very much like a just group my front line together sort of player. I feel like I don't have the reaction time to move everything around as quickly as these players do. For Subzero Ark, I feel like this is going pretty well, though. I feel like when you have a strong front line like this is really the centerpiece of putting together a strong early game, is that if you don't have front line to really hold up, your damage just doesn't have the time to accomplish what it wants to.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is one of the harder matchups. This Viego is ramping. Every time Viego swings, he also ramps up. And with that healing, it's just not going to be enough. This is a build that does really well in China, so loses this fight. But I think Subzero has a potential to play around a really strong Invoker. And we don't see it often, but a Galio reroll with these items and something like Redemption can actually reach really close to a, close to unkillable status, backed up by like a Karma 3 could be really good. Again, a much less popular line, but if the pieces fall into place, it is an option.
All right, Mort, let's put you in the driver's seat now. You've got the Jin here. Excuse me, I'm a complete. Never mind. I'm going to take back anything I was about to say here because I just realized it was the Ornn item that was putting additional Jin on the board. I was like, where's this extra unit coming from? Hang on a second. Don't make this dumb analogy. I was just about to mention a 7th Jin in the shop, and yeah, it's the Ornn item.
For what it's worth, hypothetically, I think Jin is very risky to try to 3-star. He doesn't actually gain that much power from being 3-starred. So realistically, I wouldn't play around it, even in that hypothetical.
Oh, I was just about holding it in general.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because I'm a big hold it for 1 gold kind of player, but I'm not gonna, chasing after it.
So I know we were talking about the Galio earlier, but this is what I was talking about, right? With something like a Redemption or a Warmogs, look at how much health and effective damage reduction this Galio has, right? He's got all the armor and magic resist from the Gargoyle, from the Hull Crusher. He's got the damage reduction from the Galio spell, and that health. That is a very tanky Galio.
Yeah, that's a big Demacia difference there.
Yeah, that's really good here. We get another look at our Ornn artifacts here. Spirit Visage, definitely one that's kind of fallen out of favor right now. It's good in the early game, but especially as some of our top comps are something like Callista or Aphelios, it doesn't do well into those particular matchups. And so this kind of feels like not the most optimal item. Maybe if you're up against something like a Lux Azir, it can do pretty well. But even now, you look at this too with the cloaks. So now you've got like a Dragon Claw on this. You really don't want that here. So maybe hoping for something he can use to play, because otherwise these items are not what you're looking for.
Yeah, I would have been interested to see how this is actually playing out, because I know that Kovanel is very much like an off-the-beaten-path kind of player, will definitely play the way that he wants to play the game. But Spirit Visage, I don't feel like is one of those ones where you're like, oh, yeah, that's what I was looking for off of this Ornn Anvil. So I am pretty curious like what else was offered with this Spirit Visage, or I'm sorry, this Anima Visage, to really try to put this in place and make something of it. So, yeah, QSS is, I guess, is not unsurprising to see in a spot like this. Your items are just really not it right now.
Yeah.
And so trying to get something done on a 5-loss streak, you're hoping that you can continue this loss streak, but softly, and then hope to find your spike, I'd say, in the next few rounds here. And if something doesn't come together there, it's going to be desperation time.
Something else worth talking about here, I think, is that if you look at our past few tournaments, Legend diversity was pretty much like everyone playing Ornn or everyone playing Ezreal, with a few exceptions of like a random Earth player or a random Ezreal or a random Caitlyn. But this tournament feels like the first time we've seen Legend diversity all over the place. The graphic this time definitely correct. We see 2 Ornns, an Earth, 2 Ys, a Bard, a Caitlyn, and an Ezreal. That is quite a bit of interesting choices. And Vile apparently has been playing Bard every game. So pretty interesting to see how that's been playing into the results so far.
That is definitely something that you have to look at, because Vile, again, is just a strong player through and through. And to see Bard coming up for 3 straight games, what on earth are they cooking up? Like, I guess it's just kind of a small thing that you want to have in place here. Just unusual to see something like that happen. So I'd be curious to see like how this ends up panning out over the course of day 1, and seeing if that's a real measurable difference in it, or if it's one of those things where you're just hoping it pans out. Do you take a look at the bottom left where Darth Nub is trying to get a reroll together? And I will say the Pandoras is certainly make a big difference when it comes to trying to reroll some of these teams. You tend to do it a little bit more slowly, but a lot more gold efficient. Doesn't always come together that way, though. So for Kovanel here, again, very, very tight on the gold. Little expenditure and hoping to find that big spike, I think, at around 3-5 at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting. Playing that reroll comp that we saw Darth Nub playing, that's a comp that you really have to high roll for it to be doing well. So it's interesting to see him pull it out from this position. And it feels like unless he hits that really quickly, he's going to fall off. So hopefully he can turn that around. Precedent right now being our big win streaker, playing with the Healing Orbs and the Jeweled Lotus, which, by the way, it's a double silver augment, which means the pace of the lobby is a lot slower. And that can actually be pretty bad for our Master Yi players. They're not going to be able to spike nearly as much with that pumping up, with that gotta go fast, and so that kind of puts them in a weird position that they're not as comfortable with.
It's definitely an interesting thing to note as well, the silver augments. Like, the divide on how much different it is a lot different than the actual power level itself, like how strong are the board caps going to be. And that's something that you always have to keep your eye on, is how the tempo ends up working because of something like that. It just feels like every single time augments have a major impact on the pace of the lobby. It's not just necessarily what units players are getting, but it's the items and the augments. I would say kind of in that inverse order, mind you.
Yeah, it's interesting. Darth Nub, you can see here, is rerolling that Kale, trying to turn it into that 3-star Cassiopeia, and then rerolling two 2-star units, the Tristana and the Maokai. If any of them turn into a Samira, that's the 3-star Samira, which will then be cloned with the Mirror. So, we haven't seen that be quite as strong since it got nerfed a couple patches ago, but hopefully he can turn that around. And you kind of look at the board values right now, and everyone's pretty close. Precedent's still in the lead, though. 40 gold, 100 health, strongest board value. So definitely a good position for him right now.
T-Lines with the Sorcerer Heart at the start of this as well, and the Healing Orbs. That is looking like a pretty strong start to what is going to lead to a very powerful team. If you're able to kind of get the units together in that one. That feels like that is a very hit or miss style of comp sometimes, where you still need to find the right sorcerers or nothing's going to happen on that. But that's an Eternal Winter that's sitting on a Swain with a Bramble, so I'm a bit worried for some of the AD players in the lobby right now. That is going to be a tough front line to deal with. It's all eyes on Darth Nub at the moment. I feel like for this little spot here, Covenel starting the roll. This is going to be do or die time for Covenel here, but for Darth Nub, it's how does this gold actually get spent? And it feels like they're maybe going to sit still for a little bit or take it slow. Looks like the slow approach is where they're going.
Yeah, it's interesting because unfortunately Samira was the... Okay, there he goes. Yep. I was going to say Samira was the thing he really wanted to hit, not the Cassiopeia. So to be in that position was a little awkward, but now that he's hit both, he should be in a strong position at least for a few rounds. Though this particular matchup is probably the worst up against that Bastion Eternal Winter. Now, the Armor Shred is helpful here, and so it does get through it pretty quickly here. And so again, this comp, very strong Stage 3, Stage 4. The question is, can it stand up to other comps in Stage 5? That's usually where, even when it was at its peak, that was when it would fall off. And so, being at 40 health, can you find a way to turn this into a really strong late game finish? And again, with the augments, that's what has me worried, right? There's no, weird out for a 9 Noxus. Darius has been struggling lately, and so that's going to be the thing he's going to have to pull around.
It was crazy in that Darth Nub roll, where it felt like he was going to take it slow and be like, I'll sit at 30, 40 gold. And he rolled, and they hit a pair, and they're like, you know what, I'll roll again. And then just every single roll, it turned into, I have to roll again because I hit something small. Just you just got to go the whole way, I guess, at this point. That was a very good result for Darth Nub there. Darth Nub is looking for some more big finishes. Has competed in the mid-set finale, set 6 and set 7. So Darth Nub, I think, making a big push in this one and really showing why he's been in those major competitions in the past. Covenel picked up a win after the 3-5 expenditure here now. It's something you would expect to have. But the big thing about this now is Covenel's going to have to put together a major win streak. At 29 health in 8th place currently, the player at the top 4, just the 4th place one, 74 health. So that is a massive difference that Covenel is going to have to make up for in Stage 4.
Yeah, and I feel like this has been the pace, at least for North American lobbies, has been, 3 or 4 people decide to try to, lose streak. The few people play really strong boards. Right around 3-5, you have that kind of divide, right? We have DQA, Darth Nub, Covenel, kind of the weaker ones in the lobby. And then right around 3-5, 4-1, they spike much sooner. So it starts to shift, right? We saw Precedent lose his win streak. Things start to close and sandwich. And then right around 4-5 is when everything starts to come together, right? And it's like, okay, everyone's kind of built their boards. Did our lost streakers build a strong enough board to keep that momentum? Or did the win streakers take their advantage, hit what they needed to, and turn that into a first place? And so that's the big thing to keep an eye on here as we hit the 4-1 roll down, where again, you see these gold counts. I mean, look at these golds, right? 60, 60, 64, 56. There's a lot of gold in play, and it's slowly being drained as people strengthen their boards, right? Do we see Aphelios comps hit? Do we see Challenger comps hit? What are we going to see after these 4-1 roll downs?
Yeah, and for T-Lights here, this was not, I'd say, the most exciting of pickups that were possible here. It's a lot of speculative purchases.
Yep.
And nothing that was really like super hyped about this. We still have a single 2-star unit in play after that gold expenditure. Was a pre-level into level 7, and then about 50 gold to roll with at that point. So you picked up, you know, some pretty hefty 4-cost units, but didn't 2-star anything with that. If that happens again, T-Lides is quickly going to find themselves with a very low HP count.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, we saw Covenel, who hit that Heimerdinger on 7, was able to spend the gold to get all 3 of the turret upgrades and end up in a pretty powerful spot. Now we're looking at DQA here, who just seems to be struggling, trying to get a board online. And so, again, we talked about the levels.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so we see our Prismatics here. I don't think we're going to see a golden egg, as much fun as that would be. Instead, going with the pretty safe Ornn pick here. So, you know, again, a lot of artifacts this game, it seems like.
I mean, when every single unit's built out, I feel like, you know, maybe the items weren't the second most important thing at that point. You know, the items, I think, are really what drives the composition after your augments. But if all you get's items, you know, it's the units at that point.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this choice. It felt like a rush choice and a safe choice, which is what Legend augments are for and everything, but I don't know. It felt like there could have been a bigger play for something else, right? Maybe consider the Void Emblem, consider that out, something like that. But is going to play around these extra items, and right now, pretty desperate because he's playing a 1-star Vel'Koz and a 1-star Lux as his carries, and that is not going to last much longer.
Oh, goodness. I mean, gold is the factor here for T-Lides on this one. This is so much that needs at play to really get this done. The team's getting it done, though. I mean, a 2-star Swain, apparently a pretty big upgrade for that board there. And again, DQA finds, you know, a couple things to start piecing this together, but I feel like there's still just a lot missing from this team right now to make sure this is pulled together. You know, Bastion on a Juggernaut, it's something, but is it? Just barely enough to win this round. Vilay's going to take a hit in this one. Covenel coming back with a couple back-to-back wins now. Darthnub still winning. It's, you know, like, it's just like you said. It starts to kind of push together in the middle of the lobby. It's the stage 4. It's the players who had a bunch of resources to spend versus the players who were win streaking and now trying to find the next step for them to gain a big advantage.
Yeah, now we look at the lobby, right? We talked about how at 4-1 everyone had all that gold, and all that gold is mostly spent, right? Except at the top of the lobby we see Subzero with 30, Precedent with 60, definitely working his way to 8, feeling pretty comfortable with that early win streak, and Vilay with 40. But everyone else has sort of drained their resources, right? And so as we look around, those drained resources still running 1-star 4 costs, those are the people that I think are the most nervous right now. And again, they might be able to squeeze out a few wins, but as soon as the top of the lobby at 4-5 decides to spend their gold and get their comps going, I think that's when the player damage starts shifting real hard.
Goodness. A Lux 2 with these items is no joke, though. You gotta say that for now, at least. There's not everyone has their front line put together right now. When that's the case, I feel like Lux is going to chew through the synergy style front lines that are, you know, a lot of players are going to have put together at this point.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a lot of power here. There is an Ahri and a Belveth with a spatula on the board. We'll have to see if anyone can make something of that. But otherwise, yeah, you kind of get a look at these boards here. Darthnub doing pretty well. Board value-wise, Covenel and Darthnub looking really strong here. T-Boy, you can see some of those challengers. Has that Radiant Thieves Gloves, it looks like, on the Yasuo, which can be really powerful as well. We also see a Targon Heart from Subzero. That can lead to some really tanky Shens if you can get like 3 or 4 Targon going. So a lot of options here.
Estimate goes to 8 for sure. Now we're going to see how this pans out. Are they going to stick to this line? Or are things going to shift? Finds a Heimerdinger.
There's so many choices here, right? You can see just the pair of Azirs. Now we have a pair of Belveths, a pair of Shens. This is just one of those awkward situations where you're not quite there. Finds the Ahri, though. I think that was one of the big things he was looking for here. Can put the Monozane on that Ahri, get that powered up. Also has another Sorcerer emblem if he wants it. You're going to see that slammed on Shen. So we can get up to 6 Sorcerer here pretty quickly. And I think there are a lot of Sorcerers in this lobby all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah. I'm curious how much of a difference that ye old Monozane has on a unit like Ahri. I mean, obviously it's a big difference. You want Ahri to cast and then you want Ahri to keep casting, but is this like a massive difference on Ahri, or is this like, yeah, this is a good item and I'm happy to have this?
I think it's definitely, you always want at least one mana item on Ahri, whether it be a Shojin or a blue buff. Mana Zane definitely works. But again, still not quite enough damage, and a Vel'Koz 2 just isn't enough with that 5 Sork. You need that 6 Sorcerer Spike. And so that's going to be the thing that's putting it together. And so DQA, unfortunately, looks like he lost and now down to 4 health.
Mana Zane, it just sounds so weird to me. I can't get over it.
Yeah, I think, again, it lets that Ahri get that first cast, which can wipe the board, and you get those chain reactions from the Sorcerer. It's just a question of, again, an itemless just Mana Zane Ahri 1 with 4 Sork isn't quite enough to get that burst you're looking for.
DQA needs to hang on for this round. I felt like this is almost exactly what I was talking about with this composition, too, is like the one thing that's missing here is items for Azir. Azir's just getting picked off in the back line, not having a huge contribution, and you're relying on Lux to get everything done. Now that everyone's got their front lines put together, the Lux isn't doing as much. I feel like this is just such a common outcome with this composition, is it just has so many pieces that need to be in place, or otherwise it's not going to work.
Yeah, big thing also is he's up against the Kalista, and that Kalista was able to chew through his front line that was pretty solid, but Kalista's true damage just being too much and taking it down. And DQA out before Raptors is always that situation you don't want to be in, right? It just means your early game was so weak you couldn't pull it together. And so overall now we have a pretty solid board here. We've got the Kaisa 2 with good items. We've got the Kalista with okay items. Those Yasuo items are amazing. Those are looking really good. And you've got the Heimer applying that 40% shred to the other team. So overall a good state. Now you just kind of want to get to 8, maybe try to find that 6 challenger spike if you can, or at least something like a Sejuani, get that bruiser in, just a little bit of extra power. But right now I think the goal here is try to turn this into a 4th and be really happy with that.
We talked about this too with Kovanel going to 7 on 3-5 and needing to put together right there. There's a 7 win streak since that happened.
Yep.
This is looking invincible since that point, but you know, this is I'd say one of those spots where, again, players are just going to continue to get more powerful, and you have to prove this can get it done. So Kovanel going to go to 8, going to add a little bit more to this board, and then see what you need to do with this gold afterwards. This 21 gold doesn't need to get spent. Well, then don't budge.
Yeah, I like holding it here. He's got 5 Kalistas. There is an option for a Kalista 3, which could be great. But going up against on the other side, we see the double Kalista with that the Trickster's Glass, and so that can also be pretty strong on the other side. I do think this is a case where the Zhonya's actually will pull in some extra weight and do pretty well. So
everything working there as well. See T-Boy kind of going, what happened to that one? I thought it was looking pretty strong. You are looking pretty strong. Everyone's looking pretty strong now at this point. It's kind of the nature of it. Subzero Ark now. I mean, this was some massive cook-ups that took place here. I didn't want to call it out at the end of that round, but Subzero Ark had missed the 3-star right at the very end of buying for the Karma at that one. Just like a fraction of a second too slow. But this is a lot of weird 3-stars that are going on here.
No, this is a good position here. The big thing is he needs the Shen 2. The Shen 2 with 3 Targon active is going to provide a lot of shielding. These are good items on that. If you can get Taric to stand next to it with the Redemption, that can also keep it alive longer. It does hit the Soraka 3. That's also another great hit here. This is a great board. The thing you just have to watch out for is that Karma being able to output enough damage. And right now, a Shen 1 can fall over, right? A Shen 1 might not be enough here, but a Shen 2 will probably put this in a good spot. And yeah, you can see here the Yasuo on the back line, burned through it. And so it's just not quite enough yet. He really desperately needs this Shen 2.
Yeah, and just barely missing the Soraka 3 there as well. And Subzero Ark smiled right at the end of that round with back-to-back 3-stars being delayed by a round because of the speed.
There it is.
Whew. There it is. That's 2 big major upgrades for this now. There's just 1 more to go now.
Yeah, overall this seems solid, right? Like you just kind of want to econ up. If you can get lucky and find a Rise instead of this Cassiopeia, that can be another small upgrade as well. Maybe you get lucky and there's a Rise on the carousel. But otherwise, yeah, this is a pretty rough spot here. But at least now the Shen can survive. I wish the Taric was near the Shen so the Redemption would heal it. That's the one thing that feels a little off here. But unfortunately is up against a Kalista as well. Thankfully the Kalista is targeting the Galio first. So this is just going to come down to, can Karma provide enough burst The challenge is, this is an Infinity Force Yasuo, but thankfully, never mind, not that challenging. Was able to get some good stuns with the Lissandra and the Karma there, so that's feeling pretty good. Gunblade now going to keep the Shen alive for a long time, and this feels like what the board is supposed to do now. It feels like it finally came online, applying a big loss to the other side here, and so now he just needs to try to stabilize and see what he can do here.
Yeah, that is definitely a Shen 2 diff that took place in that one. That is it's just barely enough to keep it alive. Plus a little bit of the diverted damage, like you mentioned, just tiny little things can sometimes make that world of difference there. The race for the Zephyr on the 5-4 carousel.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can. No. You look at these health totals, though. 3, 4, 7, 18, right? Now we're at one of these lobbies where everyone's really, really close. And interestingly enough, unless I'm misseeing it, we have a lot of challengers, but no Aphelios. And so again, that lack of... Oh, that is an RE2. Okay, wow. Precedent has hit the RE2. That is a big spike. Look at those items on that RE. That is a 6 sorcerer RE. And I have to point out, it also has Jeweled Lotus, so it's going to be able to crit a lot more often. This is a good spot. The front line is a little weak, but other than that, this is still, again, it's still an RE2. I like the choice here to remove the Ionia. Normally the RE really enjoys the Ionia here, but because you have the Mana Zane, it doesn't feel as important. So I like the Jarvan here for the CC. I feel like this is a good adaptation. And so we're just going to have to watch when this RE gets that big boom cast, what happens to the enemy board here. We can see the Mana Zane, there's cast 2. Here it comes, here's the big boom. But by then, actually, the fight was mostly already over. Clears everything up, and that is going to be an easy win. And so Precedent right now in a great spot, I think, to maybe take this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, that is about the biggest difference that you can find at that point, is an RE2. RE2 is going to be better than the Vel'Koz 3. I don't even feel like that's a question. At that point, Cobanel getting put down, just as you mentioned. That was going to be the end of that one. This is the stage 5 fall off that took place. So the other players just making it a little bit too powerful, or maybe just barely not enough life total on that one. Yeah, that was still a pretty good fight overall. I mean, 29 health on 3-5 and making it to this point.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you look and you're like, oh man, I had Karma 3, Soraka 3, Shen 2. It feels pretty bad, but when you have this caliber of player and everyone making these very strong boards, those minor differences, right? That health you lost in stage 2 or stage 3 can be the difference. And Subzero, unfortunately, we saw losing a bit of health with those Karmas coming a little late, the Shen coming a little late, ended up being the difference, and ends up going with 7th with, frankly, a very strong board.
Darth Nub also is, this is, like you said, this one got toned down quite a bit in power level over the course of some patches taking place. But Darth Nub able to come very close on this one. Wow, this is a difference of 3 stars. Holy smokes, that Darius popped off.
Yeah, the fact he was able to find the Darius 3 after re-rolling for the Samira 3 was a big, big spike for him. Definitely the strongest version of this comp, and so happy to see it turn into a top 4. But yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty close, and every matchup here is going to be really tough. The other thing is he does have these 2 shrouds. This is also a thing making a very large difference, right? No matter which side you're on, it's going to be tough. Oh, and I have to call it Social Distancing 3. Remember we talked about this game 1? What a great augment to get as your Prismatic on, 4-2. That's going to power everyone up here on this board to be even stronger than they normally would be. And so this is definitely one of the more capped versions of the Noxus board you can see.
I mean, I feel like this is one of the most capped ones that you can possibly see. Shroud update with giving the little bit of extra health there as well. I feel like this was such a good change, because one of the things that I always ended up doing with like Shroud and Thieves Gloves and stuff is I just made them to get like the dodge percent before that was changed. I just wanted the dodge. I was like, this is a great defense.
So I think for those who just missed what happened, Darth Nub's laughing. He chose Zephyr from his anvil, but unfortunately he chose it right as the stage transitioned, and he has Pandora's items. So unfortunately his Zephyr became a Hurricane. And so unfortunately he's down an item now. That's a bit of a misplay, and he's laughing it off, hopefully keeping it in good spirits here. He's up against an RE2, so it might not have mattered anyway, but good of him to keep high spirits and laugh it off, and he knows what he did there,
So I thought I was just going crazy, because I was like, I'm pretty sure he just took a Zephyr. And then it just changed, and I was like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to say that one. I feel like I'm just going crazy. And then the one time I think I'm going crazy and I don't say it, that's the one time I wasn't going crazy. I need to reorder my operations there.
So here we have a final 2, and I will note, while Precedent has the RE2, look at this Gwen. These Gwen items are pretty close to perfect. You have so much healing. The Death Dance is preventing a lot of damage that you can just heal right back up from. This is a very, very strong version of Gwen. You also have the Senna 2 to support it. This is scary, and Ahri can actually struggle to take down these kind of boards.
We're going to find out as well, though. The Ahri's got an additional boost that you don't always have with Mana Zane. Just get that couple extra casts, and they're done very quickly. So I think the Death Dance, the damage suppression that's going to provide can be a major difference in this one. Wow, and Mortdog, it's like the Prophet. Speaking at this point, that Gwen has been at full HP for about the entire fight now.
Yep.
And that board is just shredded through on Prestiven's side. Vile clapping at the end, and how could you not? That is a pretty easy first place, all things considered, when you watch the way that fight planned out.
There were so many interesting moments that I feel like I got a chance to see from Vile's board as well. So not only is there that really interesting bard choice for the legend that he's been rocking for 3 games in a row now, but the fact as well that you talked about the survivability of that Gwen. I remember getting a chance to see it go up against a Shadow Isles board, and it had like so many pins and needles in it, and it was still surviving non-stop. So I have so many interesting things I'd like to break down here. One of which, Mort, you touched on it, Bard for 3 games in a row. What is Bard offering that Vile is seeing right now that could really help find Vile's success today?
Yeah, so a lot of Bard's power is saying, hey, I'm going to give up some early game strength and instead exchange it for late game strength, right? And so with a lot of people playing around 4 costs, it's a realization that the end game state is what matters, right? Everything after 4-2 is what matters. And both of Bard's Gold and Prismatic Augment are more power than pretty much every other augment, right? Because you have to get those extra items as you reach level 4, 5, 6, 7, right? You get that extra Prismatic. And so I think those are very good. And the other thing is it shares the 3-2 and 4-2, I think it's the 4-2, with Earth, which is another powerful backup. And so both of those make it great choices for powering up your endgame and giving you safe options. And I think that's a good realization. The only thing you have to watch out for is the silver, which hilariously enough is what we got this game. So he wasn't able to play around it at 2-1, but I still think it's a right choice, and it's why with Legends at balance can be this fun choice. So
Absolutely. It's so funny that you bring that up because we ended up seeing that too from Subzero Ark in that first game, right? Admirable. It's like, okay, well, you got Caitlyn, but also you didn't get the ability to actually choose the augment you would have wanted. But it's awesome to see that diversity coming through still from all of our players. As we take a look at our lobby scoreboards, there was definitely some other interesting things that happened across the board. And what's kind of going to stick out to you here, Admirable?
Well, it's not, I guess it's a lot less of what sticks out to me and a lot more about like what's developing from these storylines right now. So if you look at the score sheet, the players that you're seeing in the top spots right now are some of the players who are still putting this together as we go through with this. Dish Soap, I think, is a big notable here. Had 10 points, so effectively a fourth for Dish Soap. Now a first place finish in this one. We're seeing 2 TSM names at the top in Lobby B. Solus in first, Kiyun in second in that one. And then in Lobby C, we're seeing Kambuli and Vanilla put up some big ones here as well. They needed to, start to push back a little bit, sitting in a bottom spot for Kambuli. But for Vanilla now, this is 20 points, I believe, that they've put together at this point, which is just a pile of points after just 3 games that are coming into this one right now. Goobums needed a top 4, and they got one indeed. Milk coming off the back of 2 top 4s, putting up another one as well. It just, almost every way you look, there's something that's developing here for players that are going to be standing out. But no one so far, I think, that has just like a massive, unbelievable style lead. But Milk's performances so far looking like they might be the 3 strongest at the moment.
Let's go ahead and take a look at those overall standings too, just to give a visualization of where these players are starting to shake out. And yeah, Vanilla's at the top right here. And something that's really interesting about this one, I mean, talk about legend diversity. Vanilla's the only player out of this entire pool that's playing Poro. And that's for 3 games straight.
The ultimate flex player. Yeah, that's awesome to see. Really cool to see. And we always talk about how mid-set seems to be where somebody who's a little lesser known maybe makes a name for themselves. Now, granted, it's, the first half of day 1, so we'll have to be careful here. But as we hit this halfway point, right? This is where I think anyone who's in that bottom 8 right now maybe starts to panic a little bit, right? Because this is where it starts to be hard to come back. Everything else, though, is pretty close, right? Vanilla to Darth Nub, it's only a 7-point gap. That's make-upable in, you know, 3 more games, so nothing else too crazy. But yeah, Dish Soap, Milk, Delay, Precedent, Kyun, Malala, all playing really well so far.
So exciting to take a look at that too. I mean, we just did get our lobbies reseeded after those first 2 games, and so we still have one more with this set, and then we'll reseed them again for the final games of the day. But Admirable kind of already seems like we've seen some shakeups just from being able to play a different field of competitors.
Yeah, I mean, we're done with the first half of it now at this point. So when you're done with that first half, I mean, technically this could still just inverse the results and everything go crazy. Now, the likelihood of that is, you know, virtually impossible at this point. But the whole point of it is that this has now set the landscape, and this can help players adapt their strategy a little bit more. Like, if you're sitting at the bottom of the standings right now, there's no more fooling around. It's do or die time. This is not like one of those ones we're cutting the top 2/3 of the field. We're cutting in half for this. So you need to put together a lot of points if you're sitting in those bottom spots. Maybe it's time to adjust your strategy a little bit.
Well, we did see that as a little bit of a trend. Maybe it's the players that are locking in their strategies a little too early that are struggling a little bit if they can't find their way out, but also kind of seems like maybe it is an Aphelios angle. Do you just kind of still try to hard push that if that's the way to your first? What do you think for it?
I think it depends, right? Like this last lobby we watched, we didn't see any of that because of the silver augments. But I'll have to get a look at some of the other lobbies and how they played out. We've definitely seen it do well in other lobbies. We know Master Yi is definitely a possible option, and so again, that's where it's nice, where everyone's got their own style, and I think Legends are kind of showing that, right? We've got very clear people who are making it known. I think when they pick that Yi, that's a very clear signal of like, this is what I'm going for. Maybe stay out of my way, and we'll see. The game's changed a lot since set 3 when people were afraid of contesting, so strategies have evolved a lot since then.
Now we're seeing players hold champions on their bench, so other players can't actually get access to those. So it's been amazing to be able to see those developments, and of course, we have more to show everybody. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's the back half of day number 1 at the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. Hello everybody and welcome back to day 1 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. We're halfway through the day and we've got 3 games remaining to determine our 16 players moving forward to compete in day number 2. And with that, we also have a fresh lobby to be following. One of those players is Vanilla, which I feel like we have to talk about here because Casanova, we've seen Subzero Ark have Caitlyn all 3 games. We ended up getting a chance to look at Vile, who's been playing Bard all 3 games, but Vanilla's playing Poro. Talk us through that.
So Vanilla's on Poro, actually the last remaining player on Poro. It used to be kind of the second most popular under Ornn, and then everyone's kind of gone away from it. I've heard a lot of players saying that it has too many chances to low roll. It has some really low lows because you don't have an augment to fall back on, but also they've said that they feel like it has a very, very high cap. And well, we're seeing that with Vanilla currently sitting in first place at 19 points, has had 3 really great games. And this is not the first time this set that Vanilla has had a great performance on a day 1 or in a tournament in general, taking 5th in Freljord Cup. So Vanilla's been kind of popping off this set, even though, you know, they started in set 7, they took set 8 off. And then coming into set 9, I don't think there were many expectations on them outside of being part of the lab study group, which is maybe underperformed as a study group as a whole, outside of Vanilla, who, you know, 5th in Freljord, I think 39th in Shurima, which is not a terrible placement, and just doing really well today. So really excited about Vanilla on a different legend as well.
Yeah, it's been so exciting to see the legend diversity, but also you talk about Poro maybe having some low roll moments, but also feels like it does open you up to have a lot of flexibility when it comes down to how you even approach the game. So what can we even expect going into this next lobby for our game 4, Crowan?
Yeah, it's a couple other players that wanted to, it takes time to focus on shout out. This is the first time we're seeing Chris at a mid-set or regionals, right? Competed in a few cups until now. And unfortunately did go 8th in the past couple of games. So that just goes to speak to, right, like how much the competition evolves when we get from the cups into an event like the mid-set finale. Still has a chance for him to shape it back up and make it to day 2 though, so looking out for that for him.
Yeah, we do have 3 more games to see if those standings could shake up. And so let's get into game number 4 here. Casanova and Crowan, take it away.
All right, thank you, Necra. Crowan, we've got Jace's Workshop, Scuttlepuddle, and Targon Prime. It looks like Scuttlepuddle is the most popular, but Vanilla liking the idea of Jace's Workshop being on that Poro, getting actually more prismatic options. I actually do think that favors Poro compared to a lot of the others. A lot of the other legends, you actually kind of don't want the prismatic. A lot of it's kind of the gold that you want. But for Vanilla, getting 6 options at prismatics every time, I mean, that sounds fantastic. I'd love that because the prismatics are just so strong.
Minus Bard, perhaps. Bard is the one that you might want to get the prismatic version because the recent buffs means you get that radiant at level 7 now instead of level 8. Much more achievable, especially in a meta where a lot of people are kind of forced to roll a lot at level 7. Vanilla, however, getting the opportunity for Piltover perhaps with the Echo, but also the Challenger's Callista. These are both 2 very good lines, and actually it was last game where Camberley won the lobby with a Piltover start at 2-1, had a 10 loss streak, cashed out at 4-1, and then just steamrolled the rest of the lobby for a 13 win streak. So Vanilla certainly going to be comfortable with that on the radar at least, but this is a game or a portal cast where we could be seeing some crazy stuff happen with all this extra resources and econ. We haven't seen too much of 1-cost rerolling happening, even though they were happening a lot in scrims. But I know you were mentioning before when we were discussing things that Kale certainly could pop up here in a Scuttlepuddle lobby.
Yeah, I think Kale really likes Scuttlepuddle, just having those extra resources, being able to help you get towards level 9 after you hit, and also having so many resources going in to that, like 3-1 roll down, the roll down before you hit level 5 and try and hit those 1-costs. So you can hit Kale really early and then econ back up from those scuttles. But, it looks like Vanilla spot, not great for Kale. However, finding an Aurelia 2 immediately could be solid to pair up with this Callista. Callista off an orb early on can set you up for some massive win streaks.
He has a couple different directions for Vanilla to go here. One of them is going to be with the Piltover. Just need an Orianna to get 3 Piltover online. The items are good generic tank items to flex, but also, yeah, the Aurelia 2 front line with the Callista in the back line is still super powerful, even though there's no good items for her yet. Just the tankiness of the Aurelia will be good enough, and it is going to be a gold tier augment. Wanting to re-roll away Patient Study, it looks like. Yep, and just go Shadow Isles Crest, and that is really solid. Especially when we get a Maokai 2 coming through and a Poppy to put in potentially soon for the 2 Bastion, but immediately can play 4 Shadow Isles, 2 Challengers. This is such a good opener for Vanilla. Even sells the Poppy and sells the Kale as well to make 10 gold.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing missing from this being just a, like, absurd start is a Ginsu for this Kalista. However, you know, still having that Sunfire Slam available, like, when do you think Vanilla takes their first loss? It's like...
Yeah, like
somewhere mid
3-2, 3-3.
Yeah, something like that. This is really good.
Absolutely disgusting opener, especially off the back of the Aurelia 2. If that's an Aurelia 1, it would be a lot more sus. But no, the Aurelia 2 is just absolutely insane. Going up against Milk, who's 20 gold, not leveling. But this is pretty akin to Milk's typical playstyle. He is really comfortable with loss streaking, and then kind of spiking once we get to that 3-5 or 4-1 roll down. So nothing too surprising to see there. There is the boss being picked up, however, so we get to see Set in action.
Yeah, Solus was actually playing the boss in his lobby the last game, able to top 4 playing tempo with boss, so Chris gonna maybe try and do that. But I want to point out on the legends here, Milk, who has been playing Master Yi, has swapped over to Ezreal, and Amdi, who I don't believe was on Bard before this. We'll have to take a look. I don't think he was on Bard before this, but he's on Bard now. So we'll see how Amdi does with this Bard legend. It is gold. I know Bard kind of likes that prismatic, but I think the gold is good as well. We heard Mort talking about it, how this is kind of a scaling legend, right? You're playing for power in the late game with the golden prismatic augments.
Wait a minute, Amdi was one of the players that was not on the Jace's workshop at the beginning of the game. He was on the Yordle portals, because there was only Vanilla there. Monka.
Yeah, he also just slammed a static Shiv instead of a Ginsu on this Kalista when he had the option for Ginsu. That's not something I feel like I would see many players do right now with just the prevalence of Ginsu.
No, especially not, especially with the prevalence of Ginsu talking about it leans into the Aphelios lines, the Kalista, or the Azir Lux, but Shiv is just generically AP. Although if you're thinking about wanting to apply the shred, it usually comes in the form of the Ionic Spark instead. There weren't any components, I mean, besides the rod, right, leaning into that direction, but we can wait and see kind of what they're cooking up. There is going to be a Kale player, it looks like, though. However, Casson is Kambuli.
Yeah, Kumbuli found that first place in the last game playing the Piltover, this time playing another comp that can cap out really high. I mean, we mentioned, right, Scuttle is a good place to play the Kale. You get a lot of extra resources. We see already on 2 3s at 30 gold. This is, you know,
that's gross.
Even though he's not going to full loss streak, he's going to make it to 50 gold before the Krugs or the next, you know, Scuttle round. Be able to have a nice big roll down to hit these 1 costs, and then from there pushing levels because of the fact that you get all this extra gold from Scuttle Puddle. Kambuli could find his way to level 9 potentially, and you know, from there level 9 Kale can actually take those first places.
Definitely. Taking a look at the carousel, looks to see where everybody is at in terms of board strength, HP, gold, and all that. Yeah, everyone at least 20 gold. A few players, actually half the lobby, being at 30. Looking econ more. AMD's the only one that's in level 5 currently, really wanting to carry this win streak forward. Maybe considering with all this extra econ, other players might have tried to go level 5 as well to, you know, snap other players' win streaks and preserve their own.
Yeah, and I think AMD, you know, understanding, I guess, that through his augment, he's going to be able to get some extra power later on. So maybe just making sure that he can win streak without that early power, and then carry that on to continue the win streak as he gets the later power without having to roll as much, is maybe something AMD is looking for. As we jump on board with Robin, who is sitting at 100 HP still, is playing this Cho'Gath with the Sunfire. That's going to be a very strong early game, and he has hit his Sejuani on 5. Which is fantastic for the line leading towards the Aphelios. And he does have an open bow, right? So he's just got to find a rod to really make things perfect there.
100%. Robin has had kind of milling placements today, a couple 4th, then a 6th place last game, which maybe a little bit low roll, but was playing that Sorks line, not going that direction. However, this time around is leaning more towards that AD. especially with the bow coming through. I guess that still could be like, you know, Azir Lux in a pinch, but certainly going to want to land on Aphelios. And it's on a 4-win streak now. This board is super strong, especially now with the Sejuani in for the Freljord to hopefully carry out a 5 streak. The only other player that can contest that is Vanilla at this point. And Vanilla, yeah, scouting Robin's board as we see up there, trying to see, okay, how strong is Robin? Can I do anything to my board to, you know, make sure that I win this matchup? And that's going to be a really important one leading into whoever they face.
Yeah, I mean, Robin just snapped Amdy's streak. If he can also snap Vanilla's streak, it puts him in such a phenomenal lead over everyone else by keeping that win streak across all of stage 2. He levels to 6 to try and make it happen.
Oh, fights Chris instead.
Gets 4 Bruiser in. And yeah, Chris is another strong player, but Chris had already had his streak snapped. And I think the level 6 Robin is going to
that's crazy
finding this win. But yeah, that was a big level, spending a lot of gold to ensure this streak continues.
Hey, to ensure the streak continues, Robin's still making 10, right? Still gonna be able to make a decent amount of money, 20, 30 in the subsequent rounds, so it's not terrible. There was huge potential payoff though. If you increase the tempo of the lobby to where everyone else is kind of you know, behind on economy, no one else is streaking, that just means Robin's in such a good spot and is not as pressured going into stage 3 as now, right? They can face each other on 3-1, 3-2. So Robin's like, ooh, okay, how much am I going to want to roll now, like at level 6 or potentially try to go to level 7? And it's just so many more variables up in the air there. But here, yes, excited to see how well Camberley's roll down goes after this scuttle round. That's a lot of good units. Still a lot of kills away though, but generally people are going to roll down to 30 gold after Krugs and see how close they are. And if they're only a few units away, then try to, you know, just keep slamming that D button until we hit everything 3-star.
Yeah, but looking at Cambuli's spot, I actually feel pretty good about it, right? I mean, he's got, he's sitting here on a Bramble potentially. I guess that can be Stone Plate plus Sunfire instead as an option. There's pretty good Poppy items. It's just about hitting this Kale because he already has the Ginsu. It's going to be going through, not finding a ton of Kales right away. Close to the Poppy, though. The Poppy is very important to hit. Notably not grabbing the Tristanas or playing that angle at all. Just trying to make sure that he hits both the Kale and the Maokai. Right? Not playing for the out of having Tristana and then skipping Maokai.
I think from how much gold Camberley had and having trade sector to reroll throughout the entirety of stage 2, a 1 time per round, it seems a little bit low roll, unfortunately, from this spot. However, with all the extra resources we've been talking about from the Scuttle Puddle, it's still okay. And wow, Camberley thinks he needs enough power right now to even slam something like a Quicksilver and not go for something like a TG. I think TG would have been the other consideration there. Save the cloak and save the belt for both Poppy tank items and just hope you get something else for Kale a bit later. However, you know, we'll see how good that slam does for him.
Yeah, and a lot of times Quicks, so the second slam you'd want for the Kale is going to be that Gunblade, right? You like Gunblade plus the Ginsu, and then you might play for the Radiant there. But I wonder if that will still be the third item, and you just play around that Radiant being on Poppy the rest of the game. A lot of times the frontline Radiants are actually a little bit better, and there's less low roll potential, right?
Yeah.
Because you could low roll on like Shiv repeatedly, and that would feel horrible for Cambulia. You know, I definitely didn't just recently have a game where that was happening and tilting me out of my mind. But like,
exactly what you're talking about.
It is something that you can play around. So maybe this QSS or this Quicksilver ends up just working out with a Gunblade later, and it just allows you to have a strong kind of utility item for the Kale, get a lot of attack speed to help stack you Ginsus early, and it doesn't let you get CC'd, so you're just always going to have that consistent damage. It's a decent slam I could see here, especially if you're playing for that Radiant to go on Poppy later.
100%. Reforged a component there and ended up with another belt, so it's going to be slamming that Warmogs on the Poppy. And this is definitely a situation where that fourth item on the third item, excuse me, on Poppy with the Radiant could have been better. I don't know if it'll make a difference in this fight. Looks like Camberley is strong enough to win anyway, but that's Kalista throwing a lot of spears into Poppy. Not enough time, however, as the Kalista falls. Camberley starts winning. And Robin, who saw a little pop-up on the screen, went to level 7 at 3-1. Wow. Talking about all the resources that Robin had, leveling to 6 on 2-6. Robin is still continuing this kind of super fast tempo, or super high tempo, and I think might have been the one to snap Vanilla streak just a couple of rounds ago as well, so no one else is streaking along with Robin.
Yeah, and if you're a player like Kambuli here, right, where you're playing Kale, someone pushing the tempo this fast is not fun. You do not like this.
No.
This is a little bit too fast of a lobby tempo for you to keep up with. So Kambuli needs to hit, and needs to hit now so that it can start pushing levels, because a lot of players are going to start leveling up, trying to catch up to Robin's tempo. And if you're the one who's stuck rolling, you're just going to be taking huge hit after huge hit.
Yeah, generally it's okay for the Kale board, because when other players are leveling up to like 6 or 7 or even 8, as long as you're on that point and with Kale that, oh, I've already hit my Kale 3, my Poppy 3 or Maokai 3, and level to 6, it should be pretty stable, if not just winning out from there until other people are, you know, getting their 4 cost 2 stars online. And then you could be at the point where you're considering going, you know, 9 pretty soon after. For Kambuli. Kambuli did lose that last round, however, and as we see there on the bottom is still on, you know, Kale 2, still on Maokai 2, so needs to hit pretty soon, as 45 HP is a safe number, but going much lower than that, I would be pretty scared.
Yeah, and you got a Gwen off Carousel though, so that's going to be really nice for once he hits, be able to just level up, be able to play the Gwen on 7, right? Still has to play a Yordle on 6, actually improve the board.
Yeah, but can go 7.
4 online, but once he goes 7, being able to play this Gwen will be very, very nice.
Gwen had a bow as well, which, I mean, could consider the double Rage Blade, even though the Quicksilver's already on there. Really wants the Gunblade, however, though, so the bow might just be, you know, going on something else a bit later.
Yeah, taking a look at Milk. Looks like a very, very good AP spot leading towards Sorks, using the Cassiopeia as an item carrier. Milk been able to save a good amount of HP.
Okay,
has
here
really
we go.
solid econ, and there's a Vel'Koz 2 already. Pretty decent setup for Milk here.
Yeah, not bad. Would have loved to, you know, have some Luxes come through, but Vel'Koz 2 is fine, is serviceable for this portion of the game. 4 Bruiser frontline isn't something people would generally stay on for this long, but that's kind of what he has to work with. There's no other frontline upgrades. There is 1 Jarvan, a Taric pair. If Taric 2 was found, it probably would have gone in. But I like what Milk is working with right now, especially the Vel'Koz upgrades is okay. I don't have to roll anymore. This is fine to start to win rounds. It is rather close versus Robin, and Robin trying to gain the streak as much as he can. Jin snipes, but no. The Vel'Koz cast comes out, and the Sona is still alive, so Robin's streak is gone. And it is off the back of that Vel'Koz too.
Oh, wait, this boss got rerolled. This boss got rerolled, and usually we do not see it get rerolled. Usually it is just tempo.
Oh,
but
man.
I guess we're on Scuttle Puddle, so you might as well reroll that set.
At Hodge as well. All right, Kambuli did 3-star the Kale Maokai as well right after that carousel, so needed to hit exactly like I was talking about, and he did. But now we see the boss coming through to play. It had a Hodge on it, I believe, as well, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be like a damage set being re-rolled as well, not just that pure tank. He's gonna be absolutely just one-shotting things.
Yeah, it was Hodge with an open chain. So
Okay.
I'm curious where the chain will end up going after, if it's going to be, you know, like Titans, or
yeah.
If we'll just see, you know, just a tank item slam either way. But just taking a look at MD, we did see the roll down, hits the Sedge 2, just as a front line for what is going to be, you know, Sorks, right? It's blue buff JG. Sedge probably not the frontliner MD wanted, but you will take a 2-star frontliner on 7 if you can hit it and deny Sedge from all the Aphelios players that may be out there.
100%, that's huge. Denying such other people, and you're like, okay, this is not bad for me either. And it is going to be just 1-star carries, but it's enough. Yeah, Kambuli did actually slam the second Rage Blade, really wanting to push that tempo as much as possible. No Gunblade means that Kale does cap out a lot lower, just because there's less sustain for the rest of the board with how much damage Kale is dishing out, especially once we get to that level 9. But Kambuli is still very comfortable right now, and AMD has a lot to work with off the back of the Sedge 2. Going back to that point, not hitting a Nasus 2 quite yet, but those items I think will eventually be slammed over into Nasus as soon as he's upgraded, because Nasus, especially with that 3 Shurima buff, buffing him up once Talia finds her way to the board, that's just absolutely massive.
Yeah, gonna be huge. A lot of items coming through on this Wolves round from the Scuttle Puddle. MD gonna have to figure out what to do with all of this, but a lot of items, not a bad problem to have, especially when you are playing, you know, the Azir Lux. You want to itemize both of these carries. You also want to itemize 2 frontliners in this comp, ideally. You want to itemize Jarvan and Nasus, so being able to find this Rage Blade for the Azir, gonna synergize with the Spark, be able to get more of those auto attacks out, get more procs. and still has, you know, an open Bramble that would leave kind of an IE sitting there, which isn't fantastic, but Bramble is still such a strong item with the other two that he already has.
Definitely. Yeah, we like to talk about these two other components are a little bit awkward, but it's still fine. The items that are on board right now for AMD are absolutely fantastic, and they're going to be good enough to go up against Robin with still that Jhin carry. I think Robin's looking to go level 8 with just how far ahead he was of the rest of the lobby. Could even do it on 4-2. Now, there's always the argument of like, oh, if I'm going level 8, right, am I just going to lose out on, you know, missing out on these units because other players are rolling on level 7? This is a Scuttle Puddle lobby, so the tempo is a lot different, but still between 4-2 and 4-5 Robin's spot. What are you thinking? Well,
so because this is a unique spot where he's not really contested on the Aphelios too heavily, right? We have 2 people re-rolling, we have a couple AP players, and Robin's spot is heavily leaning towards Aphelios. I think he could go pretty fast to 8, so he could go 4-2. The other side of it, though, is just because of the fact that he's a little bit uncontested, he can wait a little bit longer, just ensure he hits everything, but he is going to go now. I do think it's because he's uncontested, right? He feels like he should be able to hit in that amount of gold, either towards Aphelios or Zeri, and it looks like he's hit a pair of Aphelioses at this point.
Yep, on the pair. Not that much gold left to roll with, and does have to, you know, make these items, or pop these items from the anvils. AMD, it looks like it's on our main screen. Oh, is not greeting. I was about to say, oh yeah, greeting out, but no, is going to level up, play the Akshan, and is going to slam a TG as well and roll into some solid items.
Yeah, that was very, very quick on the micro there for AMD, actually reforging an item there to get the second glove and then play out this Akshan with the TG. Does roll good items, does not quite have 3 Shurima in yet. So we'll see when he can actually get 3 Shurima in and actually get that trait moving, but adding some more damage to the board because his backline was still just 1 star, I think is a really good level up, and it definitely made the difference in this fight, right? This was a level diff. This was getting that Akshan in.
100%. You need so much damage to chew through the Shadow Isles on the other side of the board from Vanilla. But now we're taking a look at the boss in its full glory. The Hodge and the Jeweled Gauntlet as well. Yes, absolutely love to see this. Now, you were talking about generally the boss is played from tempo. You just get the set 2 to allow you to you know, go get past that early to mid game, push those levels, and cap out around other units as well. And set's not that valuable in the late game. But no, this is mainly just set focused, and he's doing a lot of work, right? Because Chris is still super healthy, 72 HP.
Yeah, I mean, Chris has found himself 2 Juggernaut spats as well, so he's getting to play 6 Jug with this. This is an incredibly tanky set. It does feel like he certainly wants to get that Titan's Resolve to go alongside with this. That's what that open chain really wants to be. So we'll see if he can hit a bow. And then he has level up, so he can use kind of the power of this 3-star set at this stage, try and push to level 9 and cap out his board that way. So, you know, it's a different kind of tempo with the 3-star set that you only get because you have so much money on Scuttle Puddle.
No, one more cast.
Such a close fight.
Yeah, we would have cleared the backline with just one more cast. Super close, but not able to make it happen. But yeah, with that level up, he could just go 9, play legendaries while still playing the boss. And Chris's board could be one of those unique ones that can contest a lobby win.
Yeah, we just saw Kambuli actually pick up this Aatrox. That's going to be massive for the Kale board. Kind of allows him to just keep leveling up because he's found the unit that wants to be his next in. The other, you know, side of that is, you know, kind of needing to roll for Gwen 2. It's a big power spike for the Kale board, but the fact that he finds an Aatrox is pretty massive. His level up next in is going to be really, really good for level 8.
And Gwen will be a little bit contested as well, right? Because Vanilla is playing the Shadow Isles, so it won't be as free as usual to get that online. Taking a look at Phoenix's board, however, still stuck on a Zeri 1. The Urgot is absolutely massive, though, with the Death's Defiance, the BT. And, hey, the AP scaling of Deathcap means those shields are going to be insane. The Zon mod for Urgot is Hextech Exoskeleton as well, so super tanky. Will buy a lot of time alongside that Nasus too as well to allow Zeri to deal a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, and that Nasus is incredibly tanky as well in the front line, having that 2 Jug in. Going to see how well it does against the Callista, though. Callista being able to do that true damage is huge against Nasus. Nasus really getting a lot of the tankiness from resist. He does get popped. The Urgot, however, will be able to tank a little bit longer. Death Defiance helping quite a bit, being able to get those shields as well, but that is just going to be the Kaisa getting towards the Zeri, takes it out.
Yeah.
The Vanilla Shadow Owls board is still looking terrifying in this lobby.
Oh, definitely. AMD with that kind of snap level up there a couple rounds ago, on a 6 streak at this point. Camberley level 7 could consider going a level, oh, not right now actually, doesn't have the gold to do it, but have to wait until next round. But Camberley is dropping dangerously low, is on a 3 loss streak right now, and this is the point where a kill board should still be winning out just a little bit longer, but Camberley isn't really there. Needs to slam something like a Zephyr just to have a chance at surviving a few more rounds and getting to that level 8 point.
Yeah, we'll see the matchup because there are boards that feel like they're probably still stronger than Kambuli. Goobums did just hit that Karma 3.
Wow.
This matchup, I think, should still be a little bit more favored towards Kambuli. However, there's no healing on the Kale, so she might actually get cranked down by multiple hits from this Karma. There's going to be too much shielding, and the Kale still isn't getting through. So yeah, Karma's actually going to make this a very big loss. Kambuli doesn't have the tools to get through it.
No gunblade diff.
And
Kimberly's
Ashley's
out.
gonna go down from 14, dies on stage 4 from what seemed like a pretty decent Kale spot, but the lobby tempo just accelerated way too fast. And the only chance I think Kambuli had was actually hitting on that 3-1 roll down. I just think that 3-5 was way too late in the lobby with the way the tempo went.
Yeah, 45 HP with maybe best in slot items on everything could have been okay. Those past few fights, so you could have found a couple of wins there and maybe bought himself enough time. But with hitting below average pace as well as having not best in slot items, both of those combined, just Camberley wasn't quite in the right spot for it, unfortunately. Is going to be out in 8th. Right after the first place of playing Piltover, Kale not able to go there. And it looks like Chris has just slammed a Gargoyles for set. That's not bad. He's going to be tanking everything early, allowing other units a little bit of time. But even after he goes into the back line, does some push-ups and comes back, he's still going to be the last unit left alive there, so getting a lot more Gargoyles value.
Yeah, Gargoyles definitely seems like a great slam, as, you know, we've got this level 9 roll down, trying to look for an Aatrox to fit in the Juggernaut slot. There, he's going to be able to find it. That's a really, really nice pickup. And then trying to find some additional backline, either through the Heimer or the Ahri makes sense. He did find a single Heimer, but decided to not roll down for any of the Heimer upgrades, but instead still looking for upgrades to the Aatrox and to the Ahri instead.
Yeah, really wanted to find some more upgrades, not fully relying on the set at this point. It might have been a little bit outscaled, which I would 100% agree with. Wasn't able to get the Aatrox on the board, though, which would have been pretty massive over the Garen. Is going to be able to do that for next round, though, and hopefully hit the Ahri pair. Because while Ahri isn't a great solo damage dealer anymore after the nerfs, she is going to be fantastic supplement damage away from what the set kind of isn't finishing off. And there is the Yasuo and the Gwen as well, so Chris has a lot going for him, I think, at this point.
Yeah, right. Gonna be able to have the 3 Ione in if he can get the Aatrox to the board. Actually get Slayer for the Gwen. So if he finds the upgrades on the Gwen and the Aatrox, it's actually pretty relevant, especially for the early damage, right? Because set needs just a little bit of damage early from the rest of that board so that it's not an entire board of units he has to contend with when he comes back from sit-ups. He can still deal with a lot of late game stuff. He just can't deal with all of the late game stuff at the same time.
Yeah, Chris in the bottom left did find a Senna as well to go in to get that Shadow House buff online. Still is rolling and not hitting any of the upgrades, however, and Phoenix has not hit the Zeri 2 yet either, and that's a huge deal. And it gets Zephyred as well, going up into Milk.
Yeah, Milk getting a great Zephyr there on the Azir Lux. We've got the Lux immediately onto the Urgot, and while it is tanky, it just cannot contend to both the Azir and the Lux firing away. This is a very high damage composition, and it's fully online for Milk at this point, right? He's got some really good items on the Azir, has the Ginsu, but also damage to back it up. And then the Lux has kind of the best in slot, right? That blue buff with the Jeweled Gauntlet.
Yeah, and decided to, at least for that fight, go with the radiant item on the Jarvan. It was Gargoyles. Maybe it's so like, okay, if my Lux rolls like Morello's or something, you don't want to, you know, be able to, or don't want to keep that there. Phoenix hits the Zeri 2. Heimer goes back in to find the 3rd upgrade here soon. But that's a neat little tech, is that in order to, you know, maximize your chances of hitting upgrades you want, and you're not pressed to find the 3rd Heimer upgrade, you can take it out, bench it, and so that doesn't really clog up that store slot. Phoenix is Zeri 2 enough? Is low HP, 18 HP, still might be 2 lives. Dodges the Zephyr.
Not going to hit onto the Zeri this time around. That Gwen for Robin is very scary, though. Look at those items on the Gwen, on the Aphelios. This comp in general from Robin, I can see why he is sitting at the top of the tables. This thing looks monstrous. It looks like it is something that can contend for a first place in this game, especially since Robin should be able to easily go to level 9 with what he's got on the board already.
Oh, 100%. Robin's still 30 gold, a very healthy amount to have to try to push to 9. All of those carries. The front line did end up falling. Oh yeah, the boss just doing boss things. The front line did end up falling for Robin, but not before all the damage dealers already did their work. There is another Juggernaut emblem as well, perhaps for Chris. No one else, I don't think, is gonna grab it unless Phoenix wants to take it for the Senna, perhaps. That he really wants to fit that in, right, for the gunners. Over at Tristana would be absolutely massive. The Jug, I suppose, can find its way in there as well, because there's only the, or I guess there's the Aatrox and the NASA, so it can get a little bit more value on somebody else with the Juggernaut emblem.
All right, jumping on board with Vanilla. This is going to be that 6 Shadow Isles. We kind of saw this in the makings from the start of the game. Vanilla going to send it to 9 as a Taric to play. Doesn't actually add any synergies.
No.
Could consider just a second Senna instead.
That's honestly probably better. Second Senna, getting all those shields through Shadow Isles value. But hey, maybe things need just a little bit more frontline. Maybe the Taric will get a cast off as well. Goobums has a Shroud to play with here.
Yep, Goobums versus Milk. Shroud not going to really hit too much relevant stuff here. Does hit the Jarvan, so that will slow that down on that first cast. Still going to hit his clump very hard here, and that's going to be really rough going against Milk. But the Karma almost takes out the backline. Can this cast from Ahri do enough? It cannot. No items on the Ahri means it just does not do enough damage. Karma got a great hit, but that is just going to be Goobums taking a massive hit, going down. Phoenix, looks like Phoenix may drop as well. No, looks like he grabbed the win there. You see the streak go up to 1.
The boss getting, what was that, Callista there towards the end? I think versus
like
the Shadow Isles. Yeah, he was like full HP, then just gone. It must have been. But wow, talking about the Goobum spot for a second. Goobum's hit the Karma for a while now, but still, I mean, is Voker's just not good enough, or is it really pretty lobby specific here? Do you think?
I think it's lobby specific, because we're looking at a lot of the boards in this lobby, and it feels like there's so much power just on these boards, right? Vanilla gonna be on the Shadow Isles. That's not gonna be a great matchup for the Invokers. There's just too much HP and the inevitability of the Callista, right?
Yeah.
Even looking at a board like Phoenix's, there's just so much damage here able to get through, and the tankiness of the Urgot being able to regen through a lot of the damage. I think as you continue to look through, players like Robin having too much damage across the board, it's just the Invoker's just not lining up perfectly into it. And even the Rise being Bandle City, maybe not the best Rise for this occasion. And I'm not sure that Goobums even ever hit the Rise in this game.
Phoenix's matchup versus the boss. Can the boss tear through everything? It looks like yes. It's easy. Not even breaking a sweat there with all those sit-ups, as Phoenix is getting sent to a bot 4. And it is just about what you were saying, Kaz. This is the power level of this lobby that's absolutely crazy, where boards like Phoenix's that have hit everything are still not good enough to top 4.
Yeah, not quite going to make it. As we take a look at Robin's board, he has been losing HP. He was the lobby leader, but he was pushing towards level 9, right? So he's been losing for a little bit here. Looks like he should be able to go 9 after this round, or on 6-2. His front line has gotten very good. I mean, the items on Sedge are insane, right? And then now having the Shen 2 added to it, I think, considering the augments as well for this fight, right? We've got the You Have My Bow and social distancing. I mean, this comp is just incredibly strong. Rise going to be the addition. The third Invoker. I think, the Bruiser going to be even better. Scion, a great find.
Yep. Finds a pair even, and can sell the Aatrox away for Scion too. That's fine to sell the Aatrox pair, right? Aatrox dying early in the fight is still pretty good. He's going to be getting value. Able to pick an item. Nothing crazy here. Would have loved another tank item for Shen, but Shojin Ash, I suppose, for the attack speed slow is not too shabby. Swaps over the Zephyr, but doesn't hit anything impactful. Just going to be hitting the Cassante on this Ghost board.
Yep, playing against the Ghost. This is Milk's board, the really strong Azir Lux. I mean, this is a pretty capped Azir Lux. This is a very, very good iteration of the comp. So even though Robin looks so incredibly strong, he's struggling here. And also, he did lose social distancing value in this fight by moving the Ashe where he moved it. So that is something that Robin will need to watch out for.
It also was clumped against the Jarvan. The Jarvan immediately slammed onto the Aphelios Ashe there in the corner. Did get mono-reaved by the 3 Freljords, so by the time the second cast came off, he did jump back to the clump because Gwen was there, kind of clogging things up at the front line. But yeah, like you're saying, Robin does really need to consider that, because having social distancing value, especially on Aphelios and Gwen, those are it's such a powerful augment upgrade for both of those.
Yeah, and just notably, I mean, Milk, we saw in the bottom left there, falling to Chris. Couldn't deal with the boss. I mean, Milk's comp taking a 5th just shows the power level of this, right? Like, that is Scuttle Puddle. That is what happens when you have all this extra gold. But you look at that comp from Milk, and it's possible that would have won in a lot of lobbies, and it just was taken down in that spot. So now we're looking at Robin against Amdi on the right here, and we've got the boss from Chris against Vanilla on the left. Looking at the right, Robin versus Amdi. Dealing with another Azir Lux, this time not losing the social distancing value. Looks like he will win in pretty dominant fashion. Whereas on the side, Vanilla versus Chris. We saw the setups happen already, so now it is just going to be that boss running around in this fight. Going up against the Shadow Isles, there's so much HP, but the boss is still just fine. However, the Callista is going to be the major factor, and that's going to take out the boss.
There's so many units being thrown in because of the Shojin Rise from Vanilla that Set gets stuck on, and allows Callista so much more auto attacks to get that rend off and just take out the Set. There is still like 5 units left alive there at the end, but it's actually just a direct counter. Set cannot get to the backline, cannot get to the Callista, and can't take her out.
Yeah, it seems like both of our Azir Lux players kind of hitting towards that like max cap of the board outside of 3-starring 4 costs. And in this Scuttle Puddle lobby where everyone is capping so high, that stuck them at 4th and 5th place. They weren't able to get much further than that. So it is going to be the boss from Chris. We've got Robin playing this Aphelios Gwen. It's an Aphelios flex board where he got some great Gwen items and has worked out really well for him. And then Vanilla on the Shadow Isles. So looking at the right, can Chris actually deal with the Aphelios? Because we know he can't deal with the Shadow Isles. Yeah. So can he find a way here? It's going to be the Gwen and the Aphelios dealing with everything, though, and there's still too much left on this board. He doesn't even get his full sit-ups done. Looks like that should just be the end of this set. It's going to take a second to take him down, but he does end up falling. Chris going to take a hit. Vanilla wins against the Ghost.
And that's enough to lethal Chris 3rd place off of the back of the boss. Now, you're not too disappointed about that, but from how high Chris's tempo was pushing that lobby and being able to level to 9 that quickly, would have loved to see that get pushed a little bit further. But everyone's level 9 at this point, right? We've gotten to this point where people have crazy boards, and it is off the back of the Aphelios, which is the kind of talk of the day, talk of the patch here, and then the 6 Shadow Isles being that vertical trait that can get to some crazy caps, and Vanilla is piloting that beautifully, finding more upgrades as well for even if this Jarvan 2 sits on the bench, Rise tosses it in, we get a lot of value out of that. Another Scion as well. Vanilla is in such a good spot. I actually think Vanilla is even favored in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, using the high tempo from early with that Shadow Isles crest to pick a low tempo augment that has some great upside with dedication in the middle of the game, be able to play for that 6 Shadow Isles with 2 emblems. The emblems are so strong with this composition. Vanilla, someone we hyped up just before this game, currently sitting in 1st place in the mid set, looking to continue that dominance with another first here against Robin. Playing the 6 Shadow Isles, we're seeing this Callista try and shred through the front line. Robin's got a ton of damage as well. Both sides, incredibly tanky comps, but also so much damage. And I think the difference is Callista gets to rip through the tankiness a lot quicker than most other units can. And so Vanilla finds a win in this fight. Robin has another life, but it was not close.
No, it really wasn't. The Rise is putting in so much work here. He tossed in a Cassante that ended up kicking Gwen to the back, and even though it didn't kick her off the board, the CC was just enough to allow Callista, like you're talking about, and allow Kai'Sa enough time to deal damage. There just isn't enough from Robin songs. Even you land a perfect Zephyr, right? One Zephyr, it seems like, cannot win this fight. Might need some godlike fight RNG from the Gwen to get into the backline and take her out, but Cass, this might be a second place for Robin, and Vanilla claiming dominance here yet again.
Yeah, the thing is, I think that Gwen actually loses that. I don't think Gwen wants those hands. I think Gwen gets to that back line and actually falls to the Callista if even it happens. So taking a look at this fight, there's actually a second there where Kaisa almost fell before the Shadow Isles proc. That would have been the crazy fight RNG that might have led towards a difference, but now the Shadow Isles has stabilized it. The Hodge healing her back up. Rise being able to get some more defense, but Gwen's in the back. Now the Callista has picked her as the target. There's the Ren. She's down. Aphelios left, though. There's no front line remaining. Aphelios can actually do a lot here. The fight RNG might have gone the way of Robin. Vanilla stays alive, though, so we are getting a fight in stage 7.
Hold up, wait a minute. Vanilla, the god can bleed. Robin, I was watching that Gwen pretty intently last fight, and while it didn't make its way to that Callista or Kaisa until the end of the fight, it did make its way immediately onto the Senna, and stopping a secondary Senna cast from coming through, and then killing off the Rise where he's able to sense more units in. I think that was a big deal, actually. There's a lot to process of those fights, but Aphelios having the Aatrox buff there at the end, dishing out so much damage, Robin found a way to do it, and so if it can happen once, you know, it might be able to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, right? Vanilla's trying to continue to level up this bench value. However, Rise, the new way that it works is it goes up to Rise's star level. So this is actually 2 Scion 2s, 2 Cassante 2s, 2 Aatrox 2s, 2 Rise 2s that he can pull from the bench. It's really, really powerful once you're able to star up that Rise on Bandle City.
Yeah.
And so Vanilla in a fantastic spot for this win. However, how does the Zephyr land? It's on to Senna, so going to slow down the attack speed. It slows down the tankiness as well. The first Scion will hit the board, gonna charge through, try and defend. All of the carries for Vanilla are clumped, and Gwen is making her way there, but Callista is targeting her. That is massive. Gwen is down. There is not a lot of damage left for Robin. It is just the Aphelios, and can he pick the right targets? He's able to get onto the Kaisa, gonna rip her down. Now he's onto the Callista. His target selection is perfect. The Aphelios does everything he needs, and Robin is actually going to steal this lobby away. Robin Songs continuing to have the highest first place rate out of everybody in North America.
It's a beast mode from Robin Songs here. What was that comeback? It looked all but slated for Vanilla to take that lobby, but 2 back-to-back fights from Robin just does it. Shuts down Vanilla in their place, Necro. Wow, what a finish to that game.
Yeah, right? Especially that third to last fight. I was like, oh, okay, like, Vanilla has this. It was not even close. There's too much damage coming through, but it really was about the Aphelios in the end. So what even could the micro adjustments have been in that situation? Because, Crone, you had called it. It wasn't close in that third to last fight.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was the positioning. I think that clump at the end there actually ended up hurting Vanilla. He put a few units in the third row to benefit from Zeke's value. Zeke was placed on the Rise, but as soon as the front line in front of them got deleted, then Aphelios turned the attention onto the Kaisa much too soon. And so I still think that fight could have gone either way. It just kind of depended on the fight RNG and positioning aspects there, but Robin just, you know, playing it super well. Even though the Zephyr landed onto the Senna, right, you just needed to get like an okay Zephyr. As long as it didn't completely whiff onto like a useless unit, then that is enough to buy time, with the rest of his positioning being good enough versus Vanilla's.
That was amazing to see, especially after the power level was so big in this lobby. Casanova, there were so many different factors that actually attributed to that. But how, as a player, do you even navigate that situation when you're like, okay, we've got great augments across the board, Scuttle Puddle is active, and there's just a lot of gold everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, it's how do you cap your board, right? A lot of it is going to come down to survival, right? Because the tempo is high, but you actually have to balance it, because you can't just get stuck rolling on 7 in something like Scuttle Puddle and being like, oh, well, I'll just try and scrounge together some placements. Because if someone greeds a little bit harder than you, they're going to have a ton of gold, and they're probably going to make that level 8 work. They're probably going to make, you know, a board get together, and then will start not being able to win a single fight as they continue to climb up. So we saw just how capped those boards got. A lot of players stuck on 8, playing very capped Azir Lux boards that could have won lobbies, find themselves in 4th and 5th, right? Because this is just how it continues to cap higher and higher and higher, and the compositions that had room to cap out at the top of the tables were the ones who made it to the very top.
Yeah, that's why you were both calling out the 6 Shadow Isles, just being able to see multiple different iterations of that come through. I thought that was so much fun. We did have 3 other lobbies happening simultaneously alongside this one, so let's take a look at how those shaped up. Valet, again, just one of the unique legend players also getting a first there. Huh.
Yeah. Oh,
cool.
This is crazy. Valet actually putting on a pretty much of a clinic. Other names to jump out, right? Riri plays kind of bounced back from, you know, first eighth, or you know, towards the bottom, back towards the top as well. Kurum doing super well in lobby D, as well as I'm Jack, Robin Song's Mel in lobby C that we just watched. But no, things are shaping up. We only have 2 more games left to go for this one, right? So it's really time to put the rubber to the road and try to clinch out that top 16, because we're cutting half the players.
I mean, speaking of that, let's take a look at the overall standings, because that is only 2 games remaining, and for some of these players, they really got to start stepping it up. But also for the ones that are ahead, they're pretty ahead here, Casanova.
Yeah, I mean, Vanilla with a 2nd place in that, they had the lead going into that game. A 2nd place is beautiful to try and hold on to that. Still 1 point lead over Vile, who, you know, 2nd place, 25 points on that Bard, a player who is, you know, been kind of someone who competes in the top level tournaments over and over again. We talk about him as always being, you know, pretty good, but I feel like this is a big breakout performance. This is a big statement for Vile here on day 1 of the mid-set finale, and I wonder to see how far Vile can take it.
Yeah, my eyes also still jump out to T-Lides as well. One of those players that was playing that built different board in game number 1, has played different compositions every single game so far, and it really does feel like variety and flexibility are king right now in this tournament. We do still have 2 more games. We're going to take a break to reseat those lobbies and come back with game number 5 here in day 1 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. Hello everybody and welcome back. We are in day number 1 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale, and now it is time for game number 5. That means we're going to be heading to a new lobby after they've been reseeded, and I feel like one of the big question marks is, of course, there's 2 games left. Be able to figure out our 16 players going forward to tomorrow, and that means kind of opening yourself up to maybe some unique strategies you might not have anticipated heading into today. So we ended up seeing Chris go for the boss composition, but Mort, I heard there was another one that also appeared.
Yeah, Dish Soap ended up playing it as well, and there's really 2 different ways to play that augment. You can play it tempo, because set early with the boss augment is really hard to take down. You have to go through his first health bar, then his second health bar, and usually he's powered up, he's doing a lot of Omnivamp, he's healing up, and so you can tempo that into the late game really well, and so it's a good augment, especially if you need like a 4th place like Dish Soap did. I think he actually did better than that, but I'm just saying it's a great top 4 augment. Or you can try to play the reroll version like we saw Chris do. I think Chris got really, lucky and got it pretty early, and then was able to find level up and go to 9 and do really well with that, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, definitely one of those augments that feels like a pretty safe top 4 if you tempo with it well.
It's awesome to be able to see that, but then also just get a chance to see more of that legend diversity come through, and I feel like that's been another big topic of today. But on top of that, I mean, look at the players that we have moving forward. Admirable, there are a ton of names in here that I feel like already had great performances so far, but also kind of need to start stepping it up. So where are your eyes drawn for the 8 players we have going into game number 5?
We're getting to that point where the middle of the pack is really, I think, one of the spots you want to start focusing on, because the points are really tightly drawn in here. Sometimes we've seen heavy divides, sometimes we've seen it pretty darn close. This one kind of just cascades its way all the way down so far when you start looking at this. In this particular lobby right now, it's Prestivant was a player that I really had my eyes on for this event. I rated him, I think, rather highly in my power rankings for this week, and right now he's sitting at 19 points, which is like right on the cusp of this. The divide between top 16 and bottom 16 is 18 points. Both players sitting at 16th and 17th, which is where that cutoff is. They're both at 18 points right now, and so that's really a big spot to keep your eyes on for this one. We're in game number 5, it's going to shape it up, and for game number 6 is really where it cuts off.
Well, we don't call Prestivant P-God for nothing, so I bet you he will be one of those players that really can make a statement in this game number 5. So let's see if that can come to fruition as we head into it.
What are you voting for here, Mort?
Here, I think in a tournament, I like Thresh's Sanctum. Just kind of a nice, consistent, get a bonus every once in a while that you can play around. Glask Industries is also another pretty safe one. Build your items, play tempo, get that extra gold. So pretty happy with either of these, to be honest.
I'm starting off with T-Lides. Nice. 24 points coming through this event so far. This is a pretty killer start to day number 1, I would say.
Yeah, definitely doing really well here. We always talk about this tournament format, right? We've gotten pretty familiar with it, where the break point is usually around 27, 28 points, give or take. And so if you're someone like T-Lades sitting at 24, all you got to do is not go 8th, right? Like, you're sitting real happy. Just don't mess it up. And that's a great position to be in at this point. Whereas I think the rest of this lobby is, T-Lades and Dish Soap looking pretty good. Everyone else has to make some big moves, especially Subzero Ark and T-Boy. They've got to make some real big moves to get those points to try to get to that 27 mark.
And Subzero Ark was looking like this was like the start of the day, where it's, you have an interview at the start, you go first place in the first game.
Yep.
And Subzero Ark's going to need some points.
I was going to say, he went first, points, and then now it's game 5.
Yeah. It's I'm not trying to rub this in or anything, but when you're hit at 12 points at this point, you need to really put together some back-to-backs here. Right now, with the cutoff being at 18 points, what that means is that you're going to be looking at like 26 would be like the lowest cutoff point that I can imagine.
Yeah.
I think that 27 is likely. I think that 28 is likely, and 29 I think would be like a really high weird cutoff point. I don't even know if that's possible mathematically. But when you're looking at that, Subzero Ark is going to need like back-to-back top 2s here, and second place might not be enough in back-to-back. So this is like do or die time. It's all or nothing right here.
Ugh.
And we still haven't seen the Caitlyn with a gold in the feature lobby! God! we're getting Mortdogged, and the Mortdog is getting Mortdogged!
Amazing. Amazing.
Show me the Caitlyn gold! I haven't seen it yet.
I was gonna say he needs a really strong start to be able to maybe pull this off. And I look at these items, and it's not something you're really super excited about in the early game. Kind of takes a desperation play here, taking 1, 2, 3, and again, just not really hitting a lot of anything. If he'd maybe gotten lucky and gotten a Vi out of 1, 2, 3, maybe he could have played a Piltover. Is going to play around Noxus, it looks like. But again, Noxus with everything 1-star. These items are not particularly amazing. I'm curious if he's going to try to level, because Noxus Lost Streak is probably not the play here.
I mean, Vi was like, that was like the #1 thing you could have gotten out of this, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm kind of curious, like, where this actually goes. This might be like a Noxus because you're trying to kill some units right now. I feel like you have one more round to maybe put together like a Piltover here. I feel like Piltover is like one of the few early game like Lost Streak economy builder compositions that has not functioned well if you get it past like 2-2.
Yeah, you definitely want to get it pretty early. The one alternative is it can be a decent win streak if, like, let's say you high roll a 2-star Vi. Even just that 1 extra gold a turn is not the worst for a few turns. But again, you really have to high roll to make that an option. And with those items in that start, that was not what we were seeing here. Getting a look at Dish Soap's boards, has a decent amount of items, has picked the Ezreal augment that gives you the 2 extra components, which is a solid silver, but just not a lot to play around here. Is going to slam the Guard Breaker. You know, you don't really want to slam the Deathblade or Gunblade here, but because it's Glass Industries, every item you're not slamming is possible lost econ, and so the longer he has to go without that, that's just, you know, rough econ. And so that's why I think the Guard Breaker's a good slam. It's a nice generic item that can work on anyone later.
Yeah, it's one of those can go anywhere sort of damage things, which I actually really like about this. I think this is a really good change to what Trapclaw was, where it was giving like backline adjacent like defense mechanisms, and instead it's like, what if instead we made this deal damage, which felt like more in line with what the glove was trying to do, which is create power. So I really like the change. I've been so satisfied with that item just overall, and I think it's just great that you can generically slam it. Not the best, I'd say it's peak of damage that you can get, but I'm certainly not going to complain about it. With T-Boy here, this is a Pandora's Bench that we're looking at, and this was very similar to, I feel like, what we saw with the previous Kale game in the feature lobby that we had, where it wasn't coming together because it felt like everyone had so much gold that everyone hit everything they wanted. This is feeling like a night and day style lobby almost with what Scuttle Puddle was bringing.
Yeah, I think Kale in particular really struggles in something like Scuttle Puddle unless you hit very early and have enough econ to get to 9, then it can do well. But in this silver start lobby with a pretty safe augment, it feels like if he can get that Ginsu's, if he can high roll and maybe activate these early, should be okay. The one thing to note, though, is his econ situation is a little rough. So he's not going to have a ton of econ to roll down. So this is going to be about Pandora's really kind of bailing him out here. And that's leaving it a lot to fate. But I think, again, when you're in 28th place, that's actually probably the right play. You kind of have to make some of these big moves here and try to see if you can get lucky a little bit to swing back away. So I don't actually disagree with this play at all.
Look, I'm just saying I'm not playing in a TFT tournament to get unlucky.
True. Can't argue that logic.
All right, so silver augments. I don't feel like anyone hit like the peak silver augment either. I feel like this is like pretty close to even. Like nobody has that like killer perfect one on 2-1 where it's like, oh, they're way ahead of everybody else. So I feel like this is one of those lobbies where it's really going to come down a lot to what the augment combos you can get for 3-2 and 4-1 are, as well as how well you're able to manage your gold and your health at that point.
Yeah, I think the big thing we saw was Soju and T-Lades with the Latent Forge. Again, we know after about 3-3, you get that Ornn item and you can spike up pretty hard. So as long as they stay high health, that means they'll be generally higher power than the rest of the lobby. And so we look at them right now, and it's like T-Lades actually at 100 health while being down an augment is a good situation to be in. Soju, still 84, so not too bad. But really, if they can get a strong Ornn artifact to power up their team from there, that'll put them in a great situation.
Darknum sitting at 19 points. Pretty decent looking board here. And I am not imagining that they're losing this one, but maybe I'm just crazy. Holy smokes. This board is looking so good from Darknum's spot. That is a lot of damage on a Cassiopeia.
Yeah, definitely people like Cassiopeia as that strong AP item holder. I imagine he holds the other Cassiopeia, and we see this become like a karma comp. We've seen that a couple times today. Though I will say it's been middling success. We've seen it do okay. I don't think it's been winning any lobbies. But again, at 19 points, if he can get, back-to-back even fifths, that'll put him at 27. So, again, maybe he just doesn't have to push too hard here.
I mean, I'm kind of loving this spot right now. Doesn't feel like there's much to change. It doesn't feel like you're spending too much to keep this.
Yep.
Agree.
Agree.
Spot it just feels good.
Yeah, and if you can get that win streak going here. If not, if he loses, he sells the Renekton, not a big deal. But if he can win streak, that'll put him in a great spot to get that economy going and have that gold to hopefully be able to roll down, find things like that karma, get that going early, and be in a good spot here. Up against Dish Soap, has that Callista, but I would not call these ideal Callista items. We see the Nasus go down pretty quick. It is looking pretty close, though, actually. This might be the end of the win streak. The Callista doing a lot of work. And again, we've talked about this many times today, how good Callista can be. It's going to be really close here. Cassiopeia getting a big hit, though. I think, okay, Darth Nub is going to be able to win it. Good slam there from Cassiopeia. So this is where Darth Nub really wants to be right now.
Yeah, that was about as close as you can get. And that was a backline difference there where able to clear off the front line simultaneously. Your backline's 2 stars. Theirs is 1 star. So your damage output is similar. Your health output on the backline is a lot different, though. So that one rolling over to Darth Nub there, that's a big deal, too, there for, Dish Soap going into this spot now. No streak at all. 28 gold, 80 health. Like, that does not feel like a super good spot for Dish Soap to be in, because there's no way that you're generating gold outside of this. You're waiting on something to come up.
Yeah. I do want to, it's funny, we've been talking about legend diversity, and generally lobbies have been pretty diverse. This lobby doesn't feel quite as diverse. We've got 3 Orns, 3 Yees, an Ezreal, and a Caitlyn. And so it'll be interesting to see if the Ezreal and Caitlyn can stand out. But at least with these players in particular, there seem to be some pretty popular choices here. So there's the Ginsu for the Kayle, by the way. That's a big win. Only 40 gold, though, unfortunately. So again, really kind of hoping. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see a roll down, or we're just going to, try to play off the Pandoras. And it looks like we're going to roll down a bit. But again, this is where I'm like, if you roll down too much, you're not going to have any economy to come back. This feels really dangerous.
I feel like this is just hard to evaluate. I definitely am a big fan of rolling and not putting so much pressure on the bench that you have to get everything done. Like, the bench is I feel like it has so many different purposes that it's so hard to weigh that you're like playing off your instinct in the moment. I'm very much an aggressive spend my gold kind of player. That's not going to work for every single situation, and it's not going to be the best play for every single situation. So I think a lot of this just boils down to what your intuition is going to feel like. To me, to argue the math on this spot is to take us 3.5 days to calculate all of this, I feel like.
Yeah. And again, we've talked about this before, right? In this situation in a tournament, sometimes you have to make these big first or 8th plays. And even if it goes wrong and you go 8th place, it doesn't mean it was incorrect, right? Like, this is how you have to make a comeback. You're in this situation now. Does manage to get lucky. We see the Pandoras did trigger the Kayle 3, so at least got one of them going here. So that's pretty happy. You have my bow, not the worst option here for this Kayle. Definitely could consider that. But the fact that he got that Kayle early will help stop some of that bleeding. Now he just needs to find that Poppy and that Maokai as quick as possible.
Yeah. And you made a good point at the end of that, too. Sitting at 13 points, this is back-to-back huge finishes that you need. We're talking top two at the very least. So I feel like that, pretty much every single thing you can do to take an edge there and get a risk, or to take a risk there and get an edge, is a big deal. How many Kales was that?
Yeah, he was one off of 2 Kayle 3.
Yeah, you're gonna have like double trouble Kayle 3. Like, what the heck?
Which I do not like. Even if he hit it, I would not advise playing it. But that was pretty funny to see. Just the idea that for a moment he could have had 2 Kayle 3.
You're gonna get a Kayle 4? Is that even possible? Like, what happens if you get 3 of them?
Unfortunately, does not make a Kayle 4. Although, now you're giving me ideas. No, I'm just kidding.
That needs to change. If I put a bunch of 3 stars on my bench and I roll 3 of the same one, I want my 4 star.
Only works for 1 cost. So. Precedent already with this 2-star Darius, but again, we've only seen Noxus do well occasionally here. Darth Nub was able to do that with that 3-star Samira, 3-star Cassiopeia, 3-star Darius build, but even that kind of capped out at like a second, I believe it was. And so Precedent, though, with 19 points, kind of is another one of those people that need about 8 points. So, you know, 5th, 4th, something like that. So maybe Noxus can pull that off. Health total does seem like it's in a good spot here. He's on a, you know, big win streak. There's plenty of gold to work with here, but this might be where it starts to fall off a little.
Yeah, I feel like for Precedent here, it is about getting back-to-back top 4 finishes. Again, it's 19 points. It's right above the cusp of where you're at right now, and for these next 2 games, you just don't want to punt. So as soon as you have a line that you know is good, and you have a favorable spot for it, that's the time to go it here. I don't think that Preston is looking at this spot and thinking this is a slam dunk 1st or 2nd place. I think Preston is looking at this spot and going, hey, you know what? I have a good setup to push some strong units right now. I may or may not be in a Noxus all-in. We're going to find out soon, but the point of it is my spot's decent. I better take this while it's here.
So, you know, slam dunk spot with Darius. I see what you did there. That's good. That's good.
Well, you know, I try to do those sorts of things. I'm glad you recognize them at the spot, and then I have to talk about them. I can talk about them a little bit too long and make them more awkward, or I can kind of stop and maybe talk about something else. I figure since you're here, I try to make it a little bit more awkward.
Perfect. Looking at T-Boy spot, by the way, Maokai 3, Kale 3. Still only 4 poppies, at least on the board. We'll have to see what he has on his bench, but again, really needs to hit that very quickly. Otherwise, that's where the Kale just really loses its potential to ever actually win the lobby here. We get a look at Subzero Ark's board. 33 health, though. Expect a big roll down here. Does manage to find a Gwen. Has that Challenger emblem, which can do some good stuff. Even Challenger Gwen can be pretty strong here. Finds a Yasuo. Kind of just needs the Kaisa here. Another Yasuo. So hopefully finding one more here, but not quite. Cassandre probably not fitting in this board. Overall, nothing too crazy here. Yeah, we see the Challenger emblem move here. And so hopefully we'll see a 6 emblem. But again, right now this is a Callista 1. This doesn't quite feel strong enough like he was hoping. You see a lot of those pairs. You see the Yasuo pair, the Gwen pair. So just it doesn't quite feel like it's going to be enough here.
It's just a lot of 1-star stuff, for sure. I feel like the Callista having 1 item is definitely not enough to get through Prestiven's board anyway. But something else I wanted to highlight in this one was the divide in the way the player health totals are as well, and perhaps this could be because of the way that strategies need to change. You know, we've seen the whole day in our lobbies that the health totals have kind of cascaded their way downward, and then at the end of the game is either where you have players that are completely running away with it, or it's been evened up and then you have to see the risk take place. In this one, it's the complete opposite. It's like a canyon between the top and the bottom right now, and it's just, again, the whole way through for Subzero Ark at this point is like, if it's not top 2, it's not good enough. So you have to put together a game like this, I feel like, and then that'll dictate whether or not you even have a chance for day number 2 at this point.
Yeah, the big thing is you look at the situation, right? Level 7, 10 gold, does have the Yasuo at least, so there's a little bit of hope here, but 21 health is not much to work with here. We're kind of going to need to natural into like the Kaisa 2. We're going to have to really hope our items are something that support this. Otherwise, this is going to be it. On the other side, we do see, you know, the Poppy and the Kale, but the fact that this is a loss for the Kale comp right now does not look good for T-Boy here. And the other thing to call out here is that's really advantageous for our people that are on the bubble, right? If you have 2 people in the lobby in T-Boy and Subzero who are making these desperation plays, but then end up going 7th and 8th, that's going to help everyone else who needs their, like, 5th and 4th, right? So that's actually really helping them out, I think.
Solus, on the other hand, sitting at 19 points, right at one of those spots as well, where you're just looking to not punt these next couple of games. I'm sorry, at 16 points. Excuse me. I just completely flipped the 6 upside down in my head. Solus needs 2 finishes that are effectively top 4s or better. And I'd say that like a 4th, 3rd is looking good enough. But that could still be a little bit off the base, where it might even need to be better than that. 16 points is... despite the fact that 18 is the cutoff, it's only 4 spots away from that. But 18 and 19 is like, that's really that spot that you're looking for. It's really tough. Solus needs big back-to-back finishes here, and I would say that in this spot right now, this is certainly one of them. I think that you could get it, but I think this 3rd augment's going to really decide whether or not this is like a strong follow-up to it, or whether or not you're going to be sitting here hoping that you had more.
Yeah, we've seen this Vel'Koz comp do well. It can definitely spike and be great. We see Soju, by the way, building that Aphelios comp that we've seen have some success. The big trick here with this Vel'Koz comp, though, is you really are going to need that Vel'Koz 3. And so right now we're at 5 Sorcerer, which feels a little awkward. It's going to slam the Chalice here, so the Vel'Koz can pump out the damage. But again, like you said, if we get a strong augment that maybe helps support this, even something like the Sorcerer Prismatic, we could give you another Vel'Koz, give you a Sorcerer emblem for like your Sona here, could be an option. Is going to win this fight here, and yeah, but again, this is a board we know can cap well, or can take a 5th or a 6th, and we need him to cap really high. Oof, Subzero.
I mean, this is... Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
So, the Prismatic situation here is definitely going to spike a lot of people here. We know Soju's playing the Aphelios with that, although he's not playing the Master Yi, so never mind. Oh, Solus taking Cursed Crown here. I like this play a lot, but it is really risky, which is kind of what he needs to do right now. He needs to take some big risks. This should give him some leeway to maybe roll down a bit. He's going to be able to play 6 Sorcerer and 3 Demacia, so that's a big spike. There's even a world where he could go 4 Multicaster if he wanted, but we'll have to see what he goes with. And right now it's going to be, again, can he get this Vel'Koz 3? But I like the risk taken here.
I'm quite interested in this because I feel like one of the biggest downsides of Sorcerer sitting at these stages is that your front line can just get blasted through very easily sometimes. This is giving you like the best of both worlds. It's like you're getting the extra power if you need it, and you have the extra front line if you need it. Now the problem is that if you need the extra actual like macro time for the game, you don't really have that. But everything else is pretty much here right now. Like when you're spending all this time rolling for a Vel'Koz 3-star, the thing that you're missing is levels. Well, now you have that. So how much time did you actually need for this? I think this actually might be a brilliant take from Solus, and one that I frankly don't really consider that often.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is a great play. Unfortunately, T-Boy knocked out in 8th. That is going to be the end. He's not going to be able to make it to tomorrow, unfortunately. So, good try. But yeah, Solus-wise, we get to look at these augments. Soju has that social distancing. Darthnub actually taking Hedge Fund, so that'll be interesting. Precedent with that Jeweled Lotus, very powerful augment generally. Dish Soap taking Well-Earned Comforts. That's another interesting pick. We'll have to see, but that gives health and attack speed per item equipped. So we'll see if Dish Soap's making a really interesting board. It pairs well with the Ezreal Legend that gives him all those extra items, but since it was silver, it is only 2 extra items, so...
Yeah, it's kind of interested in that one where, again, it's one that I feel like I haven't seen him play very often. Just given, I think, the general power level of Prismatics, I feel like it's one of those ones where you're not going to see it every single time. The way that I'm seeing it right now is well, Subzero Ark's going to go out in this one, and it's it's a chin scratcher right there where it's like, what happened today? I started out in first place, and the rest of the day just did not go their way whatsoever.
So one of the more interesting boards we're seeing right now is T-Lades. He took the 2 tomes, got Deadeye emblem out of both of them, and is now running, I believe, 6 Deadeye. And 6 Deadeye especially can just start sniping down people in the backline, and we've seen it have some moderate success today, and so that's pretty cool to see that build do well. But yeah, now we talked about 2 people are kind of out, and so now it's all about like Solus being kind of the next one who needs, like you said, maybe a 4th or a 3rd. Can he hit that? We get a look at Darthnub's board, who again has that hedge fund, but he kind of just used it to roll for champions here. And you look at the situation we're in, I see only 3 karmas. I don't see an amazing board here. So I'm actually really worried that Darthnub might just kind of bleed out here. Nothing really spiked him here, and Hedge Fund were not taking advantage of that econ. So yeah, this scares me a bit.
This is a shift of plans at some point. Is that perhaps what's happening?
Yeah, it's possible looking at where he was at here, but right now, really wants to find that Shen 2 that the Karma can heal. But again, I see 4 Karmas, and I'm so nervous. Dish Soap, on the other hand, we see has that Senna providing powerful shield, that Callista, and this feels like it's been the more successful version. This Callista itemization is so fascinating, but it's doing very well right now.
All right, so my understanding of it is that the AP and the AD Callistas have functioned fairly similarly.
Yep.
Which I found like pretty fascinating, where I feel like Callista's like the one lone champion that actually kind of benefits from every offensive stat imaginable. And so it's like this is the one patch where I feel like the backline Titans actually made a lot of sense on a unit.
Yeah, I can definitely see that here. And again, Darthnub down to 0 gold here. Found one self-repair bot, which is a little bit of extra frontline here. Found the Rise, but this is Zon Rise, which requires you to have a lot of gold. Ends up getting his carry Zephyr here. And again, this is just not the situation he really wants to be in right now.
Yeah, I feel like the Loving Invocation here is really making this more of a power-up sort of team as well. Where you have the benefit of the 6 Invoker here, but that may be one of your biggest defenses that you have is that your team can just get one big blast and you don't take colossal losses from the other boards who are beating you up. Like, this is a loss to Prestivent, who is #1 in the lobby right now, and frankly has been so for pretty much the entirety of the lobby.
So I have to call out that Solus did lose a fight, bringing him all the way down to 5 with that Cursed Crown. He's lucky it didn't kill him, but that definitely does mean he is down to his last life and really needs to hit that spike while he has time. Looking at Soju's board here, this is again the comp that we've seen, if it comes together, is kind of the S tier comp right now, right? If you can get the Shen 2, play around the Freljord, you get the Aphelios. These are great Aphelios items. But right now he doesn't have the Master Yi augments that take it to, you know, super S tier, and he's still got this Aphelios 1. And so this comp definitely has weaknesses in this variation of it. Will he be able to find that Aphelios 2? He's only 1 off, so it could come at any time. But that's going to be the big difference right now we're waiting for. Ooh, Presivent hits Darius 3 at 5-1. That is really early. And with that much gold still, this is looking like a possible Noxus victory. This is a great spot to be in.
Yeah, that is a lot of gold to have with the Darius 3. And I think that's really the big highlight that I'm glad you pointed out for this one is that there's 50 gold behind it as well. Like, this isn't like a desperation roll down where you hit it and you're like, oh, thank goodness. This is Prestivent's about to start going other directions in addition to having Darius 3. For Solus here, though, this is an automatic win or loss spot at this point. Barely squeezing that one out. I mean, we have a full HP Lux in the back, but that was very scary with that dash to the back line where it looked like that Vel'Koz might have gotten picked off.
Yeah, the Lux rolled Radiant Morello, which is definitely the worst roll you can get for that Lux. And then the Vel'Koz walked up and got Yasuo ulted, which also didn't help. Both of those things almost made it really, really bad. Thankfully, didn't backfire. And now we're back on Soju's board. He's got that Heimerdinger, which is applying that Shred, and the Sunder does find the Aphelios too. That's a big power up here. So again, great variation of the board. Even has that social distancing that's powering it up here. You know, even has the middle augment, the fallen one that's going to make that Aphelios really strong when it's the last thing alive. So these are good augments for Soju. He should be really happy in this situation.
Yeah, you're pretty happy with Gifts of the Fallen and 2 Rage Blades and having the full...
There it is. Oh, there it is.
Whoa. The 6 Deadeye just picking the back line.
Yep.
There's just nothing you can do about that.
As he loaded into this fight, I'm sitting here going, I think that's enough AD for 6 Deadeye to just delete his back line. And sure enough, that is exactly what happened.
Oh my gosh.
This 6 Deadeye comp might be kind of like the lobby buster, because I look at all these matchups, right? And like, if Solus loses his Lux to a 6 Deadeye, if anyone loses their Kaisa or Callista to a 6 Deadeye, it might just counter everyone in the lobby except Presivent. There's no way it's going to do that well against that Darius 3. And so that might set us up for a solid 1-2, because everyone else just struggles against the 6 Deadeye.
Darthnub just had to roll all of their gold for a 2-star Shen. This was so much gold that got spent, and a pair of the Aries got sold in this. This is ridiculous. From Darthnub's side, so much got spent for a 2-star Shen, and I think that's the reason they're losing, is because the front line's just getting chewed through too quickly.
Yeah, it's not enough. And again, we talked about the Karma, the fact he's down a Prismatic. It's doing okay, and it's starting to stack here. But now Darius, here he comes, dunking away. And I think that will be the end of Darthnub, unfortunately.
Everything had to get spent for that. That is crazy. I was like, certainly he's gonna hit the, certainly he's gonna hit the Shen, right? Right? Oh my gosh.
Solus getting another Chalice here, I think, is great. That's going to power up the Vel'Koz even more. And again, those Sorcerer comps really want the big kill to get that Chain Lightning here, so I like this pickup for Solus. It's just going to come down to can he burst things fast enough. It feels like everyone right now is going to struggle against this Darius 3, though. That's the big thing here. Senna 2 for Dish Soap is a very powerful spike as well. Kind of missing out on frontline here. We see, you know, the Yasuo 1 That's also a bit of a struggle. Yasuo 1, excuse me, Senna 2 before Yasuo 2 is something he's not particularly happy about.
Hey, whoa. He got that Senna 2 off the carousel, all right?
Yep. So we'll have
that
to see if this front line
that
can
doesn't
live.
count that way.
It's true.
That's
true.
fair and square at that point.
Up against Solus here, so this feels like the battle for a possible 5th place here. And we're gonna have to watch this Vel'Koz because I feel like this Vel'Koz will just delete everything.
Setup here I feel like was really nice from Dish Soap though, having the Ionic Spark on the side that the Kai'Sa was most likely to dash to. Has a lot of extra
Yasuo.
damage you're going to get here. Vel'Koz almost gets picked.
Oh,
Wait, the last dash here, that's enough! My gosh!
Whew. That is your Kai'Sa versus my Kai'Sa difference there.
Yeah, me Kai'Sa, Su Kai'Sa.
Yeah. So that's going to
Wait,
put
that's not how
Solus
that works.
in a really tough spot here because now Solus will have 20 and he needs 27 or 28, so he'll need a 1st or 2nd next game to really have a shot to continue on.
Well,
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say, if there's a player I want to have a chance at first, that Solus is a good candidate for that, I think.
Yeah, I agree. He definitely can have that first-rate style when he needs to. Still looking at Dish Soap's board here, 14 health. We did see the 6 Deadeye lose a fight here. Must have been against a tougher opponent here. So up against, looks like Soju's board, I believe.
Yeah, pretty inconsequential Zephyr on the right side for Soju's side as well. Kai'Sa getting knocked up here. It's something you not want to see. Ashes back to the side of that shred there as well. Yeah, this is just too much damage. I think it's getting blasted through here. Dish Soap's frontline not able to hold up on this one, but able to stand up, I think, with a pretty reasonable finish overall. T-Lide's getting picked off in the Dish Soap. Is that 0 health to negative? Oh, it's a 0 health to a negative health. So Dish Soap squeezes out a 3rd place here. Honestly, I think this 3rd place you got to be pretty happy with, considering how strong the opposing compositions here look. Like Prestivant's still at 76 health with like the 3-star everything board plus 1 million gold, and Soju's board was strong pretty much since the get-go. Like nothing here feels like it's really been missing at any point in this game. This was just great gold management, and then some lucky finds on stage 4 and converting that into a top 2.
Yeah, like I said, this is what everyone kind of needed to happen, right? Precedent was at 19. If he wins, that'll put him at 27. That's great for him. Dish Soap was at 23, got 6 points. So he's at 29 now. That's going to put him in a good spot. T-Lade's getting a top 4 here. That's all he needed. He's in a great spot. So it's actually hilariously Soju who even needed a strong finish. And if he gets 2nd here or 1st, really good for him. So a lot of people got what they needed out of this lobby, putting them in a great position for the next round. But what that also might mean is we might see a higher point total, right? If everyone's kind of getting what they needed and the bottom is crashing out, that can lead to some higher point distribution. So we'll have to see.
Keep a look at the score sheet if you want to stay up to date with everything that's happening in the moment as quickly as it can. But this just doesn't even feel like it's close, even though,
no.
So the Darius gets taken down here. The Cat's still a lot of damage, and then Gwen's still uncontested. So this has to pop everything like right here, right now. And it does. Wow. So Soju gets the win there. A little bit of extra stats from the Fallen.
Yeah, I think that was a big part of it. The other thing that made a big difference there, and I don't know if you caught it, but the Edge of Night on the Ashe actually stopped the Darius from getting his dunk chain and continuing on. And so that was a big difference in that fight, blocking that and resetting that. So I really like that itemization there. That made a massive difference. Now, the thing is, it sort of feels like delaying the inevitable here. Precedent has 86 gold. He's chilling. He's hit what he needs to. If at any point it starts to become a problem, 6-5, he can go to 9, put in some more units, grab in a Heimerdinger. So like I said, this feels like delaying the inevitable, but still a good win from Soju there.
Got my eyes on Darius. Darius and the Cat are teamed up here as well. Oh, I think you might be right. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, jeez. Oh, that is not good. You know what? I think you're right. I think this was delaying the inevitable, and it kind of maybe took a little bit of the excitement out of what was getting built there. Prestivant just absolutely stomps him down. It's not even close. We're going to be heading over to a different lobby here for the exact purpose that I just described, is that the excitement was pulled out of that one. So as we jump into this one, Kurum X finds himself now in a top 2 position against I'm Jack. And Kurum is pretty much at that spot where you need some strong finishes. At 20 points in this one, And a big win. So that's going to put Kurum up to 28 points. He didn't need that many, I think, to be in a comfortable position. And Imjack didn't either. Imjack was sitting at 23 points now. So both these players shooting into those top spots where it is, I think, virtually impossible for them to find themselves in a bottom 16 at this point.
Man, I'm just feeling let down by the lack of comeback that I was hoping to see after the Edge of Night. And then also we jumped into a lobby and we all got to see one fight.
Hey, I'm happy with the one fight that we got to see. It kept me up to date with the points. It let everyone show Kurum off a win, which is, I think that Kurum, despite the fact that he's like rated so highly, I feel like a lot of times he's still underrated despite that. It's like, just don't ever forget about Kurum. That's kind of one of the ways I want to look at it. But my excitement's still sitting on the previous lobby, which is such a brutal win from Prestivan over everybody else.
I was about to say, I think Prestivan's in a good spot. He's got 86 gold for next game. He can use that next game. That's how it works, right? I mean, that's a lot of gold.
If only.
So, yeah, definitely a dominating win from him. And nice to see, Noxus, which is a comp I think a lot of people, including myself even, had kind of bumped down a few pegs. He performed really well with it, hit that Darius 3 at 5-1, so that was great.
That was so much fun to watch. Darius just kind of bouncing in between every enemy and they just get deleted out of existence. I'd love to be able to try that out in my own games. Maybe we'll see if that actually goes well. But hey, outside of that, I feel like it's just been kind of surprise after surprise. Has there been anything else today outside of like the 6 Noxus comp or even like the boss that's really stood out to you more?
I think the other big surprise has actually been sort of Invoker's lack of success. If you look at some of the stats and players, it's a pretty popular ladder comp that can do well. But everyone we've seen take it today has really struggled with it. There has not been a ton of Invoker success. And so I think that has been kind of my biggest surprise from my perspective. Everything else has kind of sort of matched my expectations. Maybe the other one being Kale. Kale's another one that like every time we've seen someone try it, it just has not worked. And that's another one that we know on ladder can do very well and have a big first place rate. But here in a tournament with some high competition and the tempo turned up, it is just not working.
But what if you get a 4-star kill, Admirable? Like, that changes the tides, right?
Well, I think Mort said that was the one exception that you had to the... Wait, was it just 1-star? I don't remember which one it was. I definitely think that 4-star kill would change it for what it's worth. But I've kind of been surprised at players' willingness to, I'd say, go after it personally, because I feel like with, like Mortalk said, we've seen it perform very well in ladder, but ladder's a very different environment than tournaments are, where we know that tournaments historically have the tempo turned up a little bit more. We know that players are not going to wait and be as patient on resources, that they're definitely going to try to put the pedal to the metal, especially when the time calls for it on this one. I feel like if you're playing Kale, you need everything to fit in the right spot. And so I feel like that just hasn't really happened. When players are going Kale, they're, a quarter of a step behind, and then that turns over to them just tripping over and falling and never recovering from that spot. And that kind of brings me over back to the same thing from Noxus, for instance, where Noxus, I think, inherently is an easy composition to play. It's about getting some gold, getting the right units, and then 3-starring your Katarina and 3-starring your Darius. But I think the reality of Noxus is that you have to have a lot of things in place to justify going that direction and expecting to pull out a strong finish, not just a top 4 or maybe a 5th place from that. And Prestivan had all of that from the get-go. It was strong early items. It was a strong start to the game. It was a very easy transition into the level 7 and then hit a 3-star Darius on 5-1 with 50 gold left. He didn't just pressure everything and say, you know what, I have to go immediately. It was the fact that he was able to take his time, which converted the composition into whatever he wanted at the end of the game. Additionally to that, the rest of the lobby wasn't super strong. So everything fell into Prestivan's lap in that particular game. But I feel like the players who are willing to go Noxus oftentimes will just force it from any spot possible, and I think that drags its results down a little bit more. I think if anything I'm saying here is that there's so much to do in this set that you have to know a lot if you want to get comfortable finishes with compositions that otherwise look pretty poor. If you try to force anything from a spot, I think that's where you're going to find yourself dragged into the mud.
Very well said. I really love being able to see those like risks that players have to take. I mean, we even saw a Cursed Crown choice actually come through with this game as well, and that really is kind of just what you have to do sometimes. We'll see what other players have been able to accomplish in this game number 5 as we take a look at the lobby scoreboards. And oh, we've got Broccoli coming out with a win. Replay also with a first. Mort, I see you
Yeah.
Make it some faces. What's the reaction here?
I mean, the big one to jump out is you see Milk and Kyun, who were kind of at the top and really high, going 8th. We see it, like you mentioned, Replay, Kurum doing really well. I feel like we have a few people who are kind of out of it, but everyone else is actually really tight. And again, that's one of those situations where the point total might get inflated. So it actually, there's a lot of people that maybe weren't at risk before, but now are. And so I think when we see the overall scores here, this is going to be really interesting, except for, like I said, maybe about 8 people who might just already be out of it.
Yeah, my gosh, they're so close.
Yeah, it's going to be a photo finish, that's for sure. Because let's go ahead and take a look at those overall standings. And Mort,
Yeah.
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
This looks like it's going to be a high cap today and a high bar.
Yeah, because now I'm looking at this and I'm like, even Goobums, right, with an 8th, 27 does not look safe with these scores, right? Because with T-Boy and Connor as me and Subzero kind of struggling, everything looks really inflated. There's no one running away with it, taking points. So, like, everyone feels at risk here. I think even hypothetically, I mean, Precedent's probably like the line, but like even Kyun and Robin and Broccoli could go 8th and not make it. This is scary. So I think this is going to be a massive game. Whoever's casting this is going to have to pay attention to a lot of these scenarios because there's a lot.
Or pay zero attention. Let the scorecard do all the rest of it.
True.
For me, I'm looking at I'm Jack coming through with a really big performance here in day number 1. I'm Jack was in a study group with Wajan Iverson, Malala Replay, and Replay and I'm Jack being in the same study group here, I think tells a lot about what's going on in this spot. I'm Jack, if you haven't been paying very close attention to the scene, he's been in the competitive scene for a long time, since before augments were in the game. To see him and Replay sitting in those top 2 spots right now, that is like a dust your hands and brush your shoulders kind of moment for the players in the same study group, putting up 30-day points already, and we're not even in the 6th game yet.
There's so many different things you get to follow, and this day 1 is really delivering. And thank you both so much for taking us through games 1, 3, and 5. Mort, it's been great to have you back. Has this mid-set lived up to the expectations that you were hoping?
Yeah, I think it's been a lot of fun. We've seen some, good composition, some good play around the portals and the augments and stuff like that. Nothing crazy hype yet, no crazy 3 stars or massive Piltover cash outs, but it's day 1, so we still got more to see, so we'll see what happens.
Hey, we saw a 2-star Bandle City Rise earlier.
True, that's a pretty powerful unit.
Yeah.
That is a powerful unit, you're not wrong.
But it still got bested. Let's put that out there. Not everything is certain until it's over, but it has been such an exciting day, and I'm right there with you, Mort. I feel like we still have the best even yet to come as we look forward to the next 2 days of competition. But hey, what about you, Admirable? What are your takeaways from today?
My eyes are glued to the screen for Game 6, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
It's going to be amazing. Short and sweet. I love it. You two are amazing. Have a great rest of your evening. Enjoy watching this 6th game play out, because it really is going to be such a tight race to see which 16 players are going to be making it through to day number 2 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. So don't go anywhere, because it's all coming up right after this. Hello everybody and welcome back. We have Game 6 of Day 1 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale ahead of us. And boy is it close. I mean, Crowan, I feel like this is such a loaded question, but I'm going to ask you anyway. How hyped are you for this Game 6?
Oh, I'm super hyped. There's a lot on the line, especially with as harsh of a cutoff as 16 players, right? Half the field going on in Day 1. But there's still that championship slot, you know, that world slot available for one person, whoever is going to be at the top of Day 3. And going out in Day 1, right, even though getting here is huge for any TFT player, going home on day one just sucks. Like, you're gonna feel disappointed. You're gonna be like, I knew I could have done better. I showed up on the day and it just kind of wasn't enough, and you're gonna be kicking yourself over it. And we've seen that happen for a lot of players time and time again as mid-sets and regionals come through. So there's a lot on the line, specifically for 6 players in this lobby, Vanilla being the one out on top, tied for first, and Connor unfortunately being the one that doesn't have a shot to make it. But they've done well to get to this point. But the other 6 players, they really need a good game here to try to get advanced into day 2.
And that point differential is so close. We're gonna see some high scores to be able to send our 16 players forward, and I don't know what the strategy's really gonna be to be able to get them there. We've seen a lot of risks being taken, as well as just a lot of safe calls trying to go for some of those more power capped compositions. Casanova, who do you have your eyes on right now as somebody that you feel like is going to play a bit riskier?
I'm looking at Chris and Amdi at 21 points. Both of them kind of really looking at a first or second or bust in this spot. It's going to be tough to make it in without a top 2 spot. And so kind of looking for a more high risk line in order to try and lock that down, because you'd rather go 8th in this game trying to make it to that first spot and get into day 2 of the mid-set finale versus, you know, take a 4th and just barely miss out because you didn't take the risk. So those are 2 players. Phoenix Awe at 22 points, maybe less so because the top 3 probably does it for him. So he can maybe play a little bit more standard, whereas those bottom 2, Chris and Amdi really are the ones I'm looking at.
Hey, that gives a whole new meaning to literally go big or go home. I feel like both of you have backed that up, and so this final game is going to be incredibly explosive, especially with the other lobbies as well, holding a ton of players that are also sitting very close together. But this one for sure, that's where the race is the closest. But when you look at maybe some of the players that are going for a bit of a victory lap, like, do you contest? do you play spoiler, Crow? And is that even a thing that you think crosses these players' minds?
In some situations, maybe. I think it used to before the introduction of bonus points, but since bonus points are such a big thing on getting players, you know, advancing the next day and the next day, they're just going to be playing their own game, trying to approach it honestly as if it was game 1 of a tournament, right? Just don't change anything up, play your game, play standard, and try to lock in that you know, first 6, right? Get bonus points, I believe first 6. Okay, yep. So it is pretty close between, you know, the first like 8 or 12 kind of slots, and just in terms of the standings that we have right now, or first 11 are just like within 4 points. So it's still, you really want to be able to get on top there and get those 3 bonus points. It'll carry you league, especially when we get that fiercer competition tomorrow where we're cutting it in half again, and the competition, guess what, it's going to be even stronger. You're just left with the 16 strongest players, right? So definitely they're just going to be playing their own game, trying to go for those bonus points.
Fantastic point. We've got players that are competing for a lifeline to get to date 2, but also the players that are playing for those bonus points, because Casanova, I mean, I think you need them. I don't know, like I do feel like this is, as Crowan said, just such a tight race between everybody that you need every little leg up that you can get.
Well, it's so big making it to that final lobby, right? Making it to day 3, because yes, there's a spot for Worlds in first, right? So if you can get bonus points going into that, that's massive. But even, you know, making the top 4 on that day, you get to go to regionals. Like, you get to be done. You're like, okay, I am going to regionals. I get to have another shot at Worlds. So there's a lot riding on the line. And so someone like Vanilla, who's sitting at 30 points in a really good position to try and score multiple bonus points, right? Try and play for that first or second position on the day is huge. So having another good performance here, trying to lock that in, Vanilla would set themselves up very nicely going into day 2.
Yeah, we have quite a few players on this list so far that I feel like are looking for those more breakout performances, but we also have players in this lobby that are also one of the players you would expect to see at a final lobby of a TFT tournament. One of those is Robin Songs. We were going to talk about him a little bit leading up to the game, but hey, we're done hyping up the suspense. Game 6 is upon us, so Casanova and Crowan, take us home and help us see which 16 players are making it through to tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much, Nekra Crowan, for jumping in. Game 6 of day 1. This is where we cut our field in half. Targon Prime, Immortal Bastion, and Shurima Bazaar. Milk is not in this lobby. Everyone is safe from the Bastion this time around.
Milk is in the lobby.
Wait,
He is
Milk
in the
is
lobby.
in the lobby. He doesn't
But
want his
he's
bastion.
no,
All right,
he's
he's over it.
Yeah, pivoting. Wait, but it was the one. Wait, one Tarkon Prime winner winning it. It was
Connor one guide everybody.
Connor one guide everybody playing spoiler, saying, you know what, I might be out, but I will still influence the results of this tournament yet.
Oh, that is great. I love it. Connor said, you know what? Yeah, I'm done today, but I'm playing on the portal I want to play on. Targon Prime. We will be seeing that blessing come through when someone hits 40 HP. We'll let everybody know what it is once we, see the very first one. But we were going to talk about Robin for a reason, Crone, and it's,
for sure.
the fact that he's sitting at 26 points. Technically, Robin could not make it on to that top 16. He would have to have a pretty poor performance in this game, either a 7th or an 8th, that could potentially lock him out. And so, Robin's someone we expect to see make it even to the final lobby. And considering his aversion to getting 8th places, I think he has a really good chance.
Exactly. I was just about to bring up that point. You know who doesn't go 8th that much? It's Robin. I think only one game this whole set so far he's gone 8th, right? And even that game was like, okay, just kick a low roll. Like, you just don't expect Robin to lose. And so he feels like he's super safe to clinch a day 2 spot, right? Maybe not in the running for bonus points, but it depends, right? He's one of those players in that top 11 that I had named, all within 4 points of each other. So Robin getting a first place in this game, even if it doesn't need a first place to make it to day 2, might still be earning some bonus points. So there's still a lot in the line for him, and I think he'll be playing with that same, like, I want to win this lobby kind of mindset.
Oh, exactly. And, another player in the same spot as Robin in this tournament is Broccoli, right? We've got him on our screen. We see he's even got a spark potential to slam, so a good AP direction is in that 26 points at tied at 11th place. So the same thing, right? If he doesn't go bottom 2, then he's good. And if he can go towards the top 2, he might be able to be in contention for those bonus points. As we see, the options here, Ancient Archives, Jeweled Lotus, Three's Company. He actually re-rolls his Earth Augment and the Jeweled Lotus, looking for something else. Three's Company was the one he actually left open. I'm curious about this, Krun. That's the one he did not re-roll.
Does he have okay, I was curious if he had maybe some like some Piltovers and he wanted to get the Three's Company to maybe hit the other one, but no, that wasn't the case here. Know your enemy is just so good in this meta. You're usually going to get that 20% damage value, but even if you don't, 12% is still really, really good. I'm curious of the rerolls though, and the order of which he did those. Trying to think of what the consideration was. Maybe an open cat. You're leaning towards, if I hit Darius, I can go Noxus, because Noxus has shown that it can win lobbies, as precedent displayed just a little bit ago. So yeah, it could have been that.
All right, but gonna be facing off against Vanilla. Has a 3 Demacia start with a Garen item, as well as Gifts from the Fallen. So this is a very strong early game setup. He doesn't have to commit to the Garen, but we also saw the player camera in the top left corner, and they were just jamming out with the Garen on board.
Good times.
They know they've made it to day 2 already, so I'm curious the level of seriousness in this game, but also bonus points. So I imagine the highest level of seriousness. It's just very funny to watch. A comfortable spot, right? You got the luxury to jam out when you got 30 points.
Hey, and some players play better when they don't feel that stress, right? Time and time again, even in the interviews of tournament winners, we've seen like, oh yeah, I wasn't stressed this tournament, and so I actually did better. But people being like, oh no, I was really, really kind of like nervous. I didn't know how well I was going to do. That's when sometimes the nerves kind of get to you. So honestly, if I see a player jam out like that, I'm like, oh yeah, they're going first. Honestly, they're giga chilling. But something I did want to call out real quick as well is the legends. We've talked a lot about the diversity throughout the day, and even sometimes players swapping. And Chris is a player who has swapped legends throughout the day. They were playing Yi earlier and now have swapped over to Poro. So now one of the few Poro players amongst Vanilla as well in this lobby. And Poro's not a legend that like, okay, it doesn't benefit multiple players, right? Poro is just the standard, you play whatever, you're full flex. Just interesting to see that adaptation from Chris, and he is doing a lot better, I think, after that swap.
Well, and Poro was one of the legends that people talked about having a very high cap, right? Because you're not, seeing these tailored augments that are not the high roll ones, right? The tailored ones for the legends are not super high roll. So this is just giving you the chance to get an additional, high roll augment. And Chris needing to be one of those players that finishes in the top 2 in this game. Having Poro getting more chances to high roll the augment choice is probably worthwhile, and it's a safer way to do it, a more comfortable way to do it, instead of completely changing your game plan and trying to play, like Dragon King or something crazy like that.
Yeah, Dragon King's out of the meta. The king is dead at this point. I don't think we're going to see it. at all. But yeah, no, the point still stands, right? But Poro does that with similar concepts of just getting those high roll augments. Looking at AMD versus Phoenix in this matchup here, Eternal Winter, even after all the nerfs cast, is still just such a good item, especially going into, you know, AD teams. And as much as Aphelios is at the top of this meta, I think that's part of the reason kind of why we're seeing a lot of Ornn players still is a lot of the power after the Eternal Winter. That's not the only item that's like, you know, just OP, right? But still a solid one in a lot of situations.
Yeah, very good one, very flexible, right, in the way that it can play. Of course, Phoenix has slammed a Last Whisper, so Phoenix not playing super flexible, even though that item is. But I also wanted to call out AMD as the other player that was, you know, looking for that top 2 finish and has actually found Shimmer Scale. So this is actually a really good way that you can play for a super capped out board. Has that Determined Investor, going to be able to have the diamond hands online, get the champion duplicator, which can lead to, you know, an early 2-star 5 cost, and that can convert to first places. So we'll have to keep our eyes on AMD as he continues to, you know, loss streak, get that Determined Investor online early, see where the economy is at, and see if that Shimmer really makes a big difference.
There is the potential for a Piltover for Phoenix, and
2-5 Piltover win streak variant.
I was totally going to set that up as, oh yeah, I don't think Phoenix is going to pivot into it at this point, and it would go to show to see the nerfs, right, and people not looking to cash out at 7, 8, or 9. But Phoenix is completely turning my point moot by saying no, 2-5 is not too late to start playing Piltover. Maybe it's going to be okay with a cash out at like 5 or 6 or something like that, just get a little bit of value, and then go still be in a kind of flexible direction, still among the AD line, right, with the Last Whisper. But Last Whisper is one of Zeri's best in slot items, so I wouldn't be surprised if this just is a kind of middling cash out Piltover into a Zeri kind of game.
Oh, I don't even think it's cash out. Mort was bringing this up earlier. This is just, it's just win streak, right? You just get that extra 1 gold in this mid game because Phoenix has a very strong board, and you just use it to econ a little bit faster. And then, yeah, I think he's still probably leaning towards there. He's leaning towards, you know, those kind of plays. But for right now, he just realized, oh, my board doesn't really lose much strength by playing Piltover here. I'm going to just, you know, get an extra gold per turn while I continue this win streak. Or at least, you know, maybe you get a gold here. Maybe you do lose 1 and then you cash out the next turn. But it's not playing for a big cash out by any means. It's just playing for these, like, middling rewards or just 1 gold per turn.
Yeah, exactly. The 1 gold thing, definitely a great call out, something that slipped my mind a little bit. But getting the econ online, especially because needing to play for, you know, having a big game, right? Having a top 2, top 3 kind of placement. Taking a look at Melk here, we see a lot of items already slammed, which he's looking to do with the Ezreal Legend, right? You get that extra item economy in the early game, slam to try to find some bit of a direction, and he's still even a little bit flexible. Admittedly, he could go challengers like the board kind of suggests right now, but you could still pivot into Azir Lux with the JG going on Lux and the Rageblade going onto Azir. I think Melk is going to lean towards challengers here just because he already has them on the board and he's able to play that kind of tempo style, especially being on a 4 win streak here, but isn't quite locked into it.
Yeah, and on the other side, you know, Chris potentially leaning towards challengers as well, has the Spat and Open Bow available. Has slammed a Quicksilver, which is just an interesting slam to me because I don't know the last time I saw someone slam Quicksilver as their first item. I'm gonna be honest, but
God, I wish we could have tournament stats of like how many times Quicksilver slams the first item, because it literally might be 0.
Yeah, this might be the first one. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Chris
I would not be shocked.
History right now potentially. And I guess it gives a little bit more attack speed to the Callista, and you're not gonna want to slam a Runeans or a or Last Whisper, I suppose. Has 4 Callistas as well, so could be thinking about some crazy kind of like Callista reroll. Like I think Necra actually mentioned earlier, going into these challenger lines, if you're not playing the tempo style and capping around the Kaisa or the Yasuo, could see a Callista 3 come through.
Yeah, and I mean, Kron, like, if I'm thinking about, what, JG plus Ginsu on Callista alongside a Quicksilver, I'm down.
That's solid,
that sounds fine. That sounds good to me, right? You get the extra crit from the Quicksilver. Attack speed is just always a good stat on her. I mean, you know, it's probably not your favorite item of all time, but I think it works fine. It gets the job done, especially with Chris being on 4 Callistas, already on 3-1. It's kind of a contested unit though, so Callista 3 is pretty hard to get a lot of the time. So we'll see how this lobby kind of pans out, if there's a lot of Callistas gone or if Chris can actually play for that. But Kalista 3 is definitely a win condition that could get Chris, you know, a top 2 spot that he needs in this game.
Exactly. He needs the top 2 spot. Looking at the kind of holistic view of the game, where does Chris think that chance to win the lobby is the highest? It is perhaps at this point going to have to be around the challengers and not just like a middle of the pack. Okay, I hit challengers, I'm going 4th, I'm going 3rd, right? It needs to be something that could win the lobby. And as prismatic augments come through here, this is I think a big point to either make or break Chris's run here. Is Jeweled Lotus like enough? Is Cybernetic Leech enough to be, you know, kind of lobby winning? I'm not sure. He's gonna look to reroll and hopefully hit something big here. Bastion Crown not quite it from the spot and rerolls everything. And I would say this is a big miss, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he rerolled going for Bastion Crown. He's going to play Bastion with Kalista, potentially reroll it, or he can try and go towards the Aphelios later instead. I mean, +1 Bastion is very good, right? Like we've seen 6 Bastion, you know, cap very high. 8 Bastion is essentially like an auto win if you can get that online, with, you know, reasonably. So I don't know. We'll see if Chris can get there. I was curious if it was going to just be the Jeweled Lotus and then you go for the Ginsu and then you just find any other item to round this out, but instead trying to play for the potential even higher cap, I think, of the +1 Bastion.
Yeah, true.
We'll see how good it is right now. At least it gave 4 Bastion immediately on a 2-star unit, so it's a pretty strong spot, plus the Sunfire. I think that does help the current board strength as well.
It does. The main worry is just, even though 4 Bastion is there, right, it's still going to get taken out by comps like Milk, and Kalista just does not do enough damage at this point. There's 2 Challenger, 2 Shadow Isles to buffer up, even know your enemy as well for some extra damage, but the board strength isn't there. Chris on a 5 loss streak will need to still high roll at level 7, roll into a few Aphelioses to feel safe. And like in a spot where you can push level 9, or push level 8, excuse me, or level 9 even, if he gets really, really lucky, and contest that lobby win.
Yeah, looking around, we actually see a couple tome picks, right? Vanilla and Connor have picked the tomes. Vanilla, Juggernaut, and Demacia. We got a Garen player. I mean, this is a full Garen commit. This is Bloodthirster Titans Garen.
God.
Really great items for him. And then he's found a +1 Juggernaut, +1 Demacia. I'm down. We got a Garen in the mid set.
I'm very quickly becoming a Vanilla fan, right? Went to the tournament, didn't expect, I would say like too much, right? Vanilla being part of that lab study group, this study group in general, like we were talking about earlier, hasn't really showed up this set that much. Vanilla being the kind of one to carry the torch forward. And doing it off of the back of a Demacia Juggernaut Garen carry to secure... Okay, I don't want to say it, I don't want to jinx it, but I will. First place on the day, you know, if Vanilla wins this lobby, that would be absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the Garen spot's certainly not bad. I know a lot of people, when they were playing it, it was from Master Yi, because that allowed you to actually cap out. The thing is, with Vanilla, win streaking right now, I think Vanilla really needs to, like, hit these Garens very soon, or they will fall off very quickly.
Yes.
So, we'll keep our eyes on Vanilla, but I don't know if there's any other 3-cost rerolls. Potentially, we got the Kalista reroll from Chris. We'll have to keep our eyes out. Maybe there's a Karma player in the lobby, and that can improve the odds. If there's a Noxus player, that helps a ton with trying to hit the Garen, so... we'll see, because if it's just Vanilla rolling for 3 costs, I think it's going to feel a little rough.
Which it looks like it might be taking a kind of gander at all the boards there. The only other reroller perhaps is Connor, looking like they're angling for, you know, the Trist composition. What is Connor cooking?
So Connor has Shadow Isles plus Bastion from taking the tomes, the prismatic tomes.
Plus
but
Rogue.
He just got the cash out, or not the cash out, but the blessing, the Targon blessing, and it's 2 tomes.
Plus Zon.
Oh no.
Plus Demacia, plus Freljord. I am dizzy, Cass. Looking at Connor's spot, I think Connor is dizzy as well. What do you do in this situation? You're still far off of hitting Tristana 3. You've hit the Viego, so you only need 1 of Poppy or Maokai.
All right.
But there's 2 emblems on the bench.
Yeah, Rogue Tristana, go wait. I'm down.
I'm not down, Cass. I'm not down for that. At least go out with a bang and not in 8th place, Connor. I know you're having fun right now because the game forced you to have fun, but hey, hopefully we hit.
Yeah, I mean, hit what? Like, I mean, yeah,
you know,
Chris,
I left
sure,
it
but,
open-ended
like...
intentionally. Just the concept of hitting Connor needs to do. Hit what? Great question. We don't need to dig that far deep into this one, guys.
It's not
just
that deep, bro. You know, you just gotta hit. All right, there it is. We'll see what Connor hits eventually, but I think Connor is not long for this world in game 6 of the day. Connor having a breakout performance in Shurima Cup, playing very well this set overall, making it to mid-set, which is very impressive. But Connor, of course, you know, we did mention before, does not have a chance to make it to the A2. So this is really just, you know, a game, go out with a bang ideally, but at least have some fun playing TFT at the highest level.
Yeah, there's so many other important storylines here. I almost wish we could just watch Connor, but no, we'll check back in with him later. I'm so upset with this, but no, AMD, one of the players who needs a top 2, likewise with Chris. Both of them are middling HP and not in any sort of streak. AMD level 710 gold, Chris level 650 gold. Neither of those players are in spots that I think are very indicative of, oh yeah, this player's running away with the game. So it really comes down to how their level 7 goes. Are they going to hit on their roll downs? Are they going to miss? That's going to make or break their game and their chance at advancing today too.
Yeah, and just looking, we jumped on board with Robin. Robin kind of needing to not go 8th. He's like, thank you, Connor. And he's found a Shen, so that is definitely boding well. Goes to 7, didn't have to roll at all, just hits a Shen right away. So now on the roll down, that's, you know, 1 unit fewer that he has to find.
Yep. Still 50 gold and gonna be, you know, over 60 next turn. Has Amethyst and a Vow. Oh, a pair of Shens as well, and a Sedge. Very nice. Upgrading the Taric. Okay, where's the Aphelios though? That's the big thing. All these units are cool and all, but we still need the Aphelios, and we're just not hitting.
Yeah, not a single copy of
here we go.
As I say it, there's one, and that's all you really need if you can get the front line online, at least for now. You can actually sometimes make your way to level 8 as well if you do hit the front line with just the single Aphelios, especially because I think, you know, Robin's kind of hit the rest of the comp here, right? It has 3 Freljord, 3 Targon, 3 Invoker, so you kind of want to go 8 and find Rise while you find the rest of these upgrades.
Oh, okay. I was actually considering, where do these items go? Do they go on the Shen because it's a Shen pair? Sedge might be a bit better right now. Taric might even be a little bit better than that. But no, it is the Sedge. Maybe some item swaps will happen a bit later if the Sedge pair is hit. But that would mean selling a Sejuani, which we really don't have or don't want to have to do. Like you're talking about though, Aphelios 1 is oftentimes enough to stabilize on 4-1, assuming that the rest of the lobby didn't like giga hit on their roll downs. So Robin is chilling currently.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting though, because generally Sejuani is the one you want to itemize when you have, you know, the 4 invokers. You're playing the Master Yi version, right, with Gotta Go Fast and pumping up. Because Gotta Go Fast gives the, you know, mana regen for everyone. The invoker helps tick for the Sejuani, and then she's essentially unkillable while also making your Aphelios do more true damage. It's incredibly strong, but this is not the Master Yi version, right? This is just Robin playing, so I think there's probably more questions whether or not Sedge or Shen is better to itemize, but I think you're probably not going wrong putting it on the Sedge.
Yeah. We have our second player, Chris, getting that Targon Blessing with double tomes. Looks like Shadow Isles was at least one of the picks there. We'll get confirmation of the other one here soon. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. There is 2. And one other as well. I think 3 of them.
Bastion, but he took the
right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's what we got working with here. And we have that to look forward to for Vanilla as well. Vanilla having the Juggernaut and Demacia as soon as they get to be lower HP, 40 HP, right? What are they gonna do? Do we see some crazy like 7 or 9 Demacia? Like, what's in store for us?
I don't know if they'll be able to go 9. Well, depending on if they're gonna try and roll for Garen or just play Garen 2.
Yeah, true.
But at the very least, like 6 Jug on the table, right? I think that's pretty big. Garen can't move. He can't play the game.
No, Aatrox is not gonna be enough. Almost, actually. That was a little close.
Garen met his match, an ice cube. It's too much. Too much to handle.
Unlucky. The counter. And 3 Garens are gone from AMD. AMD now getting the tomes as well. Love seeing this. This is gonna change how well players can cap their boards massively. Strategist is beautiful for the Lux Azir composition, but what else here? Juggernaut is okay. Demacia is like, I don't know, maybe
like you don't
playable.
Like drop your Garen too, right? Like that's the problem. I kind of like Juggernaut, and then you look for
it has to be
you look for Aatrox on level up.
For 4
and then you play 4 Jug. Yeah, I think that's actually really strong.
And you just you don't have to play the Teemo at that point, right? Because Teemo is the strategist that you already have a +1 strat right now. It gives multicaster and anti-heal, I guess, is like the big Teemo thing that shores up the weakness, so that might be a little a little spooky, but it's still totally okay to play for a Jug over that Teemo. That's gonna be a lot more value.
Yeah, I think and the nice thing is going 8's gonna feel good either way though, because the Teemo is still good, right? Like getting the 5th strat is very strong. And then you just play that until you can hit the Aatrox, and then the Aatrox gives you that Jug, because I don't think you need to like try and sneak in a Warwick or a Set or something. Like just play the Teemo,
that's fair.
and then once you get to the Aatrox, like that's actually much stronger.
100%. Taking a look at the view of all these compositions, Connor has hit ?
I mean, Rogue Poppy 3 is pretty sick.
Oh boy. Okay, we'd love to see at least one fight of that before it goes out. Connor's 15 HP, but AMD is sitting on 33 HP, level 7. And yeah, it was on that board that we were just taking a look at with the Shurima, the Azir Lux. Milk, the other player that we were kind of worried about, needs a solid top 4, is still on this Cassiopeia carry, has the pieces to pivot into Azir Lux, but has not hit a single Azir yet, is playing around to Yasuo, playing around just a bunch of pieces of things here, but he is rich. And how does Milk continue to greed out? Okay, he's not. He is going to be leveling. Thought about that one for a while, though.
Yeah, just 1-8, 20 gold, no rolls, just gonna play the Rise, just get a little bit more power on the board, econ a little bit back up into the neutrals, and then send it, I believe is kind of the line that Milk is going toward. And I think this is good. I mean, this is really solid. There's a lot of things that he can hit that make this comp good, right? He can play Azir Lux, or he could play Challengers, depends on which he hits harder. And so I think his spot is really primed to pop off, but there is a world where Milk just doesn't hit. I mean, it's a scary position to be in.
100%. It is scary. This position where Milk doesn't have enough gold to recover, and he just kind of bleeds out into a bot 3 maybe, perhaps, and that's not gonna be enough for Milk to advance. A lot of expectations are on Milk as well to do really well here. He does have this Targon Blessing to, let's say, bail him out.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, Juggernaut or Shurima if he is going to be committing to this Azir Lux line. Strategist as well, being that +1 we just talked about. Fantastic. Goes the same exact options that we just saw on the other board, but for good reason, right? They're so good.
Yeah, and he hits an Azir right away, right? He's got the Lux pair. I mean, it's really shaping up for Milk to full hit at this point. Got the blue buff down. This is getting very, very good for Milk. I think it'd be incredibly unlucky for him to not 2-star at least one or even both of these carries, and then the front line is almost there for Milk as well. So he's got to take one more loss here, and maybe not even. He actually looks like he may be winning this fight. It's very close. The Shen's gonna be rough to get through. Yeah, it will be one more loss, but from there, Milk, a player who's been known to loss streak down to very little. 1 HP is infinite HP, really priming himself for that position in this spot.
100%. Milk was taking kind of a long time to decide where the items are going to go, because there was that JG Guardbreaker pairing, but hold on a second.
What is this?
Jace 3 being the primary carry for Phoenixa, and Phoenixa needs this to be a good game. We see him yapping in the bot right there, talking about something. I don't know what he's yapping about, but he has a Zon emblem on the bench.
Is this tech or is he cooking? What's happening here? Because
yes,
Zon
to
on the
both
bench,
of those things.
the Jace was buffed, right? Like 3-starring Jace was buffed. He doesn't, just whiff like crazy all the time. The items are definitely good for a 3-star Jace, but I've never seen 3-star Jace actually as a carry. I've seen 3-star Jace where people just kind of randomly hit it, but as the actual primary carry, I've not seen this, and I'm very excited to see if Phoenix can hold out with this. He needs to top 4.
Invoker or Bruiser? Okay, let's say Robin had the chance to play for Invoker for Freljord without having to change the board really at all. He's gonna go Bruiser because that's so nice, doesn't need to play the Scion actually. For Invoker isn't gonna be super necessary right now. Still is making items as the round starts, but all on Aphelios 1. That's the big thing for Robin. Gets the Zephyr though, that's huge.
Yeah, gets the Zephyr, and that is going to be a Callista 3 on that side of the board. So Chris did hit it. This is Chris with the Bastion emblem. Does find that Callista 3. And even with that Zephyr, it feels like Callista should be able to do enough. This is a really tanky front line because of the Shadow Isles emblems alongside the Bastion. That makes for a ton of tankiness. And when you have a Callista 3 behind it, with actually an Ionia emblem to give a lot of attack speed.
Oh, it's still so
shaping up to be a
close.
good company loses.
Whoa.
I didn't think Chris's board would lose there. I know Robin is really strong, but it felt like Chris should have been able to win that fight, and he just is not able to do it.
Yeah. No, that's a lot of good synergies that Robin is working with that were different to that fight. Like the 4 Freljord was massive. I thought Aphelios 1 would not be enough to get through that board, but I mean, I think we were both surprised there seeing how that round did turn out. Chris taking a loss, dropping to 29 HP. Callista 3 though can still make him, you know, strong enough to go level 8, perhaps get more Shadow Isles, more Bastions online. Milk is 1 round from being eliminated though. And that would be a huge blow because this board looks strong. I think he can do it. Just depends on the matchups here.
Yeah, it goes against essentially the same board, but potentially better because that is a Lux 2 on the side of AMD. This is a really tough battle. Both of them playing the same comp, but that is Diamond Hands on that Nasus in the middle. But is the cast going to come through from this Cassante? He doesn't quite get it, but because he kicked the Nasus back, it made room for these carries to shred through the rest of the board. But now they're stuck on Nasus once again. Diamond Hands is already procced. They get through. One more stun from Jarvan, and the Lux will go down. So AMD takes the loss. Milk finds that win, and Milk and AMD both still looking for potentially that 4th jug with the Aatrox, but I think they're both currently still playing the 5 strategist instead, which is still such a powerful synergy.
Definitely. Oh man, gotta take a moment. Shout out Connor. We didn't get to see the board, but Connor going out with the rogue Shadow Isles Poppy. You've done your utmost, Connor. You made it here, but it just wasn't the day, unfortunately. But huge shout out to even making it this far. But no, we still have to turn our attention to the rest of the lobby. So much on the line. Milk snapped the 6th loss streak, found the win off the back of the Cassante kick, going to be up against the ghost of that Garen. Can Milk do it yet again?
I mean, I feel like Milk has to be stronger than that board as we see Phoenix hanging on against AMD. This fight's very close. We're looking at this Jace, see how much damage it can do. Looking for that next cast. Where is it going to go? It looks like it will be hitting front line onto the Nasus. It does just proc the Diamond Hands this time. It means this is going to be a loss for Phoenix. He's going to drop very low. He's on 13 health. He's going to go down. And Phoenix takes a 7th, which I believe will eliminate Phoenix from the mid-set.
Yeah, it will. Phoenix trying to make it happen there, trying to do so well with the Jace reroll, the innovation from that. It didn't come through, unfortunately.
Yeah, either cooking a little too hard or it just tried to mitigate a low roll and couldn't quite get it done. Takes a 7th. That should lock both Robin and Broccoli, but Robin at the very least still looking to play for those bonus points. He's at the top of the tables with 39 HP in this game.
Yeah, still pretty low. No one's really running away with the lobby. You know, sometimes see players even, you know, double that HP at this point. But Robin, level 8, forced to roll down a bunch of gold. I know he was stuck on Aphelios 1 for a while. And it seemed like he still was stuck on Aphelios 1, actually, as that carousel graphic has showed us. Because there's a lot out of the pool. Broccoli being one who's contesting that for Invoker, for Bastion because of those emblems coming through. Targon Prime, these tomes are making these players' boards just, you know, that much more capped. It's kind of fascinating to see all the innovations here.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see it, right? Like, this board gets to be tankier because it gets to play 4 Bastion when usually that would not be the case due to these emblems. And now we see it going up against the Garen, the Slayer Lux in the back as well. 2 Slayer emblems is what Vanilla did. In order to just find another synergy, just created it. There's no Slayers in this comp, but we're gonna make some. I guess the Aatrox is one, so we got 3 Slayer online. Yeah, it looks like that's not gonna be cutting it. Just the Garen 2 not finding Garen 3, and so Vanilla gonna get knocked out, hit very hard by Broccoli there, and will go out in 6th. But Vanilla still, you know, 33 points on the day, very solid. Might even be in contention for some amount of bonus points with that many.
Yeah.
And so we'll see where Vanilla places in the grand scheme of things, but at least has made it to day 2.
Definitely looking good for at least 1 bonus point. Don't want to make that call quite yet, of course, but it was still a very, very solid day. It was tied for first going into this game. Broccoli, the other player, along with Milk on the chopping block. Broccoli has probably done his utmost that he needs to do, so he's safe. But the matchup against Milk, it could be sending Milk out here on day 1.
Yeah, Milk needs a little bit more, right? Milk looking for that top 4. 5th probably not going to cut it, so this is a big fight for Milk, and we see the Lux and the Azir have been hit, but that Lux is falling very low very quick, and Aphelios will get another cast off in just a second here. Should be able to take her down, but she's staying alive for so long. It might have done enough because the Lux survives another cast. That will be the difference. That will make it happen, and Milk will make the top 4. Will that be enough for Milk to make it to day 2? I don't know yet, but it feels damn good for Milk.
That was such a huge round. If he loses that, if the Lux is on just a sliver less of HP, that could be Milk going out day 1 of the mid set. He still needs to play for as many placement points as possible here. He will be at least 27 points, which if we're talking about the usual expected cutoff, it is 27 or 28. So he's not out of the woods quite yet, but that was a fantastic stepping stone to get to this point as we're having a moment here on neutrals. We're getting to stage 6 and players gonna be dropping like flies.
And we finally get to take a look at all those synergies that Chris has, really drink it in. 4 Shadow Isles, 3 Targon, 4 Bastion is a crazy set of synergies.
Yes,
finally
it is.
gets to go to level 8. We'll see what he can play onto this board. He's got the 3-star Callista. Maybe just play. Oh no, he already has the Aphelios in.
Yeah, has the Aphelios, can play like another Deadeye. Oh, Yasuo too. Sure. Oh, needs to sell the Aphelios pair to. Wait a minute. All right.
What happened?
No, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Didn't do anything wrong at all there. It's all good. Shadow Isles, Bastion, Deathblade, Yasuo seems good. Is it enough?
Yep, going up against AMD on that Azir Lux. Milk on the Azir Lux extends Robin on the other side. Lux did get Zephyred by Robin. Milk still trying to hang on. One more placement should lock him in. Right now, he may or may not make it. We're unsure.
Yeah,
so
Chris needs this game to be big.
If he can get this win and Chris falls, then Milk is in the clear. Looks like Chris is having trouble against the Diamond Hands, and looks like will fall to AMD. Chris gonna go down. That might lock Chris out. He needed a top 2 and he's not gonna get it. Looks like Robin takes out Milk at the same time, but I think Chris fell harder in this spot, and Milk may have locked in that 3rd and punched his ticket to day 2.
He did. Milk 3rd, Chris in 4th. Means that Chris will be on 26 points. Definitely below the expected value. But Milk should be safe with the 3rd, getting him to 29 points. Fantastically done for Milk. But now Robin and AMD. AMD, the player who needed at least a top 2, and he has achieved it.
Yeah, AMD at 21 points, so this will get him to 28 already. That could be safe in itself, but I think AMD's going to feel a lot better if he grabs this first and just locks it in. Ensures that he makes it to that day 2. Great day from Andy, though. Trying to make it towards this top 16. We really haven't seen AMD pop off since set 7 mid-set. So now coming back after, a very quiet set 8 and trying to prove that he's still got it here in set 9. And he's really making it happen here in game 6 of the mid-set finale. Big hit onto Robin. He's just got to find one more win, but AMD has really put this board together.
Robin was saving up gold to go level 9, however, and his level 9, if he finds a rise, able to get to that 4 invoker, might be enough. It was looking not that close in the last fight, though, so not sure that +1 unit will be able to do enough work. It still matters where this Zephyr lands as well. It matters where he influences the Jarvan to jump. There is still a bit of fight RNG that could swing things Robin's way, but AMD looking to close this one out in style, secure the 1st, and lock it in to day 2.
We've said it didn't look close for Robin in the past, and he made us look silly. This time he gets the Zephyr onto the Lux. Does have a lot of damage hitting into that Nasus. The Diamond Hand's already proc, but it looks like the Aphelios is going to get through that big tank very early on. Not multiple cast this time. The Jarvan gets the mana read, but he does get a jump. That's massive for this fight. However, the Sejuani just won't go down, and Robin's going to be able to find the fight win once again, taking what looked like a spot where he could not pull out the 1st. and just using that extra life to make small adjustments and turn things around.
Give Robin an inch and he will take a mile. Is able to stretch out all of the HP, get that much gold to level up to 9, find a Senna in those Senna shields, and now a Senna 2 with the double Zephyr. If that last fight was any indication, how much can AMD do to this fight to improve the board? Not much at all. It is an open slot, rolling it down to the 0 gold to just try to find something. Does find the Juggernaut. 4 Jug on the board, but Robin with a double Zephyr and Senna 2 is able to do it time and time again, Cass. One last fight of day 1 of the mid-set finale.
4 Jug being added to these 2 massive frontliners is a big difference, but Senna 2 is as well. The Azir gets caught up by one of the Zephyrs, and that's the carry that needs the time to scale up, so we'll see how big of a difference it is. Jarvan does not connect onto the Aphelios, but the Nasus is still alive. Diamond Hands is not procced yet. Should come soon. There it goes. The Aphelios still untouched, and this Jarvan, even if it jumps, will not hit it. It does jump and dies in midair. That's not going to be enough, but here comes the Azir coming through, gets hit by the Aphelios before he gets there, and the Senna's still alive. And Robin Songs going to grab yet another first place here in Runeterra Reforged. Robin Songs playing for those bonus points.
Robin is insane. There is no doubt in anyone's mind that Robin isn't one of the best players of all time in North America. The insane first place rate on this set. He almost never goes 8th. I almost want to scratch out that 8th place that he's had this set and kind of attribute it back to that set 5 1-1 lag 1-1-1, right? He just has one game where he's, just a little, don't worry about that one. But Robin, man, he's such a beast.
Look, I think even if you take away the 8th, probably his 1st or 8th rate is still one of the highest out of any player, not including the percentage he gets from that. Just his first alone is, one of the highest percentages there. So Robin still yet another amazing day on this tournament. It's just been so fantastic to watch.
It's been so amazing. I was having too much fun almost that last game with everything on the line, right? Even though we had to say goodbye to Connor, it was exciting to see that Trist board kind of come into fruition with all the pieces that were cooking there. And Chris, we don't have the final scores yet, right? And we expect 27-28 to be that threshold. Chris, I think, sitting at 26 after that one. Even if he does go home after today, right? Still, just to be able to get to this point, Chris has played in a few cups now, hasn't made it to a mid-set or a regionals yet, but has that competitive background, knows what it takes just to, be a good player, knows that grind, knows that drive. So huge props to him there. AMD as well, make it happen when needed a big game, and that is the AMD of set 7 really coming back, right? And you really love to see that, really needing to make a big game happen and then converting on that is just huge.
He looked good, and I'm really hoping to see that he made it. He's right on that bubble, 28 points, and we'll find out soon enough. But first, we're going to send it over to Necra, who's got some special guests to talk about one of the other lobbies that was going on at the same time.
Great, it's on our co-stream, and it's so great to be able to have you two to check in with, because I heard you guys had some pretty intense action over in Lobby B as well. What was going on over there?
Yeah, Lobby B was really crazy in terms of the action, because we started off with some people making dramatic comeback attempts. You had Nalala chasing a KO reroll. You also had Weijin hitting 2-1 Piltover, and neither of them won, because instead it was Cambu Lee who hit a Endless Hordes Sorcerer with Parting Gifts, which is as crazy as it sounds, because he had the Zizirot die, and then it passed to another unit, and it passed to another unit, and then it passed to another unit. And the dude had 9 units in the middle of the game, so he had a lot of Zizirot value. And so he cruised to a crazy lead early on, and then hit like a huge cap and hit RE218 and explode everything. An Endless Horde's ultimate victory, Ray.
Yeah, it was probably one of the most hype boards I saw all day today. Just Zizirot bouncing to 20 different units. It was insane.
And it's funny because so many people are playing like Kalista 2 to stabilize, and Kalista's like, okay, surely with all the spears that I'm throwing out, we should be able to get it done, but there's so many single targets to take down. So Cambulate showing off how to maximize the value of Endless Hordes to another first.
Yep.
That is so exciting to hear about, because we also saw a lot of really interesting compositions, but maybe not quite that interesting when it comes down to the Zizirot stuff. we saw a lot of the boss, and we also ended up seeing a really cool 3-star of gosh, what was it again? Poppy. We didn't actually get a chance to see it in action, but I thought that was really neat. What else did you both see with the lobbies that you covered today? Because they were different than the ones we did.
So we saw a lot of AP flex for a lot of the most part, as well as a bunch of people playing for Aphelios. I think one thing that was interesting was how often Shadow Isles was not getting it done right. I think a lot of people came into this event with a lot of hype around Shadow Isles, and even though some people were hitting like +1, +2, hitting like double Shadow Isle Emblem with Bastions with like crazy stuff, it didn't feel like it was like as dominant as I was anticipating it to be. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree. We actually, talking about the boss, we saw Solus have a really nice boss game.
Oh yeah,
he had set 2 on 2-1, just tempoed straight to 9, ended up winning out.
That's right, that's right. He only played set 2 and leveled up to 9 and was able to cap out with legendaries. Kind of taking an interesting approach, because most people think about this augment as a reroll hero augment. You want to chase set 3 the same way you want to chase Ravenous Hunter Warwick 3, the same way you want to chase a bunch of other things like Riftwall Kassadin. And so it was really fascinating to see Solus take a tempo approach that a lot of people have been talking about, right? We've heard that you play fast 9, but that wasn't a different meta. That was when Bel'Veth and Ahri were like the most common legendaries to play around, and they were so much stronger. Turns out it just takes the perfect player, Souls, in order to do it.
Yep.
I think Mort was also mentioning that game in particular because at the same time we were looking at a reroll variation of set, and I thought that was really neat to watch, and just juxtaposition of both of those games side by side. But we also ended up seeing a lot, I think, on our side of things, Invokers not really working. Was that something you both experienced as well?
I think Invokers actually had its moments. I think part of the problem with Invokers is you need so many conditions to line up. One, you really need to make sure that the portal is conducive to it, right? You're talking about Dreaming Pool or other ways to get a lot of guarantees, because Shen is the most contested unit in the game, period. You just have, there's like 3.5 players minimum playing Shen on their board, so it's so hard, and Invokers really need to hit Shen to stabilize. But then you also think about items. You think about how many rods you need in that comp. You need like Spark and a Gunblade, a Jewel Gauntlet, and maybe even things like an Archangel Staff. So hard to get all those rods, and so a lot of people like to play if they have good items and augments. So, you know, a lot of people rightfully call Invokers a high roll composition, and so I don't really think we'll be seeing a lot of Invokers in terms of the frequency, but if the players know how to pilot it, then Invokers can be really powerful and even win on Karma too.
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Yeah,
with like a really good Rise, like Ionia Rise. What are the good ones? Demacia?
I mean, just a ton of different rises. I personally want to give a shout out to what Mordog was saying even before the patch, where they changed Yordle's portals to Fleshing Arena to Noxus Rise. I think Noxus Rise is actually really sick. Not necessarily just for the items, but for the damage amplification for your carries once your items are filled. That's where it starts to become really crazy for this Noxus Rise, in my opinion.
We saw 2-star Bandle City Rise. That was also kind of hyped to be able to watch that as well, and then Robin Songs was able to take it down. But that, on top of just the different Aphelios flavors, I feel like we've seen a ton of compositional diversity across the board. But alongside that, we've also seen a lot of legend diversity. What do you both make of that?
I kind of thought that a lot of people were playing Master E, quite frankly. There's so much hype around Master E, but did we see that much E? I feel like we saw like a lot of it at the beginning, and then like
yeah, we definitely saw more Ezreal, Urf. Definitely the most common, even some Ornns. We saw a lot of Ornns towards the beginning of our games.
I think Ornn's a really safe legend. I mean, Ornn, I feel like, has historically been kind of the item version of Urf, right? Where you get a strong item that can push you into a specific direction, like a Mana Zane, a Deathfire Grasp, something that gives you something for AD. Then you have that direction to build around. So it feels like Urf and Ornn are kind of two sides of the same coin. And then you look at something like Caitlyn that Subzero Ark was playing. I was really hoping that he'd be able to put on a really good performance, but I don't feel like we saw much success with Caitlyn today.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, but I also want to give a shout out to all the Poro Chads out there, specifically Vanilla. A lot of people think Poro is just bad. Like, a lot of people just say Poro is just weak. There's too many times where you get hit with like a prismatic augment, and if you miss on like a really good prismatic augment, you're so far behind on tempo. How many times you get like overwhelming force and Unleashed Arcana, and then like what the Forge, and you're like, these are unpickable. Those are the spots that Poro players have to really navigate around. That's really difficult. So overall, I want to tip my cap to players like Vanilla who were able to pilot Poro to success today.
It was super awesome to see that, especially as one of kind of the remaining Poro players that we ended up having in our field today. But thank you so much to the both of you for sharing your insights on what was going on in the co-stream. I wanted to give you a chance to give some final thoughts. Like, how's the event been going for you both so far?
It's fun, man. We have Ray here on the couch with me, IRL.
Yeah.
And we're getting closer to our goal where Ray will take off his socks on stream. And then we also have Ramblin', also holding down the fort, kind of being both like co-streamer and moderator in my chat. Like he's like polling people and getting things rolling. So I want to give a special shout out to Ramblin'. He's been a huge, crucial part of the stream experience.
Sounds like you guys are having a lot of fun over there. We miss you, Frodan, but keep doing your thing, and we'll be checking in with you a little bit later.
Thank you.
All right, see you both at the end of day number 2. That was a lot of action so far, and I feel like we were able to see just a ton of different options, whether you're checking out this stream, Frodan's stream, but game number 6. Let's come back to that, because Casanova and Crowan, what a way to finish off day number 1 here at the mid-set.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy game. Robin, once again, kind of showing his ability to win heads up, right? We kind of had the first fight, and he lost pretty convincingly. But he was able to level up. He plays the Senna, and he does some really good things with his positioning, with his Zephyrs to turn it into a victory, right? He turns it into a win. So it's not the first time we saw Robin do it today. It's not the first time we've seen him do it this set, and Robin has just been really, really popping off. I know he was taking some offense to Dish Soap getting all the attention, and he's trying to pull it all back to him.
I think he's done that. I really think he's done that for today, and I'm sure we'll end up seeing more Robin Song's dominance as we head into the rest of the weekend, because our overall standings are ready. 6 games down, 16 players heading through 2 tomorrow, and wow, that is a rough cutoff.
Man, there's a lot to break down here, but looking just at that bubble, players that you really expected to see in that top 16, I mean, honestly, all of them, right? But the names that jumps out, Setsuko, Wage, and Iverson, I think the big 2, they were looking in super good form, but just 1 point behind. Appy's losing the tiebreaker to Goobums as well. Appy's and Covenel, the study partners, the 2 of them so close, but neither of them making it. Man, that's just, heart goes out to them. There's such fierce competition here. 16 gotta go home, but man, that's rough.
That's so rough that we already had to cut the field in half, and it gets even harder tomorrow. But hats off to our 6 players that are sitting in the top 6 right now that get a chance to move forward with those bonus points into day number 2. After how close the competition was today, that is going to be such a key factor looking at our games tomorrow. But leading the pack was T-Lides, and we're gonna get a chance to talk to him after this short break to talk about how day 1 went with him. Welcome back, everybody. So excited to have our points leader for day number 1 on the line with us. T-Lights, congratulations. You had a great day number 1. Were you confident coming in that you'd be able to get a performance like this today?
First of all, thank you. Second of all, no, I was not confident coming in. I mean, I felt comfortable with my play at the beginning, but then we started doing some in-houses, and I just kind of like felt myself kind of lose it in in-houses. I wasn't like fully try-harding, but you know, you start looking at the average placement in in-houses, and you know, start thinking about it. But so I wasn't super confident coming in, but I just decided to play my game and just try to play as like aggressive as possible.
Yeah, we were able to see just so much from you. That was a great start to the day. You got that second with the built different composition, and then you also ended today with a first after you were already sitting at the top of the points just heading into this final game. So like, what's your take on the meta right now when you're playing everything just so differently?
Oh, I think the meta is pretty good, pretty balanced. I think if you have like a good spot for a comp, uncontested, you definitely can play it if you know how to like navigate around it. I wouldn't say that there's anything like disturbingly overpowered. I think there are some comps that are definitely better, like Aphelios, but there are definitely some comps you can navigate around.
T-Lights, I had a question because we heard that you were prepping with replay. First of all, is that true? Okay, you were prepping with replay. And you know, I'm curious. You guys went 1-2 on the day. Do you have something that's giving you two an edge, or is it, you know, just prepping with the world champ diff? What was going on there? Because you two had a very, very good performance today.
Yeah, so I've prepped with replay, DPay. And then like Ripple and Chaos in one group, and then I prepped with another group as well that has some other people like Pitsy, Joe Bookmark, Croxy, Raptor, Popster. Those people I also prepped with. Mainly for mid-set, I prepped with replay, DPay, and Ripple. But yeah, I don't know. I think just reviewing and like picking each other's ideas can definitely help you see like how to make your game better, and definitely just improve how you're gonna play, I guess, coming this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And there could be a few different approaches, specifically when we look at the legends, right? There's a lot of legend diversity coming out today, but you and Replay, I believe, were both playing Ornn. Can you speak to kind of why that is, why maybe you didn't go to some other popular ones, such as, you know, Earth or even, you know, Poro we saw a little bit of today?
Yeah, so I think we've all just been so committed to Ornn throughout the meta, that we kind of know how to play around Ornn. I tried playing Earth a little bit, and it just didn't feel as good as Ornn. And we've also, you know, VOD reviewed, kind of, we're all just kind of Ornn brained, I would say. So coming in, it was just sticking to like what you know, how to play around the items and whatnot. I still think you can play many different legends. I don't think it matters too much, but we just decided to stick with Ornn because we've been playing it for so long.
And this is the first time we've actually gotten to interview you, T-Lights. So I see that you started kind of competing in set 8. That was at least the first time that we saw you in the Riot tournaments. And you've kind of taken a big splash onto the scene, especially in set 9. A lot of players have been saying to look out for T-Lights. Like, T-Lights is very, very good. I mean, how did you kind of get into competing with TFT? Did you start playing in set 8, or is that just when you started taking it more seriously?
Yeah, so I started playing in set 7, and I think until 7.5, I just kind of played competitive ladder, and then I hit challenger in competitive ladder on like 7.5, and I never really thought like I would compete in tournaments, and then I kind of heard about tournaments through like Twitch chat and all that stuff, and so I started in set 8. I kind of had to get comfortable with the format, so then I just played those 3 tournaments and the last chance qualifier for regionals. But my goal was to try to make regionals this set, so I decided to, you know, start studying a little bit more and trying a little harder, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start, right? A good start here, winning day one.
Yeah. That's a big turnaround time from starting in set 7 to, you know, being the day 1 mid-set finale points leader. That's quite the progression you've had in a short amount of time. And you were talking about how your confidence going to the event was maybe not as high as it could have been, especially around, you know, the in-house scores. How is your confidence now, right? Is winning the day make your confidence be like, okay, I'm gonna go in tomorrow and I'm gonna dominate? Or are you still like, oh, I don't know, might have been a fluke? Kind of, where's your mental at after day 1 is over?
Oh, I think going first on the day, it's nice because you know you have an extra cushion. But I think all of these players are very good, and in a high variance game, like anything can happen. So I think just trying to play your best game and not taking into consideration like anything else, just go play day 2 as if you have no points is kind of where I'm at. I don't think that I'm like better than anyone or whatnot.
Fair enough. One game at a time.
Yeah, I like that approach as well. Just, you know, taking it in stride. It seems like it really speaks to the play style that you've been able to bring to the table for this weekend so far. And we're all very much looking forward to what you end up doing for day number 2. But listen, you say that you wanted to make NA regionals, and like, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but thoughts on if you just make it all the way to the championship off of this?
That would be amazing. It'd be fun. You know, we're very close, so I'll just keep playing and hopefully it you know turns out my way. But yes, I would love that.
Great to see that. Yeah, though I feel like every player is definitely playing for that too. But hey, gotta set your sights high, right? You're prepping with a lot of people to be able to get to this point. I know you've already called out those people, but is there anyone else you'd like to give some shout outs to before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean mainly those people. I would say the people I've studied with, T-Pay, Replay, Ripple, Chaos, and then all of the other study group, Raptor, Popster, Pitsy, JD, if I forget anyone, Joe Bookmark, all those people, and then like all the people in Twitch chats that have watched me and just hung out with me. Yeah, like just shout out to them and thanks for all that they've done in helping me with this.
That's awesome. Well, T-Lights, congratulations once again on your performance today, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's so great. What an awesome come-up story. You're like, Crone, you were calling out that it's so impressive to be able to see that glow-up happen so fast for a player, to be able to get competitive down, and especially when ladder is so different than a tournament environment, right?
Oh, 100%. So we see players take multiple sets to adjust to that kind of difference between ladder to being in tournaments, and even then it's just like, okay, I'm doing well in some of the cups, and we saw that happen with T-Lights going 43rd in Freljord, but then bouncing to a 17th in Shurima. Like, that's big improvement just in that little short of a span of time as well. And then getting here into the top 16 of mid-set, and even harder tournament. Like, I mean, I know you're prepping the world champ and all of that, but like, that's insane.
Yeah, it's been such a phenomenal showing from him today, as well as everybody else that had just such close competition. I mean, Casanova, I'm already getting so excited to see what's going to happen with day number 2.
Oh, I mean, absolutely, right? Day 2, we're going to cut down to 8, and then we kind of start to see where regionals is going to start to look, and even we get to send somebody to the championship. It's massive, right? I mean, we saw some great performances today. You know, I want to call it vanilla, right? He didn't end up at those top tables, right, because of that 6th place in the last game, but still having a fantastic day overall. You know, Robin with those 2 really massive firsts put him in a great position with bonus points. He's tied with Dish Soap in that top area, and then, you know, T-Lides being able to get that first on the day alongside Replay. People were like, oh, he got weak 1'd in Freljord. This guy's not going to be good 2 sets in a row. Just a flash in the pan. He showed everyone that was wrong in Shurima, and he's showing everyone that's wrong again. Excited to see our world champ coming out strong.
Sometimes it takes a little bit of getting used to when a new set rolls around. Shurima Cup was at the very beginning of the set too, so yeah, Or sorry, Freljord Cup. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's all blended together at this point because
Yeah.
they're all playing right now. But hey, we're getting into the final stretch of day number 1. I just wanted to know, like, has it lived up to your expectations, Crowan?
Oh, it has exceeded them. Actually, I've said multiple times, I've had too much fun today, especially in those last couple of games. It was just crazy. And sometimes it's, you know, the portals that, you know, make it pretty fun, but that just goes to show how good of a game TFT is and how things like Legends and portals can make each game feel unique and different. In seeing pro players approach to all of those situations, all those curveballs that they're thrown, it just gets my competitive brain going. I'm just like, yes, I love seeing all of that kind of stuff. I think Castle resonates with that as well. But yeah, it's been a treat to watch today.
Yeah, I feel like Casanova, you must agree with that, but anything else you want to add just for final thoughts in the day?
No, I mean, I kind of got it covered as far as like the people I'm excited about, but end of the day, you know, we came in expecting to see a lot of people forcing comps a little harder than I think they actually did. I think there's been a lot more flexibility, and especially flexibility that was rewarded, right? There was some, you know, I'm 2020 Aphelios, but it wasn't, you know, as rigid as expected, and a lot of the creativity was really, really sweet. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to sending someone to Worlds, but also, you know, just have my eyes on those regional spots. That's the big thing with mid-set.
Absolutely. We saw how maybe the patch ended up playing a role in looking at our tournament meta. A lot of really cool, unique interactions looking at both of our streams. And we have way more action to come. That's going to do it for day 1 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. Tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific or 4 p.m. Eastern, or do the math for wherever else you are in the world. And we cannot wait to see you there to see how our top 16 is going to shake out. Good night, everyone.